Planning Committee. Morning and welcome to you all. Edmonton is located in the heart of Treaty 6. From time immemorial, diverse Indigenous nations have stewarded these lands, including the Nahiwak, the Nehewiniwak, Nakota Iska, Dene Selina, and Nitsitapi. Many more First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples have gathered, traded, and celebrated on these lands for generations. This place also forms part of the Métis homeland, and Edmonton is within the Otipemswak Métis government Fort Edmonton Métis district. Edmonton is also home to one of the largest Inuit communities south of the 60th parallel. The signing of Treaty Number 6 in 1886-87 created a foundation of good relations, welcoming peoples to this area from around the world. Today, Edmonton carries on this tradition of welcoming peoples from many nations as we continue to live into the spirit and intent of treaty. Do a roll call of my committee members. Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Councillor Clark.
Good morning.
Mayor Knack. Joining us.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Paquette.
Morning.
We're also joined in chambers by Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Councillor Elliott.
Good morning.
Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
And online we have Councillor Morgan.
Morning.
Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
And Councillor Parmar.
Good morning.
Good morning. Our next item on the agenda is declaration of pecuniary or conflict of interest. We do have a request to speak on this item, which we typically don't do at this point in the meeting, but if any of my colleagues wanted to move a motion, we could consider that. Otherwise, we'll wait until that item comes up, or the request for speakers comes up a bit later on the agenda. Okay, but before we consider today's agenda, I will ask all members of council present if they have any pecuniary or conflicts of interest to declare regarding any of the items to be discussed. A pecuniary interest exists when an item could monetarily affect a member of council, their employer, or a family member. A conflict of interest exists when an item could affect a private interest of a member of council, their employer, or family member. Do any members of council have a pecuniary or conflict of interest to declare? Hearing no declared pecuniary or conflicts of interest, we'll move on to the adoption of the agenda. Councillor Clark.
So moved, the adoption of the agenda.
Thank you. It may be a bit of a longer motion. Councillor Clark, if we go to the selection sheet, or Councillor Paquette, do you want to, we just have to add some additional pages.
Yeah, sure. I will read this out, that the February 9th, 2026 Urban Planning Committee meeting agenda be adopted with the following changes. Additions: 7.1 mid-block redevelopment amendments, 7.2 options for amendments to the RS zone and maintenance of private trees, and replacement attachment 7.2 options for amendments to the RS zone and maintenance of private trees, attachment 1, and that is the motion I am seconding.
Thank you. Please vote.
Just for clarification, we don't actually need to second motions in committee.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Councillor Clark, the approval of the minutes?
Yeah, I'd like to approve the minutes from the January, approval minutes of January 20th, 2026 Urban Planning Committee.
Thank you. Any errors or omissions? Seeing none, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. I don't believe we have any protocol items this morning. Wonderful, which puts us on to selecting items for debate. You know what, I will just select 7.1 and 7.2 as we have speakers on both, and that is our agenda. We have nothing that hasn't been selected. Requests to speak. Councillor Clark.
Okay, thank you, Chair. the Urban Planning Committee to hear from the following speakers and panels where appropriate, and bear with me, everyone, because this is a bit of a list here, which is great. So I'm just gonna name off everybody here, whether you're in person or you are remote. So panel one, Nita Yonkanen, Siegfried Kitchener.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, Mayor, Chair Stevenson, did you want to do the item 1.3?
We've already concluded item 1.3, so I think we'll
We're just
just
not going to
carry
consider
on
that?
with 7.1
Thank you
and
very
7.2.
much. Sorry.
Okay, I'll just continue. Number 3, Aaron Budnick. Number 4, Marty Polania. Number 5, Lindsay Butterfield. Number 6, Dwayne Lonsdale. Number 7, Jacob Duong. Number 8, Peter Elliott. Number 9, Eric Camarilli. Number 10, Justin Carter. Number 11, Dolly, I'm going to get this right, Cipata. Number 12, Brad Thiessen. Number 13, Sherry Taylor-Clausen. Number 14, Andrew Harder Tessier. Number 5, John Solstice. So that concludes panel 1. And then if we go to panel 2, Cambridge Singh, Christine Kolowanchuk, Natasha Nguyen, Rachel Fourier, Monica Grismacher, Michael Thomas, Dave Trauman, Carl Parkinson, Neil Carey, Abdul Abhassi, Maggie Crockett, Ron Kulinak, 13 Riley Ennis, 14 Alan Bonsat, and 15 Justin Murdoch. And then panel 3 will be Rob Smith, Keaton Hawkswell, Sean Sedgwick, Martricha Ochoa, Raymond Sois, Jacqueline Soroka, Ali McCurney, number 8, Pinder Sarker, then Dallas Morkovic, probably butchered that, sorry, Joe Miller, number 11, Kim Edwards, Debbie Conowick, Dave Despin, number 14, Wilfred Giuseppe Farkas, number 15, Dave Barry. Then if we go to panel 4, number 1, Kathy Hawkswood, Neil Borchelis, Jennifer Fauchterer, Jan Hartstaff, number 5, Beverly Zuboff, number 6, Victor Lafears, number 7, Lydia Quinn, number 8, Colin Heffernan, number 9, Arlene Vanderskaan Clausen, number 10, Brad Hartstaff, Susan Herenkachuk, Paul Martin, Aaron Gormley, Ben Maljelik, and 15 is Robert Chevalier. And then panel 5, let me just cross-reference everything, is I got Christina Go, Stephen Lakey, Christina Christensen, and then Detrina Snyder. And I think that concludes all of our speakers.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Clark. Please vote on hearing from these speakers. 3 more. I'll just do it later.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Wonderful. We will now be moving on to our items 7.1 and 7.2. So I thank everyone for their kind attention so far. We'll be hearing from our city staff, and then after that we'll be inviting public speakers. So over to you. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Kent Snyder, Branch Manager for Planning and Environment Services. With me today are Travis Pollock, Branch Manager of Development Services, Sean Boley, Senior Planner in Urban Strategies, and Shauna Kuiper, Director, Planning Coordination. Next slide, please. We all know that Edmonton has experienced accelerated growth. Between 2022 and 2024, the city added over 100,000 residents. Our modernized planning regulatory ecosystem, including the city plan and district plans, strategically direct where the growth should occur. Infill development is part of the strategic approach of how the city accommodates growth and welcomes new residents. Infill development has many advantages. Shifting our land use pattern by increasing density in established neighborhoods is a key component of the long-term strategy to strengthen our city's financial sustainability. Beyond the financial savings to taxpayers, infill strengthens the viability of neighborhood businesses and schools. It maximizes our existing infrastructure and allows for the efficient provision of municipal services. Additionally, it expands the range of housing options available in neighborhoods, giving people the opportunity to live close to the things they need and value. Next slide, please. Preliminary data for 2025 suggests a significant increase in infill development within the redeveloping area, which is the area within the Anthony Henday, comprising 43% of all new homes built. Examining the trend beyond yearly fluctuations shows that we are on track to meet the cumulative infill target of 32% set by the city plan for the first population horizon of 1.25 million. Next slide, please. While all parts of the redeveloping area can benefit from new homes and businesses, the city plan seeks to direct more development to a network of nodes and corridors. These are the places best able to accommodate large-scale changes, connect residents to our multimodal transportation network. As they build out, these will become, for many households, preferred places in the city to live and work. The node and corridor network is shown conceptually in the city plan on the screen and in more detail in the district plans. Next slide, please. This graph shows how much infill development has occurred in and out of nodes and corridors since the adoption of the city plan in 2020. The light blue bars on the bottom show the annual percent of infill units in the node and corridor boundaries, and the dark blue bars represent all other infill growth. The pattern of development fluctuates from year to year, but over the long term, the ratio is expected to favor development in the nodes and corridors. While there is no target in the city plan for population growth specific to nodes and corridors, the plan was built on the assumption that the majority of redevelopment to a population of 2 million would occur within this network. Focusing growth in these areas will help them become more vibrant centers of activity and capitalize on city investments in the mobility network. Further, the city plan intends for the interior of neighborhoods to evolve and densify incrementally over time. The amendments to the zoning bylaw and district policy we present to you today supports this long-term shift to the development pattern, along with a stronger focus on guiding development to nodes and corridors. Next slide. In response to 2 motions from Council, administration is here today to present 2 reports on infill development. The first proposes amendments to the district policy and the RSM small medium scale transition residential zone to better direct rezoning applications to the places most suitable for bigger buildings. These will impact administration's recommendations on land development applications that will be brought to public hearing for council decision. The second proposes amendments to the RS small scale residential zone to better align development outcomes with planned outcomes and consider resident concerns regarding the impacts of infill development under existing regulations. These proposed changes will impact development permit decisions made by administration. Next slide. The amendments contemplated within these 2 reports are not intended to reduce infill development. Rather, they are intended to refocus the distribution of infill growth and reflect what has been heard through the many discussions about infill since the implementation of the zoning bylaw. These changes will provide infill opportunities at all locations while directing the most impactful changes to the node and corridor network. I'll now turn it over to my colleagues to present the proposed amendments in greater detail.
Good morning. Next slide, please. Oh, here we are. Good morning. My name is Sean Boley, and I'm a senior planner in the Planning and Environment Services branch. I'll walk you through the changes to the district policy and RSM zone proposed in the mid-block redevelopment amendments report. Next slide, please. The district policy was created to provide planning guidance for all parts of the city. It was drafted by consolidating content from existing plans and guidelines, reflecting planning practice and council decisions, considering input from engagement, and aligning with the city plan. Because the district policy guides development across the entire city, it must be flexible and responsive to local context. Next slide, please. Last summer, City Council directed administration to prepare draft amendments to the zoning bylaw and district plans that would limit mid-block redevelopment larger than small scale outside of nodes and corridors. Administration proposes a suite of policy and zoning changes to address Council's motion. Changes include limiting locations where policy directs outright support for rezonings, limiting the application of the RSM zone, and rethinking the way policy directs us to consider larger buildings. These changes work together to direct more redevelopment to the nodes and corridors in alignment with the city plan. Next slide, please. The first proposed change simplifies where we support rezonings outside of nodes and corridors. This change consolidates 3 policies that support rezonings for larger buildings into one with a more limited set of criteria. These criteria support rezonings at sites along arterial roads, which are either on a corner lot or are within 400 meters of a mass transit station. The connection of these sites to the mobility network and their location along the edges of neighborhoods and blocks make them well suited for additional density up to low-rise buildings, which are 4 stories. Next slide, please. We also propose to amend the purpose statement of the RSM zone. The proposed change would make this zone available only in nodes and corridors, on large undeveloped sites, and where supported by a statutory plan. The RSM zone is often proposed by applicants to provide slightly larger buildings on standard residential lots. This is a similar practice to what we saw before the new zoning bylaw was adopted, where developers would regularly seek rezonings from the RF1 to RF3 zone. The RS zone was created to provide similar opportunities to the RF3 zone and end the practice of widespread, incremental, small-scale rezonings outside of nodes and corridors that do not meaningfully increase the number of homes. This proposed change encourages small-scale infill to occur under the existing RS zone, which was designed to allow for incremental change within neighborhoods without requiring a land development application and a public hearing. This change to the RSM zone reinforces that intent. Next slide, please. This image shows the areas where the proposed changes will support RSM and low-rise development outside of nodes and corridors. The highlighted areas are all along the arterial roads and at either a corner site or within 400 meters of the mass transit station. It's important to remember that in accordance with the city plan, all urban mix areas have the opportunity for more housing, which is achieved through the development opportunities of the RS zone. I'd also note that this image doesn't show any nodes and corridors. It's meant to represent areas outside of them. In addition, the third policy change will allow opportunities to consider additional density where contextually appropriate. Next slide, please. Currently, when we review a land development application for a new building that can be taller or larger than the rules allow, we use a checklist approach. If a project checks off at least 2 criteria on a list, the city will consider supporting it. The problem is that this one-size-fits-all formula is too rigid. A project might pass the checklist but still not be a great fit for that specific spot. We propose moving away from this approach to provide a more complete review of local context based on the unique details of the site and the surrounding area. This will allow administration to have more meaningful discussions with both neighbors and applicants about what works for a specific site. It gives the city more flexibility to say yes to projects that fit well and no to those that don't, based on the reality of the location. This policy will not be used to support the RSM zone due to the changes to the RSM purpose statement already discussed. This means that this policy will be reserved for cases where more meaningful changes in scale are appropriate. Next slide, please. As directed by the motion, the proposed changes do not apply within nodes and corridors. They also do not apply where another local plan is in effect. Neighborhoods with an area redevelopment plan, such as the exhibition lands, will be unaffected by these changes. The proposed changes apply in urban mix areas outside of nodes and corridors where no policy direction other than the district plans are in effect.
Thank you, Sean. I'm Shauna Kuiper, Director of Planning Coordination, and I'm here to discuss the work related to the next motion, which predominantly focuses on the RS Small Scale Residential Zone. Next slide, please. At the November 19th public hearing, administration was directed to explore options and make recommendations on reducing the maximum number of dwellings allowed on a mid-block site in the RS zone, ways to reduce the impact of height on adjacent properties, and supporting the maintenance and retention of trees on private property. I will review each of these over the next set of slides. Next slide, please. The RS Small Scale Residential Zone is intended to allow for a range of small-scale housing forms such as single-detached, semi-detached, row housing, and multi-unit housing up to 3 stories in height within the redeveloping area. The RS zone is aligned with the city plan to allow opportunities for incremental change through a wide variety of housing forms within redeveloping neighborhoods. Next slide. The new zoning bylaw has supported a significant increase in multi-unit and row housing developments in the redeveloping area, including mid-block sites. In 2025, 399 new row housing developments were approved in the RS zone compared to approximately 164 permits in 2024. In 2025, over 65% of the row housing permits were for mid-block sites. Next slide. Currently, the total number of dwelling units permitted on a site in the RS zone is controlled by 2 elements: a minimum site area of 75 square meters per dwelling and an 8-unit cap for mid-block sites. Next slide, please. Based on the analysis of current development outcomes, alignment with policy, and feedback from Edmontonians, administration is proposing changes to the RS zone as they apply to mid-block sites by increasing the minimum site area from 75 to 90 square meters and reducing the maximum number of dwellings from 8 to 6. Next slide. There were many different lot sizes in Edmonton. This slide illustrates how these proposed changes would impact the number of dwellings on common-sized mid-block sites in the redeveloping area, including 15 by 36 meters and 15 by 45 meters, which is roughly 50 by 120 feet and 50 by 150 feet. The table shows that capping the number of mid-block units from 6 maintains the number of units permitted under the former RF1 zone, while still allowing for different housing options such as row housing and multi-unit housing. The ability to develop a variety of housing forms with multiple dwellings remains the most impactful method for enabling incremental redevelopment within neighborhoods. The first row of the table shows how many units were permitted in the RF1 zone of the former zoning bylaw. The second row shows how many units are permitted in the current RS zone. And the last row shows how many units would be allowed in the RS zone if the proposed amendments were approved. The minimum site area per dwelling for interior sites is proposed to increase from 75 to 90 square meters to discourage the subdivision of an interior lot and achieving 8 units over the site. Administration considered alternative options to control the number of units on a site, including site area and floor area ratio. Regulating the unit count through site area per dwelling with no unit cap ties the number of units to the lot size. This creates a condition where larger lots can accommodate additional dwellings and the potential to create forms and intensity that is inconsistent with the intent of the RS zone. Larger multifamily development should be considered through other zones available in the zoning bylaw. In 2025, several conversations regarding building design took place. Regulating building design through floor area ratio would control the size of a building and indirectly the number of units. Controlling setbacks, height, building length, and other building design regulations with a unit cap is more transparent and achieves similar outcomes. Both of these alternative options create uncertainty for Edmontonians and industry and do not directly address the maximum number of units allowed on a site. Next slide, please. Administration also considered changes approved in July of last year that address the design and massing of buildings. Those changes include reducing the maximum building length to a comparable length of a narrow or large house, limiting the number of side entrances, increasing interior side setbacks for row housing and multi-unit housing, adjusting regulations for stairs and side yards, and strengthening facade design. The changes in July, combined with the proposed amendments to unit count, are intended to support redevelopment life cycle of neighborhoods and improve design outcomes. Next slide, please. To respond to the motion to reduce the impacts of building height on adjacent properties, administration looked at the design considerations that informed the current height maximum of 10.5 meters, reviewed building permit data on heights approved in the RS zone, and conducted a jurisdictional scan of height regulations. The current 10.5 meter maximum building height in the RS zone was a slight increase compared to the equivalent zones in the previous bylaw, and was intended to support three-story development, recognizing constraints related to roof insulation, shallow utilities, market preference for taller floor-to-ceiling heights, and more livable basements. Based on the analysis of the options as outlined in Attachment 3 of Item 7.2, recent changes to the RS zone, and various building design considerations, administration recommends maintaining the current maximum height of 10.5 meters. Next slide, please. Administration prepared 13 reports between 2016 and 2024 outlining the long-standing challenges associated with regulating privately owned trees in Edmonton, including increased costs, increased regulatory complexity, and the potential to discourage redevelopment. Based on this review, administration does not recommend a private tree bylaw. Administration is exploring other ways to enhance and protect landscaping on private property. These include expanding the landscape securities program to include small-scale residential development, and exploring opportunities to increase resilient landscaping as part of the city's climate resilience planning and development action plan. Administration will be reporting back to Council through public hearing and Urban Planning Committee respectively on these two items in Q2 and Q4 of this year. Next slide, please. Administration undertook an advised level approach to this work that drew on past engagement and feedback from previous committee and public hearing meetings. Next slide, please. This involved reviewing the feedback received as part of the stakeholder interviews for the one-year review, what was said at the June 3rd and 17th, 2025 Urban Planning Committee meetings, and the June 30th public hearing. In addition to the information that has already been received, administration held targeted conversations with some industry and community organizations, as well as posted a feedback form online, asking Edmontonians what they think of the proposed changes to infill. This forum was active from January 12th until the 29th and provided Edmontonians the opportunity to review potential changes in advance of today and to check in on their perspectives. The forum was viewed by over 11,000 people, and over 3,600 responses were received. Administration was able to capture some of the feedback from Edmontonians on their general feelings related to the two proposed motions. This feedback is consistent with what we have previously heard and highlights that there are various ways to approach infill policy and regulation. Next slide. Feedback on the changes indicated support for additional limitations on infill and density, as well as full or conditional support for the proposed changes. Some respondents opposed the proposed changes because they expressed the current policies are enabling affordability, equity, housing supply, and housing diversity. The larger themes from the comments are highlighted on the right-hand side of the slide. These themes indicate what respondents are most concerned about. Generally speaking, we heard concerns with building height, the focus of infill and density in specific areas, maintaining neighborhood character, opinions on location criteria, and the desire to address parking. Next slide, please. Over half of the comments received specifically related to the RS motion indicated a preference for more restrictive infill regulations than those proposed, such as further reduction in the unit count or a decrease in building height. Others wanted the current RS regulations to stay the same to enable more diverse housing options and to support a stable tax base. Overall, comments aligned with key themes and that have been previously presented before committee and council, which include parking and traffic concerns, maintaining neighborhood character, access to sunlight, privacy and overlook, building length and massing, a desire to focus infill to specific locations, and concerns with waste and utility management. A smaller number of respondents commented on the private tree bylaw, and most of them supported the protection of trees on private property. Through conversations held with targeted stakeholders about all of these changes, administration heard that some groups felt the pace of development is happening too quickly, and a more holistic review of the regulations is needed to improve scale, intensity, and design. Alternatively, housing advocates felt the city should stay on its current path to enable more redevelopment. Industry expressed concerns with the changing direction on infill policy and regulations, which creates an uncertain regulatory environment. They also expressed concern about the impacts to feasibility of their projects and generally did not support a private tree bylaw. I'll pass it to Travis for next steps and closing comments.
If Urban Planning Committee supports the recommendations in these reports put forth by administration, we will bring forward amendments to a future public hearing. The proposed district plan amendments and corresponding RSM zone changes would go into effect immediately upon approval at a public hearing. For the second motion, administration proposes a delayed effectiveness date of July 1st, 2026 for the RS zone changes, should council approve the amendments. This would allow current development applications to have sufficient time to be reviewed under the current rules, and future applications will have time to adjust to the new rules. If committee wants a different motion or a different outcome than recommendations within the reports, they must pass a motion to direct administration. Next slide, please. With the passage of district plans and the new zoning bylaws, significant changes to Edmonton's policy and regulatory framework guiding redevelopment have happened in tandem with rapid population growth. Administration and council have heard from Edmontonians through the public hearing and development processes, and when considering changes to the RS zone in the summer of last year, that the magnitude of land use impacts and the pace of change has been significant. The city plan anticipates that as we grow, development needs to accelerate in specific nodes and corridors. While work such as priority growth areas has taken steps toward this, to realize the desired outcome of city plan, strategic changes are needed to citywide policy and the rule book for development to ensure that intensification is being deliberately focused in the nodes and corridors to support a 15-minute district with frequent transit, efficient infrastructure, diverse housing, and employment for a sustainable, climate-resilient city. These changes do not ignore the redevelopment potential within the core of neighborhoods. Rather, they respond to what we have heard since the adoption of the zoning bylaw, the analysis of what and where redevelopment has occurred, local context, and reinforces the incremental evolution of the interior of neighborhoods and broad redevelopment potential that exists within the RS zone. Thank you, and we're happy to take any questions when it's our time.
Lovely, thank you for that presentation. I just want to thank everyone. I feel like I may not even need to read these expectations. I appreciate how quietly and respectfully everyone has been listening. But as we move to our public speakers now, I'm just going to read out some expectations for how we can get through this meeting constructively together. So before we begin our discussion, I want to share my expectations for the conduct of everyone participating to ensure a safe and inclusive environment and workplace. These expectations apply to both in-person and virtual attendees. Hearing from the public is an important part of Council's process, so we know the full diversity of opinions that exist in our community. As meeting chair, my role is not to moderate the nature of the content being discussed, but to ensure that behaviors support a safe, respectful, and neutral space for my colleagues, city employees, and other members of the public. So disrespectful comments, including those directed at individual staff members or other speakers, profane language or gestures, and behaviors such as shouting, cheering, or clapping will not be tolerated. In addition, for those online, the use of the raise hand feature, chat, emoticon responses, or AI note-taking tools are not permitted. If these expectations are violated, I will ask clerks to work with our security team to remove anyone acting in those ways. Once you have been removed from the meeting, you will not be permitted to rejoin, but the meeting is being streamed live and everyone is welcome to watch online. I think given the large number of folks who have taken time to join us today, just want to be mindful as well that if you hear a point from another speaker that you agree with, I really encourage you during your time to amplify or expand on that point rather than repeating it. That allows us to hear a depth of perspectives and variety of thought and helps ensure that we can hear from everyone today. So, we are now going to hear from our speakers in panels. If you didn't hear your name called out, but you have registered, at the lunch break, just before the lunch break, we'll be doing another motion to add more speakers. So don't worry if you haven't heard your name yet. If you've registered, we'll be sure to read you out. But we will start with panel 1. So if you're here in person, the clerks will help you to the seats that are over here. And if you're online, if you can just say hello, we'll know you're there. So on panel 1, oh, and just a reminder for folks who maybe haven't spoken before, everyone will have 5 minutes to speak. I will be quite strict on that timeline today, again, just given the number of folks we have joining us. In the chambers, it will be green for the first 4 minutes, yellow for the 5th minute, and then red when your time is up. After you've spoken, please don't go anywhere. At the end of your panel, members of committee and council can ask you questions. So would love to have you around to answer those. So we've got folks moving over already. We have Nita Jalkanen, thank you. Siegfried Kirchner, thank you. You're number 2. Aaron Budnick, see you number 3. Marty Paulina, number 4. Lindsay Butterfield, number 5. Don Lonsdale, number 6. Jacob DeWang, 7. Peter Elliott, number 8. Okay. Eric Camarachi, number 9. And Justin Carter. Are you joining us online?
Justin Carter, present.
Wonderful. Dolly Sipida Montefiore. Are you joining us online? Okay, we'll come back. Brad Thiessen, in person, thank you. Sherry Tellier-Klassen, in person, thank you. Andrew Harder-Tessier, in person. And John Solstice, are you online?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you and welcome. That was so efficient. Thank you all so much. Over to Speaker Jalkanen. You have 5 minutes.
Before I begin, I had a point of order question.
I'm not sure if members of the public can do points of order. I'll get some advice on that.
Thank you, Chair. The speaker has 5 minutes to speak, so they can use their time as they wish for 5 minutes.
Okay, so we'll start your timer and you're welcome to speak to any points that you'd wish to raise.
Very well. I had registered to speak on item 1.3, and I'll try to get to that if my time allows. My name is Nita Jalkanen, and I've owned my home for 30 years. Next slide, please. Predatory involves the exploitation, injury, and subjugation of another. Next slide, please. These photos were taken last year. Next slide. It was vibrant. It was sustainable. Next slide. The first photo is what I now see from my covered veranda, the second from my pillow, and the last shows the permanent shadows now cast upon me. Next slide. Civil rights require that the law be applied equally to all. Next slide. On one hand, the zoning bylaw is completely silent on our rights and freedoms and our right to compensation when our rights are violated. On the other, the developer is allowed to profit while profoundly and negatively impacting and devaluing surrounding properties. Next slide, please. Who is upholding our civil rights and freedoms? Next slide. Property rights date to the 1800s. The enjoyment of property is guaranteed us in the Bills of Rights. The Supreme Court defines this as pure air, light, pure water, enjoyment of one's property, comfort in one's property, the value of one's property, the usefulness of one's property, etc. Next slide. The Supreme Court clearly states the municipality is not given the power to take away the rights of an owner to enjoy his property, which carries with it pure air, light, and pure water. Next slide. Pure air. Next slide. No less than 12 vents face my property, some aimed directly at my windows. Next slide. Light. A significant portion of my property will never again receive sunlight. Next slide. Human rights include our right to due process. Next slide. Due process requires you to respect all of our legal rights as citizens. Next slide. Any appeal on any grounds to the SDAB is automatically denied if the infill is within bylaw. Where is our due process? Next slide. Human rights guarantee us the protection of the law. Who is protecting us? Next slide. 6 units are not the answer. Next slide. 6 units violated my rights. Next slide. The Supreme Court confirms that others cannot be allowed to injure us or take away our rights. Next slide. The Supreme Court also says we're entitled to compensation when our property rights are violated. Next slide. What is occurring is apparently considered an abuse of rights by the Supreme Court. Next slide. This is my winter garden, before with sunlight and now with none. Next slide. Next slide. In addition to the rights violations, municipal negligence is also translating to serious financial impacts. Next slide. Concentrations of rental properties create slums and lower existing home values. Where is the oversight on rental densification within my neighborhood? Next slide. Homes within 50 meters of infill suffer an immediate devaluation, averaging $34,000 right off the top. Next slide. Financial harm is being knowingly done to Edmonton homeowners, many of whom are not affluent. Next slide. Thanks to science, sunlight is quantifiable. Each hour of sunlight adds to a dwelling's value. Taking our sun devalues our properties in hard currency. Next slide. With, say, 300 infill permits issued last year alone, $10 million worth of property damage was done to Edmonton homeowners. Next slide. With packed public hearings, as council obviously knows, which leads me to the definition of malfeasance. Next slide. Reducing mid-block units is window dressing without also addressing building height, bulk and overlook, allowable rental densification, site coverage, and without respecting our rights. Next slide. Please request a fulsome cross-Canada comparative of all major cities, not just selected ones, on key metrics. Next slide. Divine law underpins our society and legal system. Do unto others and love your neighbor. The arguments of affordability have been debunked. Affordable housing is being demolished for rentals. We are currently creating a generation of renters. The Supreme Court is clear. Your motive does not and cannot justify breaking the law. Next slide, please. My question to council on item 1.3 is to ask if any present council members, their partners or family members have an interest in any Edmonton infill rental properties or infill development related companies, and if any present council members have a partner or family member employed by city administration, including the zoning bylaw review group, and if so, in what capacity. I rest. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go next to Speaker Kirchner. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning, City Councillor. I want to start off by saying that I fully agree and understand the need for infill development, and I'm not against it. But there has to be responsible and fully planned infill projects that are allowed in neighborhoods where it fits and won't upset the current structure. There is so much land in the city that our beautiful old mature single-family neighborhoods need to be protected from these towering monstrosities. We have resided in our property for 30 years in a beautiful single-family neighborhood in West Meadowlark. Our 1,100 square foot bungalow has had numerous exterior upgrades in the past year, including solar, upgraded insulation, windows and doors, etc. We wanted to do our part to be as energy efficient and sustainable as possible. After many years of research and planning, we added a 9.68 solar system that was fully commissioned October of 2025. The panels are on the south garage and west of the house to fully utilize the maximum and strongest sun available. I add that the system fully complies with the city's zoning bylaw. With the structure that is being proposed beside us and the effect of shading created, we would need to invest an additional $10,000 to $15,000 for the solar panels on our east side roof to be added as per the solar company. We had to deal with a derelict home on the south side of us for quite some time. A developer, LABH Construction, purchased the dwelling as of October 25th. We spoke to the worker that had been spending time at the home removing all the interior drywall. He fully assured us that the home was going to be fixed or absolute worst case torn down and a nice duplex bungalow put up in its place. We were absolutely thrilled. We found out several weeks back that this was not their intention whatsoever and were being lied to from the beginning. According to the RS zone bylaw, there is a fourplex with basement suites and balconies, as well as a 4-car garage with 2 suites above it that is being built in its spot directly on the south side of us. This is totally unacceptable. I have reached out to all the homeowners in a 2-city block radius No one agrees with this development that has been proposed. Everyone agrees a duplex would be acceptable and would fit into the neighborhood. These very large two-story buildings will completely cover the sunlight for our solar system and will cover our beautiful landscape gardens, patio, lawns, and our front and backyard. The building will stick out in the front of our home 12 feet from the front of our house. I will add that we have a newly installed video security system that we use for neighborhood security watch protection, which will be null and void. These structures will shade our living room beautiful window like a dark knife, changing the nature of our grass growing conditions, impacting snow, ice, melt, etc. I should add that all of our privacy will completely be invaded by these balconies, side story windows, and tall stairs. Do you have a retirement dream? Ours is to sit, relax, and enjoy for everything that we've worked so hard to create on our property, including a beautiful backyard sanctuary, gardens with our birds, patio, privacy with beautiful high sun coverage. If this development is allowed to proceed, and our retirement dreams will be destroyed, rendering our yard a dark, gloomy place with no privacy, and we will never recover our solar investment neither. Would you want to live next to this after spending 30 years of home improvements? I implore you to all please change your bylaw rules to allow for infill where it makes sense for all that live there, not just the residents, city, and infill property. Please listen to the city residents' concerns and have some consideration, compassion, and common sense. Let's make Edmonton a fantastic place for our generation and the next ones to come. Thank you for all your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Speaker Budnick. Over to you. Microphone.
Good morning, Chair and members of committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here to ask that these reports be received for information only, not because the issues raised are unimportant, but because the reports do not provide evidence required to justify any policy change in one direction or another. They propose outcomes with significant equity implications that have not been measured. Until those gaps are addressed, advancing motions would not be evidence-based decision-making. First, what problems are being solved with the proposed amendments? Taken together, these reports introduce significant changes to how housing can be delivered in Edmonton. They restrict mid-scale development outside of nodes and corridors, reduce unit yields in the RS zone, and intentionally slow interior neighborhood infill. These are material changes. Yet there's no evidence presented demonstrating that the current zoning framework is failing, that recent infill outcomes are undermining city plan goals, or that the proposed changes improve deliverability, affordability, or alignment with city plan. In fact, the quantitative data included in the report shows that interior neighborhoods are currently delivering a large share of infill housing, while nodes and corridors are underperforming relative to the city plan intent. Constraining the parts of the city that are producing housing without evidence that the alternatives can replace that supply is not evidence-based decision planning, it is assumption. Second, early indicators suggest that the current direction is working. There are early indicators that we're seeing an increase in affordability. In fact, one of the most affordable large cities in Canada, both for renters and home buyers relative to income. Housing prices have increased moderately, but not explosively, with recent year-over-year growth in the low single digits. That indicates a balanced market, not runaway speculation. We also have a growing job market, and paired with relatively affordable housing has always been one of Edmonton's core advantages. On a personal note, I work for a technology startup. We run on lean budgets as we develop innovative products and grow Edmonton's economic diversity. Edmonton's affordability advantage is a competitive advantage for us, and it can empower our economy for decades to come. Third, there's been no evaluation and no learning. There is a deeper issue that cannot be ignored here. Zoning bylaw renewal has already been amended. No version of these rules existed long enough for a project to be completed, residents to move in, impacts to be measured, or benefits to be evaluated. We just keep tweaking the policy based on vibes. So the basic question must be asked. Has even one project been built entirely under the current rules, been completed, occupied, and evaluated for real-world outcomes? If the answer is no, and I don't see anything in the report suggesting otherwise, then these recommendations are not based on evidence. Construction impacts are not zoning failures. There are legitimate concerns around construction impacts, regardless of the type of construction. Noise, dust, traffic, parking conflicts, site management, all affect quality of life. But these are operational and enforcement issues. They're not land use failures. The report presents no data on compliance with construction standards, enforcement effectiveness, or whether existing operational tools were fully used before reducing housing capacity. Before changing zoning permissions, it would be reasonable to demonstrate that the city has exhausted the tools it already has. Fifth, who bears the harm of these changes? City Plan explicitly encourages people to live in denser housing, reduce car dependence, use transit and active modes, and make choices that support climate, health, and fiscal sustainability. Many residents are already doing exactly that, and I'm one of them. But the outcome of those recommendations is that the people doing what City Plan asks are the one who will be absorbing the greatest harms. People living in denser housing near transit, along corridors, and at nodes, people who are car light or car free experience the highest exposure to traffic danger, air pollution, noise, heat, and long-term health impacts. Meanwhile, people whose choices generate most of those harms, higher car ownership, higher vehicle use, and higher per capita infrastructure costs, are increasingly insulated from both the change and the consequence. That's not equitable. 6, the impacts are not measured. Both reports explicitly state that a comprehensive GBA plus analysis was not undertaken. So we're being asked to approve a redistribution of growth, a redistribution of harm, and a redistribution of protection without measuring who benefits and who pays. That is not a minor omission. I do understand that this was supposed to come a year later with a GBA plus analysis and it was moved forward, so it's not exactly on admin that there wasn't time for that, but it is an important consideration. So I ask, given the lack of outcome-based evidence, the absence of evaluation of completed projects, the presence of early indicators that the current approach is broadly working, and the unexamined equity impacts, is that we receive these reports for information and
Thank
make
you.
no...
Appreciate the time. We'll go next to Speaker Paulina.
Good morning. Good morning, Mayor Knack, members of council, and the committee. My name is Marty Paulina. I'm the Vice Chair of the Infill Committee at Build Edmonton Metro. My background is in urban land economics, real estate development, placemaking, and marketing. I work for a major developer across purpose-built rental, commercial, land development, and infrastructure. I also personally develop small-scale residential infill. I'm passionate about urban design, architecture, construction, and investing in my local community. I'm representing the Build Infill Committee today and sharing my experience in suburban land development, large-scale urban development, and small-scale infill development. I'm advocating for council to serve as the calm hand on the tiller, ensuring that our response to neighborhood change remains steady, predictable, and grounded in the success that we've already built. Council and administration have spent over a decade in constructive conversations to build a framework that has led to some great infill success stories. You were told we were in a housing crisis, and you prepared Edmonton better than almost any city in in Canada. Point made. Between 2021 and 2025, our population grew by over 187,000 people, as noted, over 100,000 people in those 2 years. Because of council and administration's bold decisions, the market responded with significant private investment, allowing us to house these new neighbors while maintaining the affordability that other cities, Calgary, has lost. From my experience, infill is the catalyst for renewing aging housing stock, optimizing lots, underutilized land, or even underutilized roads, parking lots, and alleys for their highest and best use based on changing consumer preferences. Without the work of private investors in small-scale infill and developers in large-scale developments, Edmonton would not have been able to maintain its national leadership in housing affordability. As council looks to refine policy, I strongly caution against overcorrecting. We must recognize that the market is already self-regulating. We're entering a phase where supply in Edmonton has already increased significantly, and the financial metrics of building 8 plexes mid-block are already tightening. Private lending institutions, CMHC, MLI Select program are continuously evolving their policies. These external financial constraints are already shaping development feasibility. When the market responds to supply and demand and lending is tightening, it creates a natural cool down. Introducing additional restrictive zoning changes now could inadvertently stifle the quality of infill in our core neighborhoods. As market forces naturally balance supply, additional regulatory layers will force builders into some difficult trade-offs. To maintain project viability, we risk seeing a sacrifice in architectural details, material choices, and overall unit livability. The very elements that ensure infill is a net positive for the community might be at risk. Infill is how young families and migrating households access well-established communities. It also provides new housing choices to residents looking to stay in their own communities as their housing requirements change. It provides housing in close proximity to schools, playgrounds, recreation centers, and connects people closer to the River Valley ravine systems and established transit. These are the amenities that support everyday livability and to keep people closer to the places of employment as well. For many, this infill housing is the only way to remain connected to the communities and services they depend on. The RS zoning policy changes being contemplated affect small-scale development feasibility and livability. Build supports maintaining current height regulations. We must be clear, basement suites cannot go deeper into the ground. Requirements for gravity-fed utilities, sanitary lines, hard finished floor for foundations. If we lower the total building heights, the basement is what gets squeezed. This forces shorter ceilings, smaller windows, and directly negatively impacts the living and viability of some of the most affordable new rental units in established communities. Like all policy, it's healthy to refine, but let's not undo a decade of our work. The calm hand on the tiller is what I'm saying. Let's allow current regulations more time to be put into action and focus our energy instead on comprehensive district planning to restore community trust on all sides. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go next to Speaker Butterfield.
Good morning, Urban Planning Committee. My name is Lindsay Butterfield, and I'm the Vice President of Government Relations and Policy for Build Edmonton Metro. Build represents 500 member companies in the land development and home building industry, and our organization has a direct stake in the growth and success of Edmonton. Our vision seeks to ensure more people and businesses choose to live, invest, and thrive here. And over the past few years, a lot of people have made that choice to live, invest, and thrive in Edmonton, more than anybody would have anticipated coming out of the COVID pandemic. That population growth, combined with the new zoning bylaw and a push by the federal government to incentivize multi-unit rentals through new financing programs, led to rapid changes in mature neighborhoods. The supporting data in attachment 1 of 7.2 shows us a compelling story about the impact of these factors. We can see that development in the RS zone surged through 2024, close to doubling between 24 and 25. What is also clear is the amount of development occurring outside of nodes and corridors, amounting to 65% of infill in 24 and 58% in 25. While I'm here representing Build, whose members have been doing an excellent job of professionally redeveloping Edmonton at all scales, I need to note that over the last few months, we have also had community groups and individual residents reach out to discuss the concerning impacts the last 2 years of infill have had on their neighborhoods. Our members take those concerns seriously as people who also live here, whose children attend the schools, who frequent the coffee shops at key nodes, and view the work of housing families with a matter of pride. The concerns being raised certainly impact their perspectives on the current state. So here's what we know. Edmonton is one of the few cities in Canada that has been able to rise to the challenge and build housing during this Canadian housing crisis. Last year, Alberta's housing starts shattered records while the rest of the country lagged behind. Edmonton is gaining population, and while immigration policy changes will slow the influx, people are still coming from other provinces. The momentum is here now. Edmonton is a great place to be, and finding new ways to grow and accommodate people is what our industry does best. Now, the nodes and corridors are a critical element of city plan with the intent that deliberate urban intensification will occur at those locations. And of course, some gentle density will occur throughout existing neighborhoods. There's a great deal of complexity inherent in the different facets of discussion framed by administration's reports. But actually, the problem is in bold and italics right there in attachment 1 of 7.2. The level of intensification has flipped from nodes and corridors to everywhere else. We need housing downtown. We need intensification deliberately staged near new LRT stations. We need the private sector to invest commensurate with investments already made by the City of Edmonton because it makes those investments worthwhile. Going back to the RS zone, I'll be clear, Build does not support reductions in building heights. We do not support the concept of a private tree bylaw coming to council for the 14th time in a decade. We do not support knee-jerk zoning changes that compromise sunk investments for both families and businesses. But we're willing to concede that a reduction in mid-block units may be the right thing to do for the time being should committee be willing to consider a better solution. We support following through with implementation of City Plan by noting that Edmonton's population will reach 1.25 million residents this year, putting us into the second population horizon of 4. Based on that target and the mismatch between the desired outcomes and the reality of how infill has occurred, Build's recommendation is to pursue dedicated district plan updates for those districts that are experiencing the most infill pressure. Community planning at the district level is key, specifically for areas undergoing significant redevelopment over the coming years. The first version of district plans were an excellent tool for removing layers of obsolete plans and creating a singular policy context for redevelopment, but they have not looked toward the future needs of communities as they actively redevelop. A critical threshold has been reached, and a more granular approach is needed that considers local context, the intensification goals outlined for nodes and corridors, and the need to densify less intensely in the interior parts of neighborhoods. Our association is more than happy to participate in this work to set guidance that is absent from the existing district plans and is difficult to implement through zoning. The tool to implement the challenges that you will hear about today is through a district planning process. While zoning has a role to play, it can only do so much on a site-by-site basis. Edmonton needs to consider the neighborhood and the district scale. Thank you for your attention. Look forward to questions.
Thank you. Next is Speaker Lonsdale.
Okay, I have a presentation to share. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Dawn Lonsdale, and I am the Chief Development Officer at Excel Society. Excel has been providing supportive housing for vulnerable individuals for over 50 years across many different neighborhoods in Edmonton. We are currently developing an infill project in the Baldwin community. While our project requires no variances, proposed changes to the RS zone could do harm to future supportive living projects. Next slide, please. Currently, the zoning allows 4 floors, crucial for accommodating 19 sleeping units without losing accessibility or comfort. Allowing 4 dwelling units per lot supports efficient clustering, essential to the supportive housing model. This model meets key points of the City of Edmonton's affordable housing strategy. The current zoning allows slight coverage increase, enabling inclusion of communal and support spaces in a compact footprint. Next slide, please. Reducing permitted building height removes entire floors, cutting sleeping units, and harming project feasibility and impact. Allowing fewer than 4 dwelling units per lot would undermine the viability of the project. Introducing minimum sleeping unit sizes restricts design flexibility, potentially preventing safe and affordable layouts. Next slide, please. Supportive housing is not the same as overcrowded or poorly managed rental housing. These developments are purpose-built, designed from the ground up for long-term stability and resident well-being. They're operated by mission-driven, non-profit, or community-based organizations, not profit-driven landlords. Next slide, please. Residents receive structured supports such as case management and help with daily living. These supports create a more stable, safe living environment. The services also help residents maintain housing success over the long term. Next slide, please. Maintaining the current 4-story height limit of 10.5 meters is essential for achieving adequate supportive housing unit counts. Allowance of at least 4 dwelling units per standard lot with options tied to lot size for flexibility and fairness. Supportive housing should continue to have slightly increased site coverage to accommodate programming and communal spaces. Next slide, please. Zoning changes should avoid unintentionally harming supportive housing. Council should prevent harmful developments while enabling supportive housing to proceed responsibly. Adding additional development conditions specific to supportive housing would allow such projects to be slightly higher, have slightly more site coverage, and potentially allow more housing units than other permitted uses in the RS zone. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Speaker DeWang.
Just have a presentation. All right. Morning, councillors. My name is Jacob DeWong, and I'm an advocate with Grow Together Edmonton. We are a grassroots volunteer organization that advocates for making housing affordable through building more homes in the places people want to live. Next slide. I want to start off with this framing. The purpose of a policy is what it does. At the end of the day, no matter what the declared intentions, what really matters is the outcomes this policy drives for Edmontonians. Next slide. The debate we're having today over the RS zone needs to be viewed through this lens. We've had this policy for around 2 years now, and we have a lot of comparables in cities around the world. On the one hand, we've started heading down a path of affordability, diverse housing options in neighborhoods, equity, inclusion, and climate. On the other hand, we could declare we care about all the things on the left and throw it all away for the outcomes on the right. It doesn't matter how much we declare we care or support the things on the left if we're steering towards the right. Do we need more homes or fewer homes in the places that people want to live? If the answer is more homes, then any policy that moves us towards fewer needs to be rejected. Next slide. So our recommendations are to double down on successful policy outcomes and start expanding successful policy outcomes to our nodes and corridors. So first is to reject the proposed amendments from administration in their entirety, as they will result in fewer homes in the places where we need them. The second one is to deal away with all this silly 8, 6, 4, 10 unit nonsense and just move towards focusing on the outside of the building. What are the impacts? We can debate about this. We'll probably disagree, but at least we're not dealing with these arbitrary numbers. When it comes to nodes and corridors, we need to direct administration to activate them. Next slide. So, how is the RS zone done? Next slide. What is the RS zone to begin with? Well, it's been a series of compromises. It has a lot of regulations that have been changed last year in July. The other significant zone is outside the Henday, the RSF zone, which has no unit cap and much more permissive regulations. Next slide. What were the results of the, next slide please. What were the results of the RS zone? So we built a lot more homes, especially in mature neighborhoods. This is good. This is letting people live where they want to live. Not everyone wants a single family home outside the Henday with a yard, and this is evidence of this. Next slide. We're also building near transit. Where are these homes being built? Where are the 5 to 8 unit row homes? It traces the path of the LRT, basically. Next slide. This is a cumulative distribution chart. It basically up and to the left means more people living near transit. 2025 is a record year, thanks to the zoning bylaw. Do we want these things or do we not? Next. We're building larger units. Administration's presentation shows that half of units are 3-bedroom and larger units. This is a good thing. Next. Next slide, please. I was going to say a previous slide on that. Basically, we've redeveloped 0.39% of properties and ended up with this result. It really is an incremental change that administration says we want. And then one last note on the lot area per home regulation. Even taking part of administration's regulations would put in jeopardy a ton of homes. Next slide. So let's talk about nodes and corridors for a minute because I feel this needs to be said. Next slide. So what administration are right when you look at the percentage of homes built in nodes and corridors versus outside. But when you look at the actual absolute number, you see that actually we're actually trending upwards, and 2025 is the 3rd largest year on record for nodes and corridors. Instead of trying to decrease this blue line outside of nodes and corridors, can't we just expand successful policy outcomes to within nodes and corridors? Next slide, please. So this is something I've been talking about for years now. We need a better supportive nodes and corridors policy, and as of right nodes and corridors policy, just like for the rest of the city. We need to have an actual transit-oriented housing policy, which we do not have. Let's look at BC and Ontario. Next slide. So this brings us back to our recommendations. We need a transit-oriented housing policy within 800 meters of every LRT station, just like BC and Ontario, and get on with the rest of the priority growth area rezonings. Keep what's giving people housing choice in the RS zone and start activating our nodes and corridors. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Peter Elliott.
Hello, Mayor and acting councillors. My name is Peter Elliott, and I live in an infill fourplex in Allendale. I work full-time, and I'm taking a vacation day to be here and ask you to reject these proposed amendments in their entirety. When I last spoke about these amendments to council, I heard many arguments in favor of reducing the RS zone unit cap from 8 to 6. The most relevant of these are disputes about parking, built form, and unit size. I will focus on these points today. I live on 106th Street. In Allendale and Queen Alexandria, 106th Street is just about half redeveloped into multifamily housing. Despite the protected bike lanes limiting parking on 106th Street, there are no issues with parking on side streets. I am able to park directly in front of my house on the adjoining street. However, the city did not do a review of infill parking, so we are left here to guess only with the experiences of individuals. Some people may argue that infills are ugly, but built form and unit count are completely separate issues that can be regulated separately. Single-family home builders face the same pressure to use cheaper building techniques and maximize home size. But yet the large cubic single-family homes that we see in our neighborhoods face no backlash. The only argument for reduced unit counts that seemed to be concerned with the residents of these units themselves was that developers would build small shoebox, one-bedroom units that renters didn't want. But the city's own data shows that in 94% of row house developments, at least half of the units have 3 or more bedrooms, and row housing has made up the vast majority of new permits in 2025. Any of these purported issues could have been fixed with targeted regulation. What reducing unit caps really does is exclude people. With less housing in our mature neighborhoods, some people will choose to live with more roommates than they would like. Some people will choose smaller or poorer quality housing, and a small few will be pushed into homelessness. But most will be literally marginalized into the periphery of Edmonton or onto busy streets, so-called nodes and corridors. This is not a small number of people. More than half of all households in Edmonton live in something other than a single-family home. Some may argue that neighborhoods are changing too fast, but in reality we've used zoning to suppress change for decades. Since 1971, as Edmonton's population has more than doubled, our mature neighborhoods have almost universally lost population. If anything, the zoning bylaw does not do enough to remedy this imbalance. So today I ask this of you. Instead of lowering the unit cap from 8 to 6, remove it entirely. Instead of recommending that council support rezonings in nodes and corridors, rezone them automatically so that denser housing can be built by right. Instead of setting a unit cap based on lot size, remove setback and lot coverage restrictions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Speaker Camerati.
Good morning, Mayor, councillors, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I would like to point out that I am taking time away from work today to speak at this public hearing and want to acknowledge that I'm privileged to be able to do that while many others who would like to speak aren't able due to the format of public hearings. Up front, I'll say that I think that the proposed changes should be rejected in their entirety on the basis of making it more difficult to build this missing middle style of housing that Edmonton needs. As Jacob has shown in his extensive data analysis, Edmonton is moving in the right direction when it comes to building the style of housing that has been missing for so long. This housing being built is also subject only to the changes that were made in July last year. So it's still too early for people to get a sense of what effect these changes will have on the neighborhoods where they are being built. Not only is the explicit unit reduction limiting what can be built, but the floor size per unit makes that even more difficult as well. But I'm going to assume you're already aware of that, as builders have also already said as much. I don't know how many of the people complaining about these so-called small units actually live in them, but from personal experience, the 2-bedroom unit that I own and live in is just over 75 square meters, and I don't feel like that space is too small. If the idea that this size limit is to get more multi-bedroom units built, maybe the size limit should be tied to that, or we should update the building code to allow for things like single-stair access buildings, but I don't think raising it to 90 square meters will solve that issue. Similarly, with the height reduction, I would remove the hard cap of 8 units on a single lot altogether and the minimum lot area per dwelling unit. There should be a range of housing to live in. We shouldn't be stuck to a one-size-fits-all model. This is the same with other commodities. How many people would be upset if we limited how big someone's car or truck could be? Roads only have a limited amount of space after all. On that note, if we were to stop making new cars or limit the supply, people would understand that their car prices would go up. Also, I imagine that the only option to get around, if the only option to get around was a large SUV, even when that is both too expensive and too big for many people, why don't we have the same understanding when it comes to housing? Now, the vast majority of new infill built is being built within a 1 kilometer or 2 radius of an LRT station, as Jacob also shows in his data. This helps us take advantage of the investments we've already made in our transportation infrastructure. This can help with the modal shift by having people live car-free, car-light, or by making it easier for people already living that way. It would help in achieving the city's climate goals and Vision Zero as well. Similarly, if people are using cars less, that means parking and traffic are less of an issue. Just look at the traffic added to the return to office of Government of Alberta employees and people having to drive into work. It's not dense housing that causes traffic, it's people needing to drive everywhere. The same goes for building new neighborhoods past the Henday, where there's very little transit or LRT access. That traffic will funnel into the city when people need to go anywhere. Administration should develop a transit-oriented housing policy integrated into the district policy, with the goal of having a clear as-of-right rules to permit higher density homes within an 800-meter distance from every mass transit station. I'm not a developer, but I'd like to live in a city that is affordable and where I can choose what kind of home that suits my life. There is a vicious cycle of reducing housing, transportation options, pushing people and buildings further apart and away from the city center, meaning people will have to drive more and have space to park their vehicles. I don't think we should be doing what Toronto or Vancouver are doing either, where we only build towers or small houses, nothing in between. We should at the very least wait a little longer to assess the effects of the current rules and get over the hill of hysteria. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Speaker Carter.
And I do have a presentation.
Great, that's
all right. Thank you, councillors. That's it. Yep. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I am a homeowner in Greenfield, and I oppose the proposed changes to the RS zone. I wanted to start by asking all of you to consider a question. What are you doing here on council? And what I mean by that is that there are two competing models of how you as elected officials are supposed to or conceived of as operating. Next slide, please. I'm going to be intentionally inflammatory here and call model number one the performing seal model. You're here to do whatever the electorate tells you to do. Model number two is the professional policymaking model. You're selected or elevated by the electorate to make informed, independent decisions that prioritize the public good. Now, I prefer model number two, but let's just consider how you would behave under model number one. I would like to point out that we just had an election. Those of you who ran as incumbents and were regarded as the pro-infill candidates, you all won, and some of you won majorities. By contrast, there were two parties that ran candidates with a strong anti-infill message. PACE members, would you please raise your hands? There's nothing. Better Edmonton members? No one, at least on this committee. Next slide, please. Now, this is not a surprise, right? Polling before the election showed that infill was not a policy priority for the majority of voters. Tax growth was. You were probably receiving calls and messages from a minority opposing infill, but they are just that, a minority of voters. They probably didn't vote for most of you. And if you're thinking that they will stop complaining about infill because you pass these proposed changes to zoning bylaw renewal, they won't. And you know this. You were just out canvassing door to door. Did anyone opposing infill strongly at the door tell you that a reduction to 6 units mid-block was going to make them happy and satisfy them on this issue? I doubt it. I've been following social media commentary on this and going to public events on this topic since ZBR was passed, and the overwhelming majority of people opposing infills are of the opinion that the only thing that should replace a single-family home is another single-family home, maybe a duplex. I'll maybe take a step back there and say that people opposing infill should be given some consideration. They're members of the public. And I do like some of the policies that accommodate without reducing density. So Mayor Knack proposed further investment in bylaw enforcement around building sites. That sounds great. I love it. Get it done. But I personally want you all to behave more under model number two. And if we consider zoning bylaw renewal from this perspective, the real question I have to ask is, like, I'm sorry, why are we having a hearing on this? Shouldn't we be having a party? Next slide, please. The numbers are in, and the numbers show that ZBR has been a massive success. It seems like there's nothing but bad news on the housing policy front in Canada, and Edmonton has scored the most significant policy win in the country. I'm willing to bet that some people thought the goal of 50% of new development happening in the redeveloping area was just ridiculous, but we're doing it. Next slide, please. Councillors, I took the liberty of preparing some proposed marketing collateral for the housing infill party. So councillors, if you want to get this done, reach out to me. Let's have a party. Returning to the policymaking perspective, though, we identified a problem with housing affordability and sprawl and the growth of capital maintenance obligations in this city. We spent years developing a solution in the city plan ZBR, and then we passed it, and we've seen tremendous success. But obviously, we're not done yet. This is a graph showing the densities of major cities across the globe. It's taken from an Australian publication. And there's Edmonton right near the bottom. At least we're beating Perth. I know that many of you are hearing from your constituents about their concerns over tax levy increases. And you all know what this graph means with respect to tax levy growth. We have to move up that chart, and ZBR is the way to do it. Next slide, please. The last time you considered an amendment to reduce the mid-block unit limit from 8 to 6, I presented this slide, and I want to bring it back now. I asked at the time if any of you could articulate the rationale for the number 6, because there wasn't one on this slide. You just directed council to you directed a change from 8 to 6, and you voted on it. But there was no rationale here. Next slide, please. Has anything meaningful changed? Nope, there's nothing new here. There's still no actual rationale for this proposed change other than council asked us for it. So I have to ask again, can any of you stand up and explain in clear terms why we should change an incredibly impactful and successful bylaw and what makes 6 units mid-block the right number? If you cannot do that, and you see yourselves as policy-making professionals, then you should vote against these changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Has Speaker Sepida Montufar been able to join us? No, we can come back if needed. Next is Speaker Thiessen.
Hi, Mayor Knack and councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Brad Thiessen. I live in an RS neighborhood near the university area that already contains 2 eightplexes, and I'm here to respectfully ask you to reject the proposed change to reduce the number of permitted units in the RS zone from 8 to 6. So I'd like to just start with my own experience. So my family and I were only able to move into the core of the city because of infill making it possible. Without this type of development, we would have been pushed farther out. But now, because we live closer to work, school, and transit, we drive significantly less and we can walk and bike more. We spend more time outdoors as a family. My wife is able to walk our kids both to school and to her work, so we're just healthier, more active, and we actually know our neighbors now, which is great. So this experience is why this issue matters so much to me, but I also want to talk about what residents and voters also said. As mentioned in previous speeches, top issues from the last election were affordability, housing availability, and property taxes. Higher density in the core neighborhoods helps with all of these concerns. It increases housing supply, supports affordability, and makes better use of existing infrastructure. Reducing the number of permitted units does nothing to help this. Again, so many of the fears around eightplexes are not really lining up with what I've seen in my neighborhood. One common concern is that eightplexes take up all the parking, but again, my street has 2 eightplexes and there's still plenty of street parking. I could have a giant party of 20 people all driving with single cars and there'd be plenty of parking. The streets are not packed with cars. Part of this is because infills are built in central walkable areas where people don't need cars. Even if parking does end up being a concern, there's better solutions than simply reducing the number of homes. Another concern, again, is loss of trees and green space. However, in my neighborhood, the eightplexes actually had more trees and better landscaping than the bungalows they replaced. So again, if tree retention is a concern, the solution should not be reducing fewer homes. It should be better landscaping and tree protection policies. There's also worries again about neighborhood character and noise. These houses don't stand out. They're not towers. They're just regular homes. They fit into the street, and in my opinion, they improve the character with newer facades, better lighting, and more people actually invested in the neighborhood. Ironically, the biggest source of traffic and noise in our neighborhood comes from commuters driving in from far away because housing near the core is limited and expensive. So when people can live closer to where they want to work or study, they drive less. Again, so to me, this proposal is trying to solve the wrong problem. If there are issues with design or parking, those should be addressed directly with better standards and targeted policies. Reducing the number of allowed units is just simply a blunt tool that reduces housing supply in the core of the city where it makes the most sense to build. If we truly care about sustainability, affordability, and active transportation, then allowing more homes in walkable, established neighborhoods must be part of the solution, not the problem. My family's life is better because we're able to live more centrally, and I want other families to have the same opportunity. So I respectfully urge you to reject this motion. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Speaker Tellier-Clausen.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for having me here today. My name is Cherie Tellier-Clausen, and I'm here speaking on behalf of the Women's Advisory Voice of Edmonton, otherwise known as WAVE. As you know, we are a City Council Advisory Committee. I'm the co-chair of the Policy Subcommittee, whose mandate is to review and advise on city policies with a gender equity and diversity lens. Housing policy is a major focus for our committee, as the people we represent have a higher core housing need than many other residents in the city, and we have concerns with these proposed amendments. I will note that today I'm speaking from a place of privilege as a settler and as a white woman who's self-employed and who can take time off work to be here. I'm speaking for women, mothers, racialized women, gender diverse people, and those who do not have that privilege to be here or even understand the intricacies of land zoning and land use as I do. I see very few women here today and no racialized women. As a single woman who is primarily responsible for my young adult child, I have a lived experience of searching for multifamily housing that meets our needs. Due to a car accident a few years ago, I no longer own a vehicle and I can't drive. So we need to live in a neighborhood that has access to amenities, transit, and that's affordable. I can tell you that's very limited in our city. I currently live in a 3-bedroom townhouse, which is a 14-plex, that was built in 2024 and is exactly in the neighborhood that fits our needs, Bonnie Doon. However, the options in the vicinity were very limited and not very affordable. We need more housing options like this for me and my family, not less. Today, I'm sharing our concerns with regards to the proposed amendments, and we have learned that city administration did not have sufficient time to do a gender-based analysis on the proposed amendments, and this is stated right in the reports. However, in the recent zoning bylaw renewal process, the city did do this type of analysis over the course of several years. I know this because I was part of the GBA Plus Advisory Committee for zoning bylaw renewal, which was completed in 2023. Our main concerns with the lack of fulsome comprehensive engagement and analysis to fully inform administration and City Council on potential impacts of these zoning amendments. For the first time in nearly 60 years, the city underwent a very comprehensive analysis and engagement process with zoning bylaw renewal in efforts to make the city's housing and land use some of the most equitable and accessible in the country. And as a result, we have a zoning policy that has been regarded as some of the most forward-thinking and inclusive for growing cities. Being part of this process was so educational for me as a layperson and as a woman, being able to provide my lived experience in how our city grows and how my kids grow in the city. I want to reiterate what is stated in the Municipal Government Act. The Municipal Government Act prohibits municipalities from regulating land use based on the users of the land. Put another way, municipalities may regulate the built environment, but not the people who use that environment. This is a vital point to remind you as our elected officials who represent every person in the city, and particularly the need to recognize the most vulnerable. Being a city for all of us means that our elected officials need to remember to consider an equity lens in every single decision you make. We know that the revised zoning bylaw has sparked growth in housing, as noted earlier today, and specifically multifamily housing and more 3-bedroom housing options. This is a positive trend for providing more housing in a city that has seen unprecedented growth. This is vital policy development that supports the work we do at WAVE, advocating for equitable and inclusive policy for women and gender diverse people. What is alarming is that lack of analysis, data, and engagement with equity-seeking groups for those amendments. WAVE was not consulted on these proposed amendments, and we are speaking here today to bring that to the attention of committee and council. By rushing these amendments through, the city does not know what the impacts might be for equity-seeking groups like those we represent. We know that women, and particularly racialized women, are in the greatest need of core housing. We know that people from those groups don't often speak at council. They're not here today. Nor do they have an understanding, privilege, or capacity to meaningfully engage in city policies. This is why I'm here today, to speak on behalf of those people and to urge committee to not proceed with these amendments before completing a comprehensive analysis. Please consider those impacts that more restrictive zoning may have on women and gender diverse people seeking housing options in our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Speaker Harder Tessier.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Andrew Hart-Tessier. I'm here to advocate for the stability of our housing market and the survival of our most vulnerable residents. The proposal to reduce the unit cap for mid-block buildings from 8 to 6 is not a minor cosmetic change. It is a strategic barrier that will directly contribute to Edmonton's homelessness crisis and undermine its physical health of our city. I'm here to present 4 points for maintaining the 8-unit limit and why reducing it would be destructive. Point number 1, the most critical reason to keep the cap at 8 units is the ease of development. These buildings are currently permitted developments. This means that they are built across the city without the expensive, time-consuming, and often toxic rezoning processes that allow few loud voices to block housing for the many. When you reduce the limit to 6 units, you are forcing larger, more efficient buildings into the discretionary rezoning category. This hands a veto to NIMBYs who prioritize their view or property values over the life-saving need for housing, such as, actually I'll leave that there, but we need 8 plexes to remain a permitted right so that we can build the housing we need at the speed the crisis demands. Point number 2, Edmonton is facing record high homelessness, and we know that the primary driver is the gap between income and rent. Basic economics tells us that when we split the cost of land and construction among 8 families instead of 6, the individual rent becomes more attainable. Every time we limit density, we artificially inflate rent for low-income Edmontonians. A $100 or $200 increase in monthly rent is the difference between a home and an encampment for some. By choosing 6 units over 8, the committee would be choosing to manufacture scarcity and, by extension, manufacturing homelessness. Point number 3, we also have to talk about the engineering reality of our city. Edmonton already has a larger physical footprint than Toronto, despite having a fraction of the population. This sprawl is a physical time bomb. Every time a single-family suburbs every new single-family suburb we build requires kilometers of new roads, pipes, and power lines that the city must maintain forever. We already see our services, like snow removal, as we saw a couple weeks ago, struggling to keep up with the massive footprint. Density is the only way to generate enough tax revenue per square meter to pay for the services Edmontonians expect. Fighting density isn't just bad for renters, it's bad for every taxpayer in the city. Point number 4. Finally, we must address the philosophy of housing. In Canada, real estate has become a dead asset, an investment vehicle that extracts wealth from the working class and traps it in property values rather than circulating it in the local economy. When a young person or a low-income worker spends half their income on rent, that is money that isn't being spent on Edmonton's small businesses or used to start new ones. We need to stop making real estate such a lucrative speculative bubble and start treating it as a basic utility, a roof over every Edmontonian's head. In conclusion, restricting these buildings to 6 units serves only to protect the status quo for those who already have a home, at the direct expense of those who do not. I urge you to maintain the 8-unit limit. Doing so is a direct commitment to increase supply and lowering the barrier of entry for our most vulnerable, students, new families, and the thousands of Edmontonians who are currently living just one rent hike away from homelessness. I thank you for having me.
Thank you. And our last speaker, Speaker Saltis, joining us online.
Hi, thank you. Dear committee and council members, my name is John Saltis. I'm a local data scientist living in McKernan. I ride my bike to work and back year-round, and my other main form of transportation is a pair of running shoes. Thank you for this opportunity to speak today. I would also like to thank administration for bringing proposals forward and in effect acknowledging that infill policies can be improved. We're in effect listening to the growing chorus of concerns on infill. We are all talking about things that affect the lives of everyday people across the city, from mental health, enjoyment of property, and mutual prosperity. These proposals are not a sign of us going backwards or rolling things back or denying people housing. This is just another growth in housing evolution in Edmonton. So let's talk about it. First, I feel compelled to correct a recent statistic you may have heard that only 0.39% of RS lots inside the Henday have become a complex of 5 to 8 units. This is misleading because the stat only considers 2025, which is less than half the whole time under the new bylaw, and it only considers RS lots in the numerator, but the denominator only includes all the lots inside the Henday, not just RS. And the result is a diluted percentage. It also does not point out that this activity is not uniform across the city. In McKernan, the actual figure is 5.7%, which might seem small, but consider this is only a short time frame for this to happen, and that almost none of that happened around nodes and corridors in McKernan. It happened in the interior, in mid-block. Second, in terms of the idea of limiting the maximum units mid-block from 8 to 6, the idea is very much appreciated, as I think it is a good conversation starter. So let's ask, what are we trying to fix by going to 6? Concerns with 8 plexes in the past brought to council have been varied, but the main common ones are the size of the building compared to those around it, shadowing, blocking new solar panels, issues with stormwater drainage, raising all the trees on the lot to make room for one massive building, and lack of fit in the surrounding community. But if the maximum allowed size of the building stays the same, then going to a unit max of 6 would not alleviate any of these concerns. A big Lego block with 6 units inside is the same as a big Lego block with 8 units inside. The only thing a cap of 6 would do is reduce a few cars and a few less green and black bins at the back. But responses from past public hearings are that parking and waste bins are not real concerns related to infill, because those who live in these 8 plexes and so on will probably not have cars, will use public transit, and also that a waste collection strategy is being developed, I've heard. In other words, 8 to 6 might be the polite way to talk about the issue, the real issue, but it is the size of the building that is the elephant in the room, pun intended. With those main concerns in mind, please propose the following amendments for debate. 1, introduce stronger massing and setback controls. 2, height reduction from 10.5 to 9.5 meters, especially given the survey results we heard this morning. Height is a key concern. I'm surprised that admin is recommending keeping it at 10.5, but please listen to the results of your outreach and reduce the max to 9.5 meters. 3rd, reduce massing by separating the 45% site coverage into 2 buildings. 4th, support the increase in site area per dwelling from 75 square meters to 90 square meters and 80 square meters on corner lots. 5, cap mid-block principal units at 4 units and allow up to 2 additional units as backyard housing depending on lot size. Again, the unit cap needs to be done in unison with these other amendments in order to alleviate the host of issues I listed earlier. And I want to point that these would apply to those monster single-family homes as well, not just multiplexes. At the same time, we need to recognize that we are only talking about RS lots. But the more we try to tighten RS mid-block policy, the more we inadvertently push developers to resort to lot splitting or applying to upzone a lot to RSM or bigger. So at the same time, let's look at what it takes to qualify for RSM. So I do support the proposal to focus on 2.5.2.4, but if 2.5.26 is kept, I would suggest 1, requiring a minimum of 3 checks instead of 2 to qualify for the upzoning, and remove the criteria adjacent to a site zoned for greater than small scale development, as this would stop the mid-block domino effect. Or keep all the criteria as is, keep it needing to meet 2, but make it mandatory that one of them has to be located in or within 100 meters of an odor corridor. This would go a long way to addressing the trend identified in the city about more infill happening outside nodes and corridors, not in. Finally, please allow for some discretion in council decision making. Thank you very much for your time and consideration. Let's continue to evolve.
Thank you. I'll do a final call for Dolly Cepeda-Montefer. If you're not seeing them, so we will add them to our last panel if they're able to join later. But that concludes the speakers from our first panel. Really appreciate all the presentations. And again, thank you everyone for your close attention and excellent decorum. I'll ask council colleagues to sign up for questions. Councillor Jens.
Thank you very much. Guest DeWong, I appreciate the data and the links you've been sending council with the reports and the stats. You mentioned activating nodes and corridors. You're certainly aware of our priority growth area work because you spoke about that as well too. Is that not sufficient?
I mean, clearly not. On one hand, we've seen a slight increase in nodes and corridors, and the priority growth area work that's just happened needs time to actually be to see the effects from it. And actually, the city plan does say that until 1.25 million, growth will probably look as business as usual and guided by existing plans. So we need to do more work in activating these areas, these nodes and corridors, have an as-of-right policy that makes it just as easy to build there. Because we say we want more growth in those areas, but then every time something's proposed outside a priority growth area, it has to go through the whole rezoning process, get put on trial at a public hearing. If we truly want growth, more growth in nodes and corridors, why is it put on trial every single time? And same around LRT stations. We don't have a transit-oriented housing policy.
So what you're suggesting is sort of an expanded priority growth area or like a upzoning around nodes and corridors automatically?
Yeah, we should do the rest of the nodes and corridors all as priority growth areas, as well as within walking distance of LRT stations.
Okay, I appreciate that. That's probably a secondary conversation. If I can go to guest Lonsdale, I really appreciate. Are they still with us?
Right here.
Oh, thank you. Really appreciate the work you're doing there and just how you're serving the community and providing such a critical service. Just wondering though, I was a bit confused. Is what you're doing allowed by right now or not? Like, can the project you shared, can that go ahead right now?
The project we shared can, but in the last slide, I presented a few communities where we may have some situations with site coverage.
Because the lot is not big enough?
That's correct.
So what you're suggesting is a variance for,
We're looking for exemptions for supportive
Exemptions.
housing, very specific to supportive housing.
okay, so this would be the RS zone.
The RS
unless
zone.
you're doing supportive housing, in which case you can have the following modifiers,
That's correct.
which are the ones you shared.
That's correct.
But the project you shared right now has been allowed to proceed in
Yes.
at least one case.
Yes.
Okay,
Thank you.
yeah, and I'll yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark.
Great, thank you. Appreciate everybody sharing your experiences, like really well done, varied opinions here, but I think if I'm hearing everyone correctly, you know, some of the things with infill the city's doing is getting us to where we need to be in Canada, so I appreciate those. I want to start with speakers 4 and 5 with Lindsay and Marty. I kind of want to shift this conversation to a little bit of investment and where we're going in questions. From your opinion, if we took these changes that Min's having, what would that do for investment in the infill developments? Like, how would that negatively hurt it or positive? Where are we going on? I just want your kind of take on that.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Clark. From like an urban land economics perspective, a blunt unit cap, it doesn't change the size of the building, it just changes the price of the units. So you end up with fewer, more expensive homes rather than a variety of options for different income levels. That's sort of my static answer here. I think I might just add the cost of land is significant. It's going to change the locations chosen for development, and it will change how many units are built and where investments are made.
Okay, just follow up with that. I mean, we've seen how housing starts and trends are going kind of across Canada and major markets, right? And I don't know where Edmonton is on that. We'll find out in 6 months or so, really, to see. So I guess kind of if investment is going to be a little bit more narrow and focused and selective, and kind of what Min's presenting to us is saying, we want to try to direct it, maybe not as much here and maybe over here on nodes and corridors, because that's a bigger focus for us, right? I guess my question to you is like, can we have both, or should we pick one or the other?
That's a challenging question to answer, Councillor Clark. I think, you know, first of all, we're not necessarily great at forecasting. We do know that 2026 is supposed to be more of a balanced market, and so I think what we're anticipating is that there will be a course correction. There will be less volume, especially on some of the larger units, and especially for rentals, because there's been changes in the ways that those federal financing programs are being administered. So I think the market may take care of some element of this. Marty, I don't know if you want to add to that.
I would agree. I think there's certainly massive investments being done around transit-oriented developments and where amenities exist, like recreation centers. So I think that will continue, but we still, I'd say, need housing of all sizes in many locations as well.
Yeah, I guess kind of my lens with it is if the market hasn't, you know, I've got heard a lot of the market will kind of correct these decisions, and I think some of that might be true as the appetite is we're seeing people build parking stalls and that for a lot of these infill units. But if the market like isn't going to correct this, where it's going to be more focused on nodes and corridor, is that a role question that we step in, you know, as city administration and suggest that this is where it is to try to kind of more direct that investment?
Yeah, and I think from Build's perspective, the challenge with doing that on a zoning level is you're looking at individual sites. And so that's where we're saying there's a planning process being missed here. And you have a great tool at your disposal, which is the district plans. And there's an opportunity to leverage that, to hear from community, to hear from the investment side and people who are doing the development and building, and take all of that and use it to inform what is the future of these neighborhoods. Because what we know right now is what it looks like today. But what is the future? What does it look like in 25 years? That's a conversation that has yet to be had.
Okay, and then, well, I got a quick question. Speaker number 3, Aaron, just quickly, I know you're a big bike advocate, transit advocate. Just kind of question, what in your opinion, quickly, like what's stopping Edmontonians from using transit options or not their car more?
Oftentimes, it's just being able to be close enough to a transit stop or close enough to a bike lane or close enough to a destination that you could use those modes. So as you get pushed out farther and farther as the city sprawls, transit from Chappelle is rather difficult. You're not going to bike from Secord downtown. So being able to live closer to the places you want to be allows you to explore those other more sustainable options.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I think I want to stick with Marty, speaker number 4, with build, because one of the things that I've been really grappling with as we've been, seeing the implementation of the zoning bylaw and the argument for the renewal and like being a little bit more market focused as opposed to let the market dictate what the market needs, is this MLI select component, because I think it has actually put a bit of the market argument on its head. Would you first of all agree with that or not?
It's definitely influenced the market. That program has had an impact.
But so for example, when I'm talking about this is we hear about the concerns about parking, and the argument was, well, if you don't have parking minimums, the market will still demand parking because people still want parking. But I have seen a lot of, and I did an inquiry that showed that we're actually not seeing a lot of parking, especially on those MLI select ones, because they need to maximize the site coverage for housing, which is fair. It's fair. We've talked about the housing crisis we're in, all those other things, but the market argument seems to fall flat in that case.
We're seeing lenders and financial institutions implementing their own parking regulations on applications. And yes, there are developments that I would say haven't optimized their parking in the best way. But the majority of developers that are investing in this type of product, they do understand market demand. They do understand the requirements of what people need for vehicles, especially for larger units, and they are putting in parking.
Okay, and then you said that there was some changes recently to the MLI Select that will also create a bit of a cooling off. What are those? Because I think it's important for us to know in the context of our policy making, those intersections.
To be clear, I don't work for CMHC, so I can't list everything specifically, but the
Well,
most,
the ones that you're
the most
aware
relevant
of.
one that I'm aware of is they're looking for more lease up in the product to have more leasing success prior to providing additional funding. That's the most relevant one that I would mention.
Okay. Okay, and then,
So less speculation, more proof that you're actually building for a market.
okay. No, I appreciate that. And then I want to go to Ms. Speaker Duong. You mentioned in your presentation that most multi-units are being built within 1 to 2 kilometers from an LRT. And I would agree with you for the most part, but I am seeing an anomaly, and one of the things we're not really talking about with housing is land value and how that impacts and influences where housing is actually built. So I'm actually seeing a lot of neighborhoods in the ward that I represent that have lower land value, not anywhere close to LRT, with a higher proportion of multi-units being built there. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, that's definitely one of the things that I remarked with doing the data analysis. Prince Charles is definitely up there. There's different factors. Again, this looks at the general citywide trend.
Because Kensington, for example, was one of the highest neighborhoods to increase in the property assessments in 2026. And I guarantee you it is because
of people buying infill for property for redevelopment and infill has increased the whole neighborhood's overall assessment.
Yeah, that can happen. I think when it comes to, I'm not quite sure what exactly you're getting at, to be honest. But
yeah, I just think
like, yeah, go ahead.
I think that like the idea that I'm just trying to grapple with this idea that yes, we want it in nodes and corridors, but we also want people to be able to live anywhere and have those choices. But the idea that it's equally distributed, like Glenora is close to an LRT line or will be soon, but that those land values are so high that the idea that somebody can actually truly afford that is very minimal versus a place not close to LRT like Kensington, where the land value is lower, is where you're going to see more affordable housing options being provided.
Right, I guess it's relative to what is currently there. So can I afford to buy a single family home in Glenora? No, but maybe I could rent one. Even my salary is not like, I have a good salary and I couldn't buy one, but I could rent one.
Thank you. I'm out of time.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks to all of our speakers for their presentations and submissions. I'll start with Speaker Budnick. I think you raised the question just around have projects been built under the current rules as of the most recent changes to actually be evaluated. I guess I'm just looking for a little more on that piece. Is it just a matter of sort of timing and being able to see some of those changes actually reflected in the real world?
Yeah, I mean, those changes were only made, if I remember correctly, in June. And my understanding is the development cycle is often 12 months or something like that to go from a permit to a built unit and someone moving in. And if we're going to say these are causing harm to the neighborhoods and there's problems that we need to address, we need to have time for these units to be built under the rules, people to move into them and see what parking or other impacts are happening on the neighbors. And it hasn't been that long yet, so I don't know that anything permissible today has been built and moved into yet.
Okay, I see. Thanks for the clarity on that. I think that's a good line of questioning for administration as well. I'll stick with Speaker Budnick as well. So you spoke about some of the equity issues of pushing density to the outside of neighborhoods. And we also have a nodes and corridors approach sort of embedded in city plan. How do we square that? Is it a both and conversation? How are you interpreting that?
I do think it is a both and conversation. Certainly some intensification in the nodes and corridors makes sense. This is pretty standard for how North America and cities develop. But only trying to push the intensification to that place just ensures that it only those negative externalities accrue only onto the people that are most vulnerable or least able to pay their way out of having to deal with them. So having the ability to grow on the nodes and the corridors and within neighborhoods just means there's more options for everybody.
Okay, I'm going to switch to Speaker DeWong. I just wanted to follow up on the questions that Councillor Jans was asking around supporting more opportunities for density in key locations like close to LRT, close to mass transit. I'm thinking about the PGAs, the priority growth areas context, and how there's 19 of them. We've done a small handful. Was I right in understanding that you're saying get going on those areas and also look at a TOD type housing policy?
Yes, that's correct. So.
Okay, just wanted to make sure I understood. And a few more here to Speaker Thiessen. You had spoken a little bit about how if there are issues with design, we should be focusing our efforts on improvements to support better design, not necessarily looking at the unit count itself, as that might not fully address some of the concerns that we're hearing from community. Did I understand you correctly?
Yep, yeah, that's correct.
And are there specific opportunities you see on the design side to make some of those improvements in response to some of the things that have come up?
I mean, I personally don't mind the design at all, but that's just the concerns that I've heard. So, I've no problems with the designs as they are right now, to be honest. So.
Okay. Okay. Well, thanks for that. And in my remaining time, I wanted to go to Speaker Tellier Clausen from WAVE. Really appreciated your points around making data-informed decisions, GBA plus informed decisions. What kind of additional analysis or context would you be looking for to make sure those voices are also part of this conversation?
Thanks, Councillor Salvador. I think something similar to what we saw with zoning bylaw renewal when we were part of that larger advisory group. I was reading through the community conversations, and it was very illuminating to hear from folks from different cultures, and actually how they just define housing is completely different than a North American view. So I think I would love to see, and I know from our members of WAVE committee, we would love to see what are the impacts for folks that we represent. Have we created more housing for single family women, racialized women, more options for gender diverse folks, even people like myself? Is there more options? Are they affordable? How much growth have we seen in relation to the population growth? I'd love to know where those housing options are. Are they close to transit and amenities? Because I think we have to look at both of those, not just transit, not just amenities, but both. So I think we'd love to see that kind of data of like, what are the success stories around what housing has been developed in the last few years?
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. Just very quickly, Mr. Kirchner, with the solar panels. So, you know, I think you tried to do your due diligence talking to neighbors, maybe was misled as to what was going to be going up next door, what was being considered. But I think, so you're saying now it's going to be a 2-story fourplex, correct?
That's what we've been told.
Okay, so, but that would have been allowed under the old RF1. So if we were to walk everything back, all the work that's been done under zoning bylaw renewal, they would still be allowed to put a 2-story up.
There's also a 4-car garage with 2 suites above it.
Okay.
And they're also putting 2 basement suites in the fourplex.
Okay, but I think it was what I heard from you was the concern was the height blocking your solar panels.
The height is the primary concern. Yes.
Okay, but that could have been, like I said, if we walked back all the ZBR advances that we've made, that could still be a problem for you.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, that's actually all I have. I think everybody else has asked questions of everyone else, so thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jens.
Thank you. As I guess the speaker was named, Guest DeWong, do you want to, that 0.39 stat, could you clarify what, because I was trying to pull it up and I couldn't find it.
Yeah, that's the percentage of properties that were redeveloped into 5 to 8 units in mature neighborhoods, RS zone only. The denominator is the RS zone only. If you look at the cumulative profile over 2024 to 25, since it's not really fair to go before these changes were made, I believe it still ends up at below 1%.
So since the zoning bylaw came in, the RS zone, like putting aside the other things that say happened on White Ave or something else, in the RS zone, you looked at those properties, how many were actually developed, and it was...
Into the 5 to 8 ones that seemed, of course you could include the 1 to 4, but apparently those were allowed before. So
right.
If you look at the 5 to 8, it's 0.39% in mature neighborhoods.
So you were looking at the impact of the changes made?
Yeah,
okay.
In the RS zone specifically.
Okay,
And
I'll revisit that when I have more time, but I think what I'm hearing there is the small number of properties had an outsized impact on the number of homes provided.
I mean, that's absolutely correct, because when you're putting, that's like the magic of density. It's a small number of properties, and we're spreading out over a large area, and you're creating thousands of homes for even more people by just redeveloping, what the grand scheme of things is a drop in the bucket. And sure, there's definitely some neighborhoods that have seen more than others, but it doesn't total more than a few percentage points. McKernan, last time I checked, was at 1% cumulative, not 5%.
Okay, I appreciate that, thanks. If I may go to guest Marty, One thing I've heard about, sorry, I guess Polyak. One thing I've heard is the biggest threat to trees is actually solar. And I just anecdotally, I was door knocking in Duggan. A resident there told me they cut down 3 massive evergreens because they was damaging their solar yield. Does Build have any stats about tree removals or anything like that, or like have you connected with the solar groups or talked about this at all too?
I'll take that from Marty. Most of our statistics we would get on trees would be from city administration, so that question might be better for them. I
Okay.
don't have that information.
Right. I was speaking with a developer about 4 years ago. City Council zoned a property on White Ave to be a 20-story tower close to university, student housing. Spoke with the developer. They said just doesn't pencil because right now it's just too expensive. So even if we rolled the RS zone back to 2 units, they still wouldn't build this tower because it's just too expensive right now. I mean, once you factor in elevators, all the other stuff, like, is the barrier here that given the market, because affordability is so wonderful in Edmonton comparatively, you can't generate a necessary profit on a 6-story concrete building with elevators and parkades and fire exits and second stairwells and everything else?
Fair comment. Yeah, construction costs have gone up significantly. The building requirements and building codes are significant. You're right, as soon as you start going to those larger wood frame, 6-story, 8-story, it gets a little bit thinner for sure.
My impression talking with RS developers is that it's easy. There's a low barrier to entry. If you can build a house, if you can build a duplex, you can probably build a 6-plex, you can probably build an 8-plex. But once you get higher than 4 stories, now you have to have real big investment, big capital. There seems to be a lot more risk to build. As I'm hearing,
additional engineering and planning services required as well. Sorry to interrupt, Councillor Jans.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if we as a city want to unlock more development beside a train station that's 6, 8, 12 stories high, zoning's part of it, but some of it is banks financing, price of steel, tariffs, Donald Trump, separatism. What else do we have to do as a city? Like I hear Guest Butterfield, well, and maybe I'll put it to you, yes, we all want more buildings downtown, but right now there's still people who really want to live in a small apartment beside the Misericordia.
I was just going to make one point. I was just going to say developers respond to demand. So if demand is for housing there, we will build it. That's how developers think. If the market is demanding it, and if it makes sense, we will do it. Yeah. Lindsay, if you want to add to that.
I would just add, and having choice at all scales is really important, and it is one of the advantages that is apparent in Edmonton.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Clark.
Thank you. This is just a question for Jacob, Speaker 7, Jacob Duong, please. Just a question, do you think that if we accepted these recommendations, would it decrease investment in Edmonton and infill? Like, are you proposing that? I wasn't sure if you had that.
I assume you're talking about Edmonds, not ours.
Yeah, yes, Edmonds, sorry. Yeah.
I mean, hard to put out the counterfactuals, but I think absolutely you're creating uncertainty in the environment. You started in 2023 with one set of rules that went into place in 2024, changed it in July. Now you're changing it now. So first of all, there's the uncertainty in that and whether council is going to stick to one defined set of rules. And the next thing is just when you make it easier to build, you have, I think one of the other speakers said that you're activating that kind of money instead of being parked into just real estate, which is not really parked into rent and real estate, which is not really a productive asset. You're putting it into actually building homes for people. And that's a really good thing that creates that chain of events, which allows people to spend money elsewhere. So it's not just, the primary direct effect on decreasing investment in building housing. It's also the knock-on effects of people having more money in their wallets and then being able to then reinvest that into the local community.
Yeah, and I get that point, and I think certainty for the community and for developers is big on this, and that's why we're having this conversation. I guess kind of my follow-up on that, if it decreases investment, where does that investment flow, right? We know that other major markets are way more strict on what they can do for infill, especially mid-block than Edmonton, right? So in your opinion, is that investment going to go outside the NDA, more greenfield? Is it going to go to another market? I'm just trying to get a little more clarity and your sense on it.
Yeah, I mean, first on the permissiveness side, you might be a bit surprised. The landscape has really shifted in the past few years. I mean, just last week, Cambridge, Ontario, the great urban utopia, pedestrian utopia of Cambridge, Ontario, passed a zoning bylaw with no unit caps at all. This is a suburban city in Ontario, and they have no unit caps. Ottawa just recently passed a zoning bylaw, and a lot of their zones in the core mature areas have a unit cap of 10 or unlimited. So, you know, Edmonton is still a big leader, but other cities are catching up or surpassing us in different metrics. When it comes to, you know, where the investment's going to go, like water, it'll go a little bit everywhere. It'll go to other places within Edmonton. It'll go a little to the surrounding areas. A lot of it will go to the pockets of landowners as rent goes up. And a lot of it will go to other places. So a little bit of everything.
Thanks. And then one more question. And kind of what I'm struggling with is like, you know, let's say there is only so many dollars go around, so much investment to go around, and we do have to, like, I guess first one, do we have to make a choice where we're saying we want to focus more on nodes and corridors and transit versus, you know, more in the neighborhood and mid-block, or can we have both, in your opinion?
Well, I think I mean, as I've shown, like the mid-block redevelopment, like, this is our best year for building near transit, and it's thanks to that, and partially our nodes and corridors, which has been a smaller success. But what's really apparent to me is that we're focusing a lot on reducing this kind of more housing choice everywhere, instead of improving the state of our nodes and corridors. Again, as Councillor Jans was alluding to, there's multiple steps in our nodes and corridors, but first we have to make it so that, like, you can actually build without having to go through a long process. First, you need permission. Then we need the financing. There needs to be changes on that, as the representatives from Build have said. There needs to be changes to building code to make construction cheaper. So there's multiple things in the way of really activating these nodes and corridors. The part that's most apparent within the city's control is permission to build. We can't be going to, you know, having public hearings for every project in a node and corridor, and then, you know, if we say we want projects in nodes and corridors, we can't be giving the opportunity. And yes, it's going to make some neighbors angry, as every single thing does that goes to a public hearing. But we have to be able to make the default to yes, just as everywhere else.
Okay, so more, like you said, more incentives there is a good thing.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thanks to the patience of committee. I know I'm not on it. I just feel like I needed to go back to my line of questioning because it wasn't kind of clear where I was going with that. So I'm going to go to Build, I guess, you know, again, and it's kind of to the point of what Wave said of the lack of GBA analysis and sort of the cascading impacts. From a market perspective, if we constrain the RS zone as per the recommendation of administration for unit cap and size, how will high land value impact where housing is built in Edmonton?
I'll start and then I'll pass it to my colleague here. I mean, primarily, it will make units more expensive. And ultimately, with land costs being high and rising, it will mean some projects just don't go ahead. So there will be fewer units available.
And so is it fair to say that in certain neighborhoods centrally where we would like to see more housing, some of those projects would stall? And then maybe some neighborhoods that are not as central, but still in that, what I call the green zone, would potentially see more if this decision is made today?
Yeah, potentially. I'll let Marty speak as well.
I will just add that some neighborhoods just have larger lots too. That's a big play. As we look at the requirement for every residential unit, some of the more established neighborhoods have some of the largest lots in the city. And that's just as much of the decision-making process as the value.
But when you're making a decision, like anybody that's building is looking at, okay, well, if this is, we have to pay this much for the land value, then this is the construction costs, and this is what we can recoup per unit that we sell, for example, right? Is that kind of the base way that the math is done?
Performa can be done in any number of ways. Typically, it's not to sell individual units. Sometimes these are kept for long-term investments, especially if we look at MLI Select, how they've structured that program for more of a longer term. So obviously you're looking at rents even more so, the potential rent versus the potential exit of selling the project.
Rent per unit. Yeah. Okay, possibility. Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you. I'll go to Mayor Knack next for first round.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson, and thanks everyone for being here. Sorry, I had to step away for about half an hour just to jump into another item there, and I'm just on the phone, so I can't be on my camera right now, so I'm in transport. I wanted to, and my apologies if the question was asked, but I'll go back and listen to the rest of the questions from my colleagues later on our lunch break. The one question I think I had was to our second speaker, which was Speaker Kirchner, I believe. You're the one that has the home in West Meadowlark, correct?
That's correct.
Perfect, thank you. I think at the beginning of your presentation, you touched on the scale of the home, and I think then referenced a desire to see something closer to a duplex. Is that right?
That's correct. Yeah, myself as well as all the people in the neighborhood have all agreed the same.
Yeah, and you touched on potentially additional costs. What I was curious about is that if a duplex was built in that location, and I should check, so your desire would be to see no more than 2 units maximum on a lot like you have in West Meadowlark. Is that right?
That's what we agree. Yes.
Okay. So if a duplex was built, even using the previous height maximum, which is about 2.5 stories, 8.9 meters, would you have incurred the same potential impact? Because I'm guessing if it were 2.5 stories versus 3, you'd still be running into the same issue with your solar panels. Is that right?
It would probably be half as much because the garage structure will be taking away all of our south side solar generation, which is the majority of it. If it is shading just the house and just a tad of the garage, which has our south side panels, it would only be causing a fraction of what we'd lose compared to 2 full structures there.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful context. And I think the other question I wanted to ask, and you probably saw it in the presentation, and this is, and I heard it through a lot of the speakers' presentations, not just today, but over the course of a couple of years, is if you saw in the original presentation, for a number of years, we have allowed 6 units as of right on a standard 50-foot lot. Wanted to get a sense from you as to, since that had been permitted for many, many years, what sort of your thinking behind going to 2-unit maximum instead of the previous 6-unit maximum?
Could you repeat that, please?
Essentially, what I'm curious about is that why you sort of settled on the idea of wanting to see no more than 2 units. As a city, we've allowed 6 for probably the last 7 years up until the most recent change where 8 became the new maximum. And so if we went back and went back to 2, that's quite a big jump backwards from where we used to be even as of 4 or 5 years ago. And I wanted to just better understand sort of why you settled on that number.
I think it really depends on the neighborhood. If the neighborhoods are established and they're primarily bungalows, I don't think it's fair for all the prior homeowners to be subjected to these monstrosities, which are going to basically cut off all your light from your yard and whatnot.
And I think maybe what I'm wanting to ask is, let's say there's adjustments for the height. We went back to the old, as an example, went back to the old height standard, which was the 2.5 stories. we used to still allow 6 units in a 2.5-story development. And what I wanted to understand is if you were to separate out the height conversation, what's for you the difference between the unit count? You live not too far away from where I live, and all of our neighborhoods, our older neighborhoods, have seen a lot of population decline. And so that's why 6 had been in place for as long as it was. And so I just wanted to understand how that particular part impacts you, the unit count.
As mentioned, we've discussed with probably at least 100 homeowners in our direct neighborhood, and nobody wants to see these big infills in our neighborhood. I believe there's certain neighborhoods where they're a lot better suited, if I may suggest.
Sure. No, okay, that's great. I think I'm out of time, but I really appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Andrew Knack.
Thank you. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. Just following the same speaker, which neighborhoods are the infills better suited to?
I haven't had time to review that, but I do believe, for example, West Jasper Place, that would be 163rd Street East. Those areas, I see they are putting up a lot more of those buildings. I believe they're a lot more suited for the main roads. My mother, for example, she lives on the corner of 97th and 163rd Street. I believe that's a perfect location for a 6-plex, 8-plex, possibly even a 10 or a 12, just because of the size of the lots, and it is a main road.
I have to say, though, renters frequently complain that forcing apartment buildings along main roads leads to more noise, more disruption, lower quality of life, asthma and pollution, and all kinds of other mitigating consequences from living close to traffic. There's all kinds of negative health outcomes. Being even one block in from a major road can be so much more positive if you're allowing more heartbeats to be a little further away from cars.
I'm sorry, I don't agree with you there.
Okay.
What about our rights as homeowners in these neighborhoods?
So your position is renters should be on the arterial roads, is that correct?
I am more towards that, correct.
Okay. What about LRTs, Light Transit, or bus rapid transit, or like if I'm just picturing like 87th Ave, or like near Meadowlark Shopping Center. How about that?
Yeah, well, there are a lot of these already coming up on 163rd Street, and there's one that just came up, or is coming up on 87th Ave.
Yeah.
Right beside the LRT.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm totally in agreement with that. But again, I think you have to have some communication with the long-term homeowners that have been there before these projects can just come in and wipe away all their years of hard work and everything.
So, okay, I think the mayor asked you some questions about the side, the height there, so I won't follow on that. If I may go to Guest Clausen, or Tellier Clausen, you mentioned there was no GBA plus analysis done. In the past, though, we have reports saying, if you look at our housing needs assessment, we know the majority of women, or the majority of renters are women. They're racialized, low income, single families, other contextual factors of people where, our policy outcomes are designed to support. Did you have other, with WAVE, have you looked at other ways to support renters? Or I hear you on saying the GBA policy isn't done, but it seems like we already have a lot of this work.
Correct, and thanks for that question. Yes, I think that during zoning bylaw renewal, the city did do a full analysis from an equity lens. And I think the stats that stand out the most for us is, as what you've said, there's a CMHC article that was written not that long ago that talks about racialized women were among the most likely to experience core housing, more in need than non-racialized people, so 14% compared to 17% or 7%. And racialized women were twice as likely to experience core housing need compared to non-racialized women. The gap increased slightly in 2022, and I think looking into the intricacies of that group, I think is going to be important in terms of where are the housing options, where are the affordable housing options for those folks. Are they going to be forced to live on arterial roads, as you just suggested? I live a block off of White Avenue, and I used to live a few blocks further, and I've already noticed a huge difference in terms of quality of life and noise. So I think we want to see more analysis and understanding of those groups, which typically are not the ones that are very engaged.
Could you clarify, do you think renters should be forced to live on arterials, or?
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
I don't think anyone should be forced to live anywhere that doesn't meet their needs for what they need for their lifestyles.
Okay, so you want to enable the choice there?
Yes.
We haven't heard, I'm out of time, sorry, thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing anyone else on the board for questions of this panel, so thank you all again so much for joining us. We are going to try to get seated for our next panel, and we may be able to hear from one speaker, but we'll be set up to continue our second panel after lunch. So I'll call the next speakers down. The clerks can help you get seated. Thank you again so much to our first panel. So we have Karanbir Singh, number 1, Christine Kowalchuk joining us remotely. Christine, are you there? Not currently. Natasha Nguyen, are you here in person? You are seat number 3. Raquel Farrow, are you with us?
Thank you.
Hi. Sorry?
I'm virtual.
Great, thank you. Monica Grumacher.
Yes, thank you.
Hi.
I'm here.
Great, thank you. Michael Thomas, in person. You're in seat number 6. Dave Trotman. Hi, you can make it over to seat number 7. Carl Parkinson, are you here remote? Okay, not there yet. Neil Carey. Oh, perfect, you're already there. Abdul Abbasi. Are you here? Not yet. Maggie Crockett. Sorry, Maggie, that's you, Maggie? Great. Ron Krulak. Is Ron here? No. Riley Ellis. Oh, great. Already in 13. Alan Bolstad. Okay, you'll be in seat 14. And Justin McMurdo in seat 15. Thank you. So I think we'll just be able to get through one speaker, but now we know where we all are, and we'll get through the rest of the speakers at 1:30. But for now, we'll go to Speaker Singh. Over to you.
Thank you, Council, for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Karanbir Singh, and before I go any further, I also want to highlight the point that Eric made earlier, that I'm here today taking time off from work. Actually, last night a colleague reached out, they were sick, they asked me to cover their shift. I couldn't do it because I was here, so just want to highlight that these hearings don't allow opportunity for everyone to speak and sometimes do leave people out. Council, I'm a renter in the city for about the last 11 years, and I believe that the proposed amendments to the zoning bylaw will have a negative impact on renters in our city, like myself. Many people in our city are struggling to afford a place to live. A lot of these folks are young people. I'm sure you've seen the data, you've seen the polling. Some of you may even heard these concerns at the doorsteps during the most recent municipal election. I've heard similar concerns from friends, family members, and especially at work from younger Gen Z colleagues who can't afford to move out of their parents' place to be able to rent. The demographics that is particularly missing today in this room. Council, I want to share my story related to rent affordability to highlight what kind of affordability struggles I'm talking about, that these aren't minor. So for that point, I do have a presentation, if I may ask that to be brought up to the screen, please. This is the lease agreement that my landlord sent me after our renewal application came up. So to go back a little bit, in 2024, my partner, myself, and one of our friends, we started renting a place in Westmount. at about $2,050 without utilities. It was a great fit for us. We developed connections in the neighborhood and we really saw ourselves living there for a long time. But unfortunately, that wasn't allowed to be. In the spring of 2025, when the conversation about lease renewal came up, our landlord proposed a $400 per month rent increase. You can see that proof in this document here. I can also show you the unredacted version to the council member. I just didn't want to put that up on the screen here. So if you want to see it, let me know afterwards. We tried to bargain, but there was no relief. So this over 20% of increase meant that we couldn't afford to live there. So we had to move. And after about a month of searching, we found a place that we like, but it was expensive to move and a lot of effort. And more importantly, after our last experience, we no longer feel that we can actually stay in one place for a long time and not experience rent volatility caused by housing shortage. We perpetually worry that what if the same thing that happened to us at the last place happened to us at the new place that we are in. And this is the worry that brings me to the council today, that lowering our unit count from 8 to 6 will make housing struggle for people of Edmonton even worse. It's simply limiting the supply and the options. It will dry up my rent, and it will make it harder for young people to move out of their parents' places so they can actually afford to rent independently. So please, I implore you, council, please don't drive up my rent and make it harder to build by making it harder to build housing in the city. And I urge you to reject these amendments to the zoning bylaw. And moreover, please look to further reform our zoning bylaws so that we can build even more housing in the city and not less. And with that, I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. We're so close, but I don't think we can fit in a second speaker before lunchtime. Just want to make sure everyone has their full 5 minutes. Thank you all so much for being here for the morning. Again, we'll be reconvening at 1:30 and starting with our second speaker, Speaker Kowalchuk, and then Nguyen, and continue on through our second panel. Thank you. See you at 1:30.
I am.
Well, the second, well,
to everyone who stayed with us over the lunch break. We're going to do a quick roll call of committee members. Councillor Jans,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Clark,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette,
Good afternoon.
Mayor Knack, who had another obligation this afternoon but will be joining us later, and myself. We're also joined in chambers with Councillor Rutherford, Tang, Parmar, Salvador, and online we have Councillor Wright, Councillor Principe, and Councillor Elliott. Thank you. So we'll carry on with our next speaker. Speaker Christine Kowalchuk, have you been able to join us online?
I have, yes.
Great. Over to you for 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. Edmonton River Valley Conservation Coalition has long advocated for a private tree bylaw in our city, and we're hopeful that you're the City Council who will finally make it happen. As our city's own planning documents make clear, trees are extremely valuable to our city. Next slide, please. The Urban Forest Management Plan states, Edmonton's trees represent an irreplaceable asset, and unlike other municipal infrastructure, trees increase in value over time. The urban forest makes a quantifiable contribution to the long-term livability of our city. Next slide, please. Trees provide shade, reduce energy use, sequester carbon, regulate temperatures, clean the air, reduce stormwater runoff, mitigate drought and flooding, and provide important habitat to support biodiversity, as well as improve our own physical and mental health and beautify our city. Mature trees do exponentially more work in all these areas than young trees. Yet mature trees on private land, approximately half of all of our city's trees, currently have no protection and they're rapidly coming down. This needs to change. Slide. It's because of the great value of trees that cities across Canada have private tree protection bylaws. Next slide, please. And are increasing their tree canopy. Cities with private tree bylaws such as Toronto, Montreal, Ottawa, and Victoria all have 25% canopy already and are aiming for 40% by 2050. Edmonton's numbers are starkly lower. 2019 LIDAR data showed that Edmonton had around 13% tree canopy, and our goal is 20% by 2071. And the new LIDAR data to be released this spring will undoubtedly show we're going in the opposite direction, as we're losing so many trees on private property. Next slide, please. The city's urban forest management asset plan states that to achieve even the 20% canopy target will require an additional 2,900 hectares of new canopy on private land. How will this be possible? If we're to increase our city's canopy or even maintain what we have, protecting trees on private property is necessary. The lack of a private tree bylaw means our urban forest is in jeopardy. The loss of trees in our city shortchanges and endangers generations of Edmontonians to come. Researchers have found that an urban canopy of 30 to 40% is necessary to protect the city from the urban heat island effect. Next slide, please. So let's do two things. First, implement a private tree protection bylaw effective immediately to protect existing trees on private property. Secondly, improve our urban canopy goal, including the time frame. A 30 to 40% canopy is appropriate for Edmonton's Aspen Parkland ecozone, especially considering the numbers would include the River Valley. Next slide, please. Protecting our city's trees also has major financial benefits. Trees provide many key services for free. Citizens save money when we do not have to purchase air conditioners or pay increased taxes for flood barriers or to replace roads and sidewalks that have buckled in extreme heat. If you want to keep our city affordable, protecting trees is the easiest and most important thing to do. Next slide. It's disappointing that administration ignores preserve as one of the city plan's goals in today's report. The city plan promises that Edmonton will be greener as we grow, partly because of the cost savings enabled by nature-based solutions. Yet how is that the case if we're not protecting trees? Improving landscape compliance is far from enough. We need that compliance in addition to protection of trees on private land. Next slide, please. Nor would enforcing a private tree bylaw be onerous, as we already have a successful public tree bylaw in place, as well as other cities' private tree bylaws to look to as models. The cities across Canada with private tree bylaws recognize that they work. A 2020 University of Waterloo study noted that all municipalities with private tree bylaws stated that they were the most effective tool for protecting trees on private property. Next slide, please. Also note there are no competing interests here. Private tree bylaws do not conflict with density. As a recent Strong Towns article emphasizes, tree bylaws are not an impediment to density. Instead, they ensure good design. The cities in Canada with private tree bylaws are all dense and densifying cities. Trees benefit developers too. Next slide, please. By improving their reputation through providing good design that respects sustainability and livability for the entire community. City Council's 2023 vote on a private tree bylaw was a tie, with the mayor absent. With our mayor voting this time and new councillors who hopefully understand the importance of trees, our city can finally get a bylaw to protect our city's trees and ensure our city is indeed preserving what matters most. Next slide, please. Lastly, Edmontonians have made clear they want a private tree bylaw. Urban Forestry's 2020 report states that between 52 and 70% of respondents agreed that they support a bylaw to protect trees on private property. The interest in protecting trees has undoubtedly only increased since then, as Edmontonians have witnessed beautiful, mature trees being cut down in their neighborhoods and across the city. Edmontonians are looking to you to finally create the bylaw needed to protect our city's trees. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Speaker Nguyen from the Edmonton River Valley Coalition, Conservation Coalition.
Good afternoon, councillors. My name is Natasha Nguyen, and I am a student at the University of Alberta, speaking on behalf of the ERVCC about the importance of implementing a private tree protection bylaw. Next slide, please. Urban trees are critical amid climate change, especially as urban development often leads to biodiversity degradation. However, because most are on private land, unregulated removal of healthy, valuable trees threatens Edmonton's canopy goals. While planting remains important, preserving existing larging trees is also imperative and found to be more effective, as young trees face high mortality risks and take years to deliver comparable canopy and ecosystem benefits. Next slide, please. Private tree protection bylaws are essential to sustaining urban tree biomass and ecological integrity. Municipalities with robust tree protection regulations consistently report that such bylaws are the most effective approach, delivering clearer enforcement standards and observed increases in canopy coverage. Next slide. Urban forests play a critical role in environmental resilience, often more than their rural counterparts, by reducing surface runoff, supporting healthier hydrological cycles, and providing essential habitat. They also mitigate urban heat island effects stemming from urbanization by improving air quality, lowering greenhouse gas emissions, and providing shade, the latter of which is particularly important given that the ozone layer over southern Canada has decreased by approximately 7% since 1980. Studies show that tree canopy can reduce ambient temperatures by roughly 2 to 5 degrees Celsius, thereby reducing heat-related illnesses and energy use. Thus, urban trees can reduce downstream public costs, such as those associated with stormwater management, heat mitigation, and public health. Next slide. The benefits also extend well beyond the environment. Greater urban canopy coverage has been associated with lower social disorder and health risks, fewer property and violent crimes, reduced psychological distress, greater safety and adjustment, and stronger community cohesion. Next slide, please. Urban trees are also economic assets, their value increasing with maturity. Toronto's 2018 Canopy study estimated that urban trees provide nearly $1.3 million annually in ecosystem services. Research further indicates that for every dollar invested in urban forestry, residents each receive between $2 and $13 in annual benefits. Next slide, please. Regarding tree equity, vulnerable communities tend to have less tree cover and green space, leading to disproportionate urban heat island effects. Private tree protection would preserve existing canopy and allow the city to strategically direct new planting towards underserved areas, ensuring a more equitable distribution of the associated benefits. Next slide, please. For effective implementation, overall tree preservation should follow the 3-30-300 rule, which suggests that residents should be able to see at least 3 decent-sized trees from their homes. Neighborhoods should maintain a minimum of 30% canopy coverage, and at least 1 hectare of green space should be located within 300 meters of every residence. This provides clear, evidence-based benchmarks for urban forest management and further supports tree equity. Next slide, please. There is also a strong basis for concluding that a private tree protection bylaw falls within municipal authority and objectives per the Municipal Government Act and the City of Edmonton Charter. With respect to enforcement, mandating approved and publicly posted development plans prior to tree removal would enhance transparency and public oversight. Improving public education and awareness would further support effective compliance. Moreover, as the city expands its landscape security program and enforcement capacity is in place, this is an opportune time to implement a private tree protection bylaw. Next slide. In summary,
the need for coordinated approaches to protecting urban tree canopy on both public and private property becomes increasingly urgent to meet canopy targets and to build and maintain ecological resilience. Health and environmental benefits, particularly for vulnerable communities, should not be traded off against densification. Rather, development and tree preservation must be balanced and aligned to achieve long-term sustainability for all Edmontonians, now and in the future. Accordingly, a private tree protection bylaw is justifiable and necessary to fully realize the environmental, public health, equity, and economic benefits. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Speaker Furrow.
Thank you very much, Chair Stevenson and Urban Planning Committee. Yeah, you requested that we try to stay tight and just emphasize what's already been said. So I will try to do that, just sort of re-emphasize what was previously said by Kowalczyk and the law student. I am speaking too in hopes that council will direct administration to return with can you still hear me?
Yep, you're coming through.
Sorry. Okay. I want you to direct administration to return with a proposal for a private tree bylaw. I too think it's an opportune time since administration is already organizing to strengthen compliance with the landscaping securities program. And in most large cities, private tree bylaws are the primary tool for advancing canopy goals and typically administered through the same program used to ensure landscaping compliance. So landscaping for tomorrow's trees and private tree bylaws for today's trees work together nicely to achieve canopy goals. Administration acknowledges that the majority support a private tree bylaw, and it's reasonable to assume support will grow and is growing as adoption of the new zoning bylaw makes it easy for us all to witness the loss of mature trees that happens through clear cutting before a development permit is pulled. So a private tree bylaw, again, protects our shared benefits, and while still providing flexibility for private landholders. So importantly, a private tree bylaw is subordinate to zoning. So if a tree must be removed to accommodate an approved use and to accommodate density, it can be legally removed. However, where a mature and healthy tree does not interfere with development, an arborist or technician can work with the developer to explore retention options. If a development permit has not been issued, premature or illegal tree removal becomes visible to neighbors and effectively creates eyes on the street that supports city enforcement efforts. So eyes on the street, application fees, and penalties for noncompliance help offset administration costs. We spent lots of time speaking with other jurisdictions, and they noted that while some developers initially resist private tree bylaws, acceptance came quickly, and overall, they reported that the private tree bylaws are straightforward to administer and now widely accepted and quite routine for developers. So yeah, I just wanted to reemphasize that I think it's very doable, very popular, and now seems to be a very good time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Next, we have Speaker Grusmacher, I think joining us remote.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, council members, for the opportunity to speak today. I've been a resident of Park Allen already for 11 years. I'm also teaching at the University of Alberta in the Sustainability Council. I am supportive of a private tree bylaw. I believe, as the previous speakers have mentioned, that trees in urban areas are not just an aesthetic feature, but essential infrastructure. They contribute to our health, to the health of the economy, the health of the urban ecosystem. And I'll give you an example. Last summer, we had in our backyard family of skunks and a porcupine visiting us all summer, eating from our apple tree. No, we thought it was quite special. So many fruiting trees that are important for the animals and birds as well are on private land. Yeah. For the city, trees on private land are also low maintenance. They're a good long-term investment. At the same time, I recognize and acknowledge that we are facing pressing housing issues and that it are prompting rapid changes across the city. In my view, these are long needed changes. We need more housing, more different types of housing. However, in mature neighborhoods like mine, for example, where this pressure is driving speculation and property owners to preemptively clear trees to make space for future development. Many people want to make their properties more attractive for developers and making the lots kind of development ready, but also properties that are not being redeveloped, but just being renovated, like the apartment building across my street, which was renovated and 9 trees were cut for no apparent reason other than to make the property look clean. Yeah. It also, by the way, squeezed out low-income renters now. So while we need different forms of housing, diverse forms of housing, we must also recognize, of course, that cities are complex systems. They're not linear. They're systems within systems. Decision A is not going to lead us directly into situation B. So rapid change in one system, like the built environment, can unintentionally destabilize other systems. Yeah? We need to think then of different ways to address one issue. And I think we need to think of range of pathways forward. And for this reason, I believe a private tree bylaw is one way to do this, to temper those rapid changes, pressure in the built environment. I believe that zoning and landscaping bylaws are not enough to deal with the preemptive cutting of trees, for example. A private tree bylaw should not be perceived as a restrictive measure intended to stop development, but instead should serve as an opportunity to begin a conversation that prioritizes design. It should be seen as one of several tools. It must be coordinated with existing zoning and landscape bylaws. And therefore, I'm supportive of the implementation of a private tree bylaw, even if it's for a fixed period of time. Yeah? Private tree bylaw could help discourage premature tree removal and at the same time simultaneously promote thoughtful planned development. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Speaker Thomas. Are you still with us? They were in person earlier, but I don't see them now. Was Speaker Parkinson able to join us? Carl, oh, I see you online.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, great. Over to you.
Sure.
Oh,
Okay.
I apologize. You know what? I apologize. I missed Speaker Troutman. Oh, okay. Thank you. So, sorry, Speaker Parkinson, over to you for 5 minutes.
Okay, sure. Thank you. Hi, I'm speaking today to express my opposition to the proposed amendments to our city's zoning bylaws. I'm a homeowner in Allendale, one of the neighborhoods that has seen an influx in new infill over the last decade, and particularly in the year since the 2023 zoning bylaw renewal came into force. I feel it is important to speak openly and honestly, and to be blunt, these proposed amendments are a waste of time. They're a waste of council's time, a waste of admin's time, and a waste of time for everybody speaking about this topic today. Let's be honest about what is happening. We are here today because certain councilors made a miscalculation in the lead up to the 2025 election. There was a belief that infill would be a hot button issue and that a compromise needed to be reached. This was mistaken. Every single councilor who voted in favor of the 2023 bylaw who ran again was reelected. The only incumbent to lose a seat voted against the bylaw. Issue polling before the election showed that only 11% of potential voters rated infill as a top priority. The electorate spoke, and they said loudly that they either support current zoning or they don't care enough to elect different councilors. Let's also be honest about what the effects of these proposed amendments would be. They will mean less housing is built in the city, making the cost of housing more expensive for both current and future generations. They will mean the housing that is built is more likely to be on the outskirts of the city, away from transit and the core neighborhoods that need investment, further contributing to the city's environmental and financial unsustainability. Dress it up in flowery language about local context and community input all you want, but that will be the end result. And what would be the benefits? Giving in to the demands of a privileged few in select neighborhoods in order to theoretically quell a backlash which doesn't actually exist. These are not benefits, but fictions. The zoning bylaw as it currently exists may not be perfect, but it is working to increase the pace of housing construction and to make our city more environmentally and fiscally sustainable. I ask the committee to avoid the urge to fix what isn't broken. Reject these proposed amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Speaker Carey. Over to you.
Thank you. My name is Neil Carey. I am a homeowner in Grosvenor. I've been there for the past 11 years, and I just wanted to come here today to give a voice to maybe a different perspective from a homeowner than is what's usually heard in the media. I live on a corner lot that has seen a huge amount of construction. There have been a church and 2 houses pulled down, and in their place we're putting up row houses, which total 19 units. There's another 5 that could fit within current zoning, just aren't permitted yet. So to me, this looks like space for 2 families is going to be space for 24. And I want to say, this is great. I came here primarily to say that. I chose this location because it was close to the planned Valley Line corridor. And when I moved there, I expected that there would be a lot more people living there in the future. The construction that's gone in is actually almost surprising in how low impact it is. Not the construction process itself, there's lots of problems around that, but that's not a zoning issue. It's more, one of the properties right across from me was replaced with a single family house. Same amount of construction disruption, and the end product is almost exactly the same as the row houses when it comes to just looking at it from the street. And so this is where I don't understand why there's so much focus on the number of units. To me, the current rules are working very well. We are getting more neighbors, which creates more customers for the local businesses that I want to be successful. And I don't see a reason why council should be backing off on that. That was most of what I wanted to say on the RS issues. I did have kind of a note here that because the proposed changes are so focused on corner lots versus mid blocks, one of the things that did bother me about that was that a corner lot is exclusively defined by 2 streets intersecting. And some of the development near me is at the intersection of an alley and a street. And so it didn't make sense to me that there would be any difference between that treatment of corner versus a street-to-street corner. So I guess I've used half my time. That was basically what I came to say, so thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Next, we have Speaker Abbasi joining us online.
Amazing. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Abdul Abbasi, and I'm the VP External of the University of Alberta Students' Union. We represent more than 39,000 undergraduate students at the University of Alberta, and I'm here on behalf of students who live across Edmonton and rely on this city to make education possible. I want to start with a bigger picture. Students are not a niche group in Edmonton's housing system. Post-secondary students make up around 10% of Edmonton's population. We're the future workforce of this city, and we are already a major part of its day-to-day economy. When students can find housing they can afford, close to school, jobs, and transit, they stay enrolled, they work, they volunteer, they build careers, and they often stay in Edmonton after graduations. When they cannot, students lose faith in this city to provide the affordability they need, and we lose talent when those same students look for more practical places to start their lives and careers. Building Edmonton's reputation as an affordable place to study and live matters more than ever. Because since every major post-secondary institution in Edmonton is planning for growth, the University of Alberta, MacEwan, Northwest, and others are all working to increase enrollment within the next few years. With more and more students coming to our city each year, demand will increase for rentals in the same neighborhoods that students have always depended on. If Edmonton is going to grow as a UNESCO education city, we need a housing policy that grows with it. That is why today's agenda item on mid-block redevelopment and small-scale residential zone matters to students. They influence how much housing can be built in established neighborhoods, how quickly supply can respond to demand, and where new homes will be located relative to transit and campuses. On the specific question in front of you, the proposed changes from the 8 units to the 6 units on mid-block site is not an abstract number to students. It means fewer homes in the location where students actually have a chance to live without a car and without extreme rent burdens. The 8 unit mid block cap has helped create more options in central neighborhoods. It has also helped spread demand rather than concentrating it into a handful of hotspots. At the same time, we are aware of the concerns from the community about the pace of change, site safety and operations, or larger neighborhood impacts. If the council chooses to move to 6 units in some neighborhoods and interior contexts, that is a legitimate debate. But our message is simple. If the city reduces capacity in neighborhood interiors, then the administration and the city council must also look to strengthen the set of tools that deliver and support student housing in other parts of the city, especially near transit and services. Otherwise, the outcome is predictable. Students are pushed further away, rents rise in what remains of a central options, commuting takes longer, and access to campus and city lives becomes more difficult. So today, I'm asking for a balanced approach if the city moves towards 6 unit. Pair it with a clear student housing and mobility package informed by the insights from the post-secondary needs assessment report. The first way we urge council to do so is to build on what is already working. Council approved a $15 million downtown student housing incentive with sports purpose to build student housing. This is exactly the kind of targeted tool that makes sense because it grows supplies in areas where students can live, car light, access jobs, and use the transit network. But downtown cannot be the only answer. We believe that city should explore this model beyond downtown into other high impact areas, especially along major transit corridors near LRT and future BRT investments, and near post secondary hubs. The federal housing dollar Edmonton has received creates a rare opportunity to scale what works and extend student housing to where students actually live. Will need to expand too as the student population grows. Second is connecting housing to mobility. So if students are going to live further away from campus, because that is where affordable housing is, transit has to be stronger. So that's why we want to see BRT remain a priority in the next budget cycle, because BRT is one of the most direct ways to make student housing option affordable and viable across a wider geography. Third, and the most important, keep student access to city services front and center. If affordability pressure means more students live outside the core, then the city needs to make sure students have access to recreation and well-being sport. That is why we're asking the city to fund and to make post-secondary students eligible for the leisure access pass. If Edmonton wants to be a city that attracts students, it has to be a city that the infrastructure it has to be a city that has the infrastructure and the foresight to ensure access to affordable housing that is fast and convenient transit and essential programs and services. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Speaker Crockett joining us online.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, you're coming through.
Okay. My name is Nikki. I'm a resident in Wapayo. I'm here to share.
I'm sorry, Maggie. We'll pause your time. We're just, you're breaking up a little bit. Do you want to try maybe with your camera off to see if that helps with the lag? Okay, we'll restart your time.
Is that really?
I think it may be better. We'll give it a try. We'll restart your time.
Sorry
Go
about
ahead.
that. All right. My name is President in Visio.
I'm sorry. Maggie, can I ask that that you try calling in, like with a phone line to the meeting, and we'll come back to you in just a few moments. We'll go to another speaker, and then hopefully we'll be able to have you join by phone. Our clerk's team will reach out to you, and we'll get that set up. Thank you so much. Sorry for this. I appreciate you sticking around. Just while we're helping Speaker Crockett get set up, we'll go now to Speaker Krulak, who's previously in.
Afternoon. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can hear you. Go right ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to share a few personal observations with respect to the need for a private tree bylaw in the city of Edmonton. I'm in my late 60s, lived in the city most of my life. I was past president of the Crestwood Community League some 25 years ago, and I built an infill home 30 years ago and was able to save almost all of the tall, mature trees on the property, some 7 of them, all over 30 centimeters in diameter. And I enjoy the benefit of a number of mature trees along my property on the city property. I regularly get comments from people in the community about the lot and how they enjoy walking around it. We've enjoyed every minute that we've lived in this home on this property. I've worked in environmental issues over the last 4 decades, and mature trees in this city are critically important. I've talked to many new neighbors, and one of the reasons they choose to live in mature areas is because of the trees. And walking through the neighborhood over the last many years, I've seen many new single-family homes being developed and multifamily residences, and I've spoken to a number of the builders and contractors involved, and I'm dumbfounded how they do not even appear to consider the possibility of saving mature trees on the property. There seems at sometimes to be a view that as you clear the old structure off the lot, with that you also remove the mature trees on the property, even if they don't inhibit that new construction. I fear that every year we're putting off this bylaw, we're losing hundreds of trees that we'll never get back through some modest landscaping incentives where we see a large new structure built with a couple of tiny caliber trees struck in the front lot that won't have any notice of them for 40 or 50 years. A bylaw is clearly needed. I appreciate some of the challenges city administration has appeared to identify, but I fear that many of those concerns would apply to any new bylaw. The city of Edmonton can do far better on this. We need to raise the profile of public awareness, and one of the ways of doing that is to create a bylaw that raises the need and the recognition that one needs to take steps to protect mature trees. This can be done without inhibiting construction. I had no difficulty doing so. And I look around and see that many other municipalities seem to have bylaws that work. And all Edmonton would have to do is take a look at the best aspects of those bylaws and implement them. I really believe that advancing a bylaw of this nature will improve the recognition of new homeowners and developers of the value and the need to accommodate trees moving forward. So I wish you well in your deliberations in this issue, and thank you for your consideration of my comments.
Thank you. We will go next to Speaker Ellis here in person.
Hello, folks. These proposed amendments to a decent policy seem like a knee-jerk reaction to a vocal minority. They'll have significant impact on the growth of our city, as well as where that growth will be seen, how that infill will be distributed. In neighborhoods with higher land values, a decrease in that unit cap would see less infill, I believe. Presently, with 8, an expensive piece of land would have that land value divided across each of those 8 units, about 12.5% going towards the cost or eventual rent of that unit. If we split that cap down to 6, that would increase to 16.7% per unit and up to 25% if we went down to 4. That increase in cost per unit makes that infill development much less appealing in areas with higher land value. You'd be able to develop better in neighborhoods with lower land values at a lower percentage of the cost going to each unit. It would be more palatable for folks looking to buy or invest or find their home that they want to live in for a good long while. These amendments will hurt a policy that appears to be pretty successful so far from what some of the things we've heard today. I believe it will unintentionally concentrate that infill in those neighborhoods with a lower value and insulate the more rich hoods from densifying. We should be building more homes for more families across the city. These amendments would hurt that effort. I beg you to please kick these amendments to the curb where they belong. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Speaker Bolstad from the Alberta Avenue Community League.
Yes, good afternoon. As just mentioned, I'm representing Alberta Avenue Community League today. We came and spoke last time, a few months ago. We got no response whatsoever to that presentation, so we decided we'll try again and summarize our points and see if we do a little better this time around. I've summarized the presentation or broken it down to 3 key issues and tried to be as quick as I can with the 3 of them. The first one has to do with the infill housing, and in our situation, at least 90 to 95% of the lots in our neighborhood are smaller lots, are 33 by 120. So the whole discussion about 6 units or 8 units or whatever was irrelevant to us. But we were trying to get through that we did have concerns about what was happening with smaller lots that you see in our area. Again, we're not opposed to infill. We'd like to see some more. If we ever get the crime rate down a little more, we'll probably see some. But we also want to be careful that we don't overdo it. People in our area are not prepared to sacrifice our entire backyard through shading and lack of privacy that could come with a new development. Hence, the new rules that allow the main building to be 60 feet long, and then if you allow, and 3 stories high, as well if you allow a garage with a building or a house over top of that, you've pretty much blocked off your neighbor. And so you've reduced your backyard to 10 to 12 feet in that range. And so we feel that's gone a little too far. We'd like to see the main building envelope pared back somewhat to more like 45 to 50 feet, which is still a significant increase from the existing houses, which now are about 30 to 35 feet deep in our neighborhood. The second issue is on-site parking. Given that we have quite narrow streets, many of them, including the one I live on, has no parking on our side. So we don't have a lot of room to be placing cars out there, and so we're concerned that these new rules don't require any on-site parking whatsoever. And we're wondering where are these cars going to go, and how is that going to unfold. So we would be more comfortable if there was still a requirement for some on-site parking, whether it even be a half a space per housing unit or even 1 space per lot, but something so that we can keep some of the street cars off the street and on people's lots. And the third and final issue is Norwood School. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but it sits on the corner of 111th Avenue and 95th Street. The main catchment area for it, all the houses are behind it, between in a 3-block wide strip between 95th Street and 97th Street from 11th Avenue to 18th Avenue. But now both of those roads, 97th Street and 95th Street, have been designated transit routes. 97th Street being a primary transit route and 95th Street being a secondary transit route, which increases the density of development dramatically to medium to high density developments. So we're concerned that that will remove a lot of the student population and jeopardize the future of that school. And we think that that's a really key issue because the city's already lost the 2 schools, public schools, immediately to the south of us. You've lost Macaulay School, you've lost Alec Taylor School in Boyle Street and Macaulay respectively, and so Norwood is sort of the bastion there that's sort of keeping some families interested in living in the immediate area and sending their kids there. So I think we have to be very careful about what we do at that school, and so that's why we're hoping that perhaps one of the transit routes could be downgraded. Probably the most realistic one would be to take 95th Street and just leave it alone and have your transit route on, or designation on 97th Street, given that's where you want to put your bus rapid transit. So those are our points that we wanted to make. I think that's about it. I made copies of it. It's just on 1 page. I'll leave it with you. It's not too much to read. That's it for me.
Thank you. We're going to go back now to our online speaker. Speaker Crockett, have you been able to join us? You may have to hit *6 to unmute.
Hello?
Hi, there you are.
Hi. Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yes, you're coming through very clearly. Thank you for your patience. Please go ahead.
Okay. My name is Maggie. I'm a disabled resident of Edmonton and Ward Papasteao. I'm here today to share my opposition towards the amendments in regards to the infill housing. It is an absurd Western ideal to expect large amounts of land to be allotted to single families within city limits. In other countries, this would be seen as unreasonable and selfish. The people who complain about infill are the same people who are against paying more property taxes. They want to hoard as much land as they can for as few people as possible, all while fighting against paying their fair share. It is not the unhoused who oppose infill, nor the low income, nor the disabled. The opposition does not come from the have-nots. Complaints and opposition come from those who own the houses they live in, those who can afford a vehicle as their primary means of transportation, those that do not rely on food banks and emergency assistance from friends, family, and government. We must call these people out for what and who they really are, segregationists. Those who oppose infill and the new neighbors these buildings will house, they will get over their disappointment should this motion not pass. They will adjust or take their intolerant attitudes elsewhere. The poor, low income, disabled, and unhoused, however, cannot adjust should this motion pass. There is no room for us to go. There are no funds, no resources, no services available to us to improve our situation. Because unlike those who oppose infill, our survival, our continuation will be in jeopardy should this council support infill reduction. This is why I'm imploring city councilors today to vote no to reducing infill units from 6 to 8 per lot. I want to continue with my own personal story of struggling with housing in the city. I lived in a townhouse in Pleasant View for 5 years and had to move recently due to a 40% rent increase. Due to our laws and our, just in Alberta, tenants don't have rights. We can't argue. We can't say we can't afford that. We have to just move. People who own houses, they don't have to worry about that. The big struggle of having to worry about shade in your backyard or where you're going to park your car, that is such a trivial matter compared to, do you have a roof over your head? Because most of us are struggling with that. Most of us do not have that guarantee. I am looking at a future of not owning a house. I don't own a car right now. I cannot afford to. So I go around my life using public transportation and my bike as my mode of commute. Those are things I have done to adapt to the reality of our lack of housing, of our lack of affordable and free housing. All we're asking people who own houses, who are in support of this motion, all we're asking them is to let us on the block. It's just shade in your backyard. For me, it's a house, it's security, it's a future. It's not having to look for a new place every single year whenever a landlord feels the need to raise my rent for no apparent reason, probably because I put in a maintenance complaint. Our ability to have rights as renters will only improve if we make the supply more. Because right now it's an artificial scarcity problem. We're saying, yeah, you can't have these rights because, there's not as much housing. Let's take away that limit on housing. So I hope that City Council will take my story into consideration and vote against the amendments to the infill unit housing. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. We'll go to our final speaker of this panel, Speaker McMurdo, joining us in person.
Thank you. Sorry, I was moved by what she said, so I gotta let my brain catch up for a moment. I'm here speaking you in a unique perspective, I think, from what I've heard today. I'm a long-term resident of Riverdale. I'm born and raised there, actually, and I spent my 20s living in basement suites and affordable living, and I was actually raised by a single mother in an affordable living scenario, and my friends lived in co-ops and apartment buildings and large houses and small houses, and I got to see the benefits of a mosaic of people, and I got to see how healthy infill can make it positive. This is the first time where I've seen unhealthy infill affect the lives of my neighbors. Ironically, the last time I was in this chamber, I was actually here because we had a neighbor who was a developer who built a house that was too close to our house, that was too tall, and he cut down a tree on our property. And at that time, council said that that was unacceptable, and we thought that house would be torn down. And instead, it sat there for 10 years unfinished, and when it finally, council on its own, without saying anything to anyone, allowed it to be built. And 20 years later, my mom still has no grass and still has a flooded backyard every spring. And all of the things that I'm being told are just made up, she experiences every year still. I was lucky enough to be able to buy a house from neighbors I grew up with that's built in 1912, and I have an elm tree on my yard that is maybe even older than the house. It's one of the largest elm trees on private property left in the city. I found out that a developer just recently bought my neighbor's house to the south, which is in between my house and the neighbors. Between the trees between my house and the neighbors. That house was recently sold by a multi-generational family from my neighborhood who could no longer park or get their handicapped kids dropped off curbside because we now have a multi-business development on our street. And those people have nowhere to park but the street. And we accept that, and we compromise, and we park on our property, and we fixed our 100-year-old garage, and we made it work. Because compromise is what neighbors do. Now we're reaching a new point where suddenly within 150 meters of my house, I have 3 8-plexes, a 12-plex, and now an 8-plex going next to me. That doesn't sound like gradual infill. Doesn't sound like easing us into it. And if you want to talk about how developers treat the neighborhood, all you have to do is look at the sidewalks in front of those houses that have been abandoned for multiple years waiting for development, and look at the state of the yards, and look at the state of the things surrounding the house. On a business side of things, I have been dealing with developers for most of my adult life. It gives me unique optics, and because of that, I've seen the extreme wealth that's been generated by developers in the city. I've been on cruises, I've been in golf tournaments, I've been invited to wild parties of the people that claim that the margins are getting thin on development here. I can tell you in my adult life, I've seen housing costs increase always, building costs increase always. All of these amendments have done has given them a quick fix for a larger margin opportunity, and now we see a huge stagnant state of anything that's a 4-story plus, just like the quarters up the hill from Riverdale, which still sits empty. And at the same time, we have city properties that were earmarked that were supposed to be affordable housing that haven't been touched, and suddenly we're expecting neighbors to give up their property, their shade or whatever, instead of seeing these other developments go up. I'll say that, and I actually, to Ms. Stevens, I did send her an email last year, and I said, broken dreams. And my dream was that I would save money and work hard, live in a basement suite, and do the affordable housing until I could get a house. And I wanted to have a yard so that I could have kids play in it, and I could have friends over. And I was lucky enough to have a yard as a kid. And we had a trampoline, and we had a pool. And because of the people who lived in the Sundance Co-op didn't have yards, guess where they all came? They had a yard to play in. And so if we start taking away the affordable housing for single families that want to have a yard, where are they going to go next? Where are they going to expand to? That's my question. My other question is, how are we going to guarantee that this isn't going to turn into a bunch of short-term rentals? Because currently on my block, we have What were once duplexes from the 70s that were once affordable housing for small families are now all short-term rentals. And we have a multi-story building that we were told was going to have a top floor of rentals that are now just short-term rentals. And we're seeing price ranges from $1,200 to $1,500 a night. So I don't want to see this 8-plex next to me suddenly become short-term rentals. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just do a final check for Speaker Thomas. And I think everyone else from this panel was able to make it. Okay, great. Well, with that, we'll go to questions of committee and council colleagues, if you'd like to sign up. Thank you to all our speakers for being here.
I see Ron Kulak on, and you missed him in the previous panel. I don't know if there's opportunity.
I think he did have a chance to speak, and just reminding online speakers to refrain from interjecting. Thank you. We'll go to Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you. And I'm not sure who would be the one to speak to this on the private tree bylaw, but I did have a question. If anyone knows what the, or has any calculations about the tree canopy in Edmonton in general, and then on the residential, like I would love to know what development impacts have had on the percentage of tree canopy coverage.
Is there a specific speaker you wanted to direct that to?
Well, because there were so many who were speaking to it, I don't know who would be best able to answer that question, but maybe we'll just go to Dr. Farrow.
Sorry, I was so embarrassed about interjecting. I apologize, Councillor Stevenson. I was not listening super well. You said what percentage of your question again?
Yeah, I'm just wondering if anyone has any data on tree canopy loss in residential areas through development activity, or if there's a tree canopy gain. I just don't know what the numbers are.
Yeah, no, I don't think we know the numbers, and I think that's also where a private tree bylaw will help. We'll be able to see that kind of stat, but we also know that the LiDAR data that was done in 2025 isn't yet available, so hopefully that will help as well. But I mean, you're not wanting anecdotal. Like, we don't have hard data. You're not wanting sort of anecdotal information, like, you know, in terms of, say, in my own neighborhood, how many places I've seen clear cut before development permits even pulled. You're looking for validated. You're looking for stats that can be validated, right?
Yeah, that would be helpful in order to make data-driven decisions. Anecdotes are great, and I do appreciate them. It's just, as you know, they're just sort of, they're smaller sample.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we have that data because maybe, you know, and I would in part blame the fact that we don't have a private tree bylaw.
Right. Okay, well, that's interesting. And then, of course, just to clarify, the concern primarily is with the residential canopy. Is that right? Because I know that we're planting a number of trees, but there's also industrial activity. There's lots of things we have to do as a city that means sometimes lots of trees.
You know, I think for me, the point is that, yeah, we have incentives for landscaping and new plantings, but we're not protecting the mature trees, the trees that, you know, now and in the near future are the ones that really create our urban canopy, and we're losing them. So I would guess that we're, without the data, it's hard to say, but I guess we're below 13%, which is the last time we had LiDAR data. So I think that the private tree bylaw just designates a certain caliper at chest height that needs to be protected or considered for protection. So we're not talking about small trees with the private tree bylaw. We're talking about large, mature trees that are adding to the urban canopy now.
Yeah.
So, and that's, yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah, so I'll see if I can it'll be a while, but at some point in the far future, I'll ask administration with that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Councillor Clark.
Thank you. Thanks all speakers. Really appreciate it. First question is to Speaker Parkinson, number 8, I believe. I think he kind of mentioned, why are we here today? And I've heard this from speakers before. I just want to ask, are you aware that we're here today because the mayor put a motion out before Christmas for admin to actually go over these specific asks that was supported by, I think, the majority of my councillors. So I just want to make sure you're aware of that, and that's why we're here today.
Yeah. I mean, I'm aware of like the nuts and bolts of why we're here, but I meant like philosophically, why are we here when we just had an election where this wasn't really as big an issue as it was deemed to be.
I got you. I just want to make sure we're clear. Okay, second question. Speaker number 9, Mr. Carey in Grosvenor. Always good to talk to a resident of Nakota Iska. Just want to know, that with your experience, is this development done? It's already built, and the people have moved in and everything. I just want to get a little more context.
So all of the row housing is currently either under construction or, as I said, there's a developer owns a site that doesn't have a development permit yet. So I don't have anyone living in the new houses yet. No, it's and I think a lot of the reaction in the neighborhood is related to construction impacts more than the perhaps end result once things settle.
Okay, so your point is that construction is probably the same it would be for a normal house, but we haven't seen the end effect of this.
We haven't seen the impact of there being more units. We're just seeing lots of construction.
Good to know. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
And then questions for Speaker 10, Abdul from the University of Alberta Students Union. Thanks for perspective on students. I just want to be, if I'm hearing you correctly, the proximity to transit and proximity obviously to post-secondary schools is the main thing we'd like to see with housing done here.
Yes, Councillor, thank you for the question. I think it is in terms of, yes, we are hoping to, and students are hoping to get more near transit and more near university, but it also depends on how expensive it is, right? So that is the idea, is that with 8 units building more housing, that can help with the supply and the cost can go down a bit. But at the same time, as I talked about, we're hoping to push for BRT and leisure access pass, but in a simple way, yes, in some instances.
Okay, yeah, and you mentioned targeted tool, so it's kind of what admin's proposing to us right now. If we have a targeted tool to focus more on nodes and corridors and transit versus in the neighborhood, if we had to make that choice, I'm not saying we do, but you would say, hey, we'd want to have more housing that's on nodes and corridors and transit. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think there are other mechanisms that I have also talked about with looking at expanding downtown student housing incentive across the city. So there are different mechanisms. If the city has to go towards a way of lowering it down to 6, we do want to see those options, but we do believe 8 is a good option to stay at.
Thank you. Next question, Mr. Ellis, speaker number 13. Thanks for bringing up the point on affordability. It's not lost on me and how important that is. I guess I want to get your take on it, because I think the math you're presenting on it, that this is going to force more into, let's call them developing neighborhoods versus maybe more mature, more affluent neighborhoods, is well taken. I guess a question on this, with everybody applying for the CMHC loans, and these are rental properties, kind of what I've seen some of my experience, and take that for what it is that it's actually in some of these really desirable neighborhoods, it's been a focus there because they can get really high rents, and that actually makes the performa a little bit more beneficial. So, what's your take? Are you seeing that same sort of thing? I don't want this to turn into kind of one versus the other, and kind of rents going high either way.
Sorry, just to clarify, like you're seeing with those better loans from the CMHC for places with higher kind of land values, it's leading to increase in rent, which is desirable for like folks that are owning that land? Yeah,
for the developer, it's desirable if they can get into one of those neighborhoods and charge $2,500 or $3,000 for rent, right? It makes it a little bit easier to pay off, even if it is a higher land value.
Honestly, I can't say exactly what that looks like for those developers. I'm just coming at it from thinking about the numbers, I assumed that it would have been less, less desirable because it does create that barrier to entry. Like how many people are going to be paying for that higher rent? And if it is, if we're down at a 6-unit thing where that rent is higher comparably to what it would be for that same location with 8 units, does that break even end up pushing folks to go to other places, go to that, that land that's been developed more cheaply for a lower rent?
Thank you. Councillor Jens.
Thank you. I'll go to guest McMurdo. Thank you for sharing. I think you raised an interesting question with the short-term rental piece. I was wondering if you were aware that council has been trying to figure out regulations around short-term rentals and where they can set up or not, and trying to stop the what I call the ghost hotels. I believe some motions have been passed, and there's a body of work coming back here about that in terms of regulating short-term rentals. Were you aware of that?
I've got some updates from Ms. Stevens, but we can talk about it lots. The reality is what's happening right now.
Yeah, no. So that's just so
Yep,
you are
thank you.
aware that
Yep.
that's coming. Yeah, I think that's an important body of work. Thank you. If I can go to guest Carrie, one thing you mentioned you're a homeowner in Grosvenor. One thing I'm wondering about is we hear a lot about rental rates going up and down, or let's say we add another 100 units of rental to Grosvenor. I imagined those would be probably more expensive rentals, right? Because this is a desirable place to live.
I don't think I would know what the rents would be, to be honest. I know that regardless of, for any market, you add more supply, the price for that market is going to go down. So if you're looking to rent a new house in Grosvenor, that will become cheaper by having more new houses in Grosvenor. But if you're comparing to an old place in Grosvenor, maybe it's more expensive. I don't know.
Yeah, I was trying to calculate like how, if we hadn't done the zoning bylaw, and because we grew by 200,000 people over the last 4 years, if we hadn't added supply in these areas, what would happen to rents? And I'm guessing they would continue to go up.
I think they would have to. I can't think of anywhere else where people would. Ultimately, there has to be enough places for everybody to live, and whether that's by sharing space, or by having more houses, or by growing out in the suburbs. But I think like within Grosvenor, there would be more demand for that central living, and so a rent in Grosvenor would probably be higher. Yeah.
So sometimes I hear if another 100 homes were added to Grosvenor, that may cause a fluctuation in your own home value or your own home price. How do you think about that?
I kind of don't, I guess. Like my home price will be what it is. I know my assessment this year went up 10%. Is that accurate? No idea. So I think my own thought is that if there's more demand for the land itself will be propped up even if the value of the house goes down that's sitting on the land, because there's now other opportunities to live there.
Right.
Because you could put now currently probably 5 houses on my lot if you were to knock my house down.
Right, yeah. Because I take Councillor Clark's question about are we seeing infill going to places where you can charge a higher rent?
Yeah.
But isn't that a function of you could charge a higher rent because that's where the demand is and that's where people want to live and that's where we have a scarcity of houses? Like at some point if we added 300 houses to Grosvenor, maybe that's nobody else wants to live there, and by now they want to move to Glenora or something.
Well, there's certainly got to be a point at which the demand will hopefully be satisfied. I mean, for any one neighborhood, I don't think you could look at this. I think like there's demand along the LRT line, and more houses along the LRT line will make it more affordable to live along the LRT line. That's my expectation, I guess.
Excellent. And did you move in before the LRT was announced?
I was aware of the route selection. It was long before design was done. But
So probably when you looked at your house, it was the LRT coming was something that was factored into the property value, the land value, your purchase price, all of that?
Yeah, it was certainly, it should have all been priced in by then. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to follow up with speaker number 3, Natasha. I really appreciate your points around the importance of protecting and retaining our tree canopy. One of the one of the struggles or questions that I wanted to run by you is just how, I think the how really matters of any private tree bylaw. One of the concerns that I always think about is sort of the proactive landowner who might clear cut before any sort of development process is even initiated. I'm just wondering if you have any thoughts around that piece and maybe workable models that you've seen elsewhere.
Yeah, thank you for your question. I think with any of these kind of regulations, there will always come those challenges with enforcement and challenges with implementation. I believe that in some other jurisdictions, they've done more of tree bonds and things like that, specifically in Victoria, with trying to bring the enforcement, trying to shift the enforcement piece more so to the developers. While I think that doesn't necessarily address the issue of homeowners preemptively cutting, I do think that just the clear benefits that do stem from more of the large scale removals through development and construction are still quite meaningful, and they have already shown increases in canopy coverage in municipalities that have adopted those private tree bylaws, even if they aren't necessarily kind of mitigating those issues at the front end. I think in the long term, they are still effective in increasing those coverage goals and just maintaining the mature trees as much as possible.
Okay, I really appreciate your perspective on that. I just want to switch gears and go to Speaker Abbasi. I often think about whenever we're having these kinds of land use discussions and zoning discussions, of course there's an affordability conversation. I think there's also suitability. And I'm wondering if you have any thoughts to share around just the suitability of housing options that are available for students right now, and maybe are you hearing anything or have you seen any changes in the types of homes that are becoming available for students post-zoning bylaw renewal?
Thank you so much, Councillor Salvador. When it comes to what we're hearing from students, there are two things that I will touch on. One is that with data, with data and from what we hear from students, we have seen that students are living further and further away from the university, and that is an aspect of affordability, but also what they can find. And the second aspect is, I think, we are finding more and hearing more that students are living in more into 2 and 3 bedroom housing that they can share the cost. And as that is becoming available, and with this university increasing their population, it's becoming more harder with Garno. The last time I checked, had a vacancy rate of under 1%. So students are living further and further away, and they're looking at 2 and 3 bedroom housing.
Okay, great. Thank you. And actually, I might ask a very similar question to our first speaker, to Speaker Singh. Just, I appreciated your reflections around some of the challenges that you've gone through with the types of rental opportunities that are available in our communities. Have you noticed changes, I guess, in the types of opportunities that are available or not available in our neighborhoods since the renewal?
Thanks to Councillor Salvador. Actually, I have. I ended up moving to Wickwentwin, and it's been great to live in a neighborhood now that's more dense, that has actually more of those opportunities. The houses that we ended up looking at when we were searching after our rent went up, a lot of them happen to be in Wickwentwin, where there's actually supply and there's actually options. And something that's been kind of mentioned by other speakers here today with regard to infill coming in and causing disruption in the neighborhood. I live in Wickwentwin and I haven't noticed much of that. There's like two kind of medium-sized buildings that have gone up in the last year. I look at that, it's like, this is great. More neighbors coming in, more people having the opportunities, the kind of opportunities I have, hopefully meaning more rent stability because there's more supply coming in. So I've kind of seen the positive side of greater infill, greater supply coming into Wickwentwin, and hoping that that would mean greater stability.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up with Speaker Ellis for a second. just to make sure I understood, because I think you succinctly described what I was trying to get at in my first line of questioning with the first panel. And so I just want to make sure I'm understanding your arguments correctly. The potential recommended constraints on the RS zone that administration is bringing forward, if they were approved, could have unintended consequences where some infill might not even happen in certain neighborhoods and could be pushed to neighborhoods where maybe the land value or the performa works better for maximizing. Is what you're saying? Did I summarize and understand it correctly?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. You know, like we talk about, like a lot of people are like this 50% goal for the city plan of in redeveloping versus greenfield or developing communities. And just like I see with our affordable housing, we also have like a striving for 16% in every neighborhood. We don't see that. We do see clusters. Do you have any insights on, like, where did that come from in terms of, are we already seeing sort of clusters of that happening? And is it already being indicated in what we already have as well, in terms of what neighborhoods are desirable and why they're desirable for some of the larger development permits? You might not have that information, but.
Yeah, sorry, unfortunately, I don't have much that I can speak to exactly on that and that answer, but it is, I think, a very compelling and interesting question that warrants further investigation.
Yeah, because like there's some neighborhoods that have zero, like even if they're redeveloping, we see now, even 2 years out from the zoning bylaw renewal, some neighborhoods have had 0 development permits. Others have had upwards of 20, right, in 1 year. So it's already not equal across neighborhoods. Is that fair to say?
I think so, yeah, and I worry that if we made this change, it might just kind of further drag that unequal distribution. I don't know if there's a way to kind of incentivize, more of like a carrot approach for the other end, but.
Well, I think that's what we are talking about too, because even when we talk about, you know, I heard definitely, and maybe I'll go to the speaker with the University of Alberta Students Union. You know, I think you spoke to that it's not a carrot or a stick, but if you take away, if you constrain, then you definitely also we have a fiduciary duty to then incentivize that growth so that we don't lose that growth opportunity overall. Is that correct?
Yes, Councillor, I think that's what I talked about, is if you're taking away that supply, making sure that we're doing some other things with the downtown housing incentive, with BRT, and with LAP to make sure that we're, at least to some extent, fulfilling what we're losing.
Because at the end of the day, demand is there. Demand will be demand, and we have no control over demand. We can only really control supply.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Oh, I think Councillor Paquette, there we go, over to you.
Yeah, just to Alan Bolstad, thanks for your presentation. So I heard that one of your concerns is that you're worried that with the densification that you'll lose students to the schools. Is that what I'm hearing? And can you expand on that?
Yeah, actually, yeah, absolutely. It's really critical because that's the one remaining school in the central part of the city that's still available to families that want to move into that general area. And the houses that it draws from, where most of the students are, is in that section behind it, you know, to the north. There's 3 blocks between 95th and 97th, right between 11th and 18th Avenue, and that's the primary area,
okay,
as well as others, you know, in the general area. But with the new zoning that you're putting in for transit routes on 97th and 95th, that's the whole area is rezoned. You know, it has new rules now allowing medium to higher density housing, which we're concerned is really going to cut back the number of students that are.
Okay, so I guess I'm just, do we know how many families are moving into the new units that are created with kids who are school aged?
No, we don't have any stats on that, but I think it's pretty clear that not as many families want to move into high rises, you know, to try to raise a family there, as opposed to a place where you would have some fenced-in yard space, you know, for your kids, etc. So we would still like to see some development of lower density where you would still have some yard space, where you could have some opportunities for your family there, and encourage more families to look at our area and move into our area and send their kids to school at Norwood.
Okay, I'll definitely look into that, and I'll ask administration about that as well. The other question I had for you is just, we know that that there's the federal program that has incentivized building homes to address a housing crisis, right? And obviously that's worked to startling effect in the city of Edmonton. But it also occurs to me that it's a temporary program. And so I am just trying to think about looking forward and how we develop policy based on what is a temporary spike versus what we might be expecting long-term. And I just thought maybe I'd get your insight on this. You've thought about these kinds of things a lot, all sorts of different kinds of things, so.
No, I haven't.
Oh, I just mean in general, in your lifetime and your career, you've had a lot of city issues in front of you that you've had to contemplate.
Oh, and I'm not sure if I fully understand what you're saying, but I can certainly see why council is going in this direction in general. No question. When I was on council, the biggest issue facing us from a financial standpoint was we had a hugely spread out city that was crazy expensive to operate, and it was getting worse by the day. And so, and I felt bad about it a lot of the time, to tell you the truth, with the new neighborhoods that we were bringing on, and some of us were trying to hold the line there a little bit, you know, and be a little more reasonable how it happened. I thought to myself many times that, wow, the councillors down the road are going to have a real job to deal with, given the size of our city, and trying to provide services to that. And that was the number one thing driving the budget, in terms of whether it was transit, police, fire, whatever it was, extending that out across that huge area with density being as low as it is. Yeah, so there's no question this has to happen. But it has to be done in a sensitive way, a gradual way, you know, so that, and as I was saying earlier, I think most people are prepared to accept some change here, so they don't want to lose their entire quality of life.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like in my case, I moved into that house for the backyard. That's why I moved there, was to have a garden and a deck and whatnot. And I keep talking to my neighbor about the guy that's south of me, and I'm hoping he's not going to, you know, leave, you know, et cetera, so that I would be subject to, you know, losing the ability to enjoy that backyard. So it's a degree. How far do you push this along? Yeah. And yes, it has to be pushed a fair bit, but I think in some areas council's gone a little too far.
Well, what I was referring to earlier, what I meant was exactly what you just provided. So thank you so much, and also thank you for your service.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
Thank you. We'll go to Mayor Knack now for questions.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson, and thanks to everyone. And Mr. Volstead, I just wanted to pick up, and sorry, I didn't get to hear, I've been running between a few things today, and I'm going to come back and listen to your presentation as well as the other speakers I missed for the second panel. But maybe just wanted to pick up on that last point you said, like, so what is that sort of reasonableness in your mind? Like, because you're right, like the same issues you identified are the issues we're facing today around outward expansion, all of that. You know, we've seen these challenges. So what's that refinement? Because that's how I've been trying to approach this, but I'm worried that I'm hearing a lot of different versions of what refinement is, and that's the nature of this job. It's always a challenge. But, you know, I've heard some people say, go back to 2 units per lot. I've had other people in the first panel say, actually remove the cap. Is unit count actually the issue? Is it built form? Is it massing? What is it for you as somebody that's been in this before?
No, it's not unit count. If people can find a way to put very small housing units into a complex, great. And there's some market for that, and there is, you know, then that's fine. No, it's how much of the property you're covering, and certainly I think steps have been taken to reduce the front yards. That's great, because people don't need them very much, you know, et cetera. So a 10 to 15 foot front yard is fine. Increasing the height is fine, you know, going to 3 stories, et cetera, accommodating that. Where it really starts to get sensitive, though, is how far do you go back? How far do you affect the neighbors? And you have to leave them some privacy, you have to leave them some sunlight for them to still enjoy their quality of life, etc. So that's where you have to sort of draw the line. And so I
That's
think
helpful,
council
yeah.
chewed off an awful lot when they threw out all the rules, and now we have to find a more happier medium.
So when you look at the rules that were changed back in July, which did start to reduce that length of how far back something goes compared to, say, a skinny home that could have been built in the last sort of decade, there's still a slight difference from where it was, but it's substantially less than it was before. And I guess I wanted to take a look, get a sense from you, like, do you feel that change in July? The problem is we don't have any of those built forms yet of what was changed in July. So I'm just curious if you've had a chance to look at the specific numbers that were changed in July, if that's satisfactory and we just need to see that implemented combined with some other modifications, or any specific insight on that?
Well, I think that was a big improvement, no question.
Okay.
You know, when you had it going all the way to 80 or 85 feet or whatever, et cetera, it was, yeah, you're basically blocking off the entire lot. And so that was a significant improvement. I'm just trying to make the point that it's still pretty aggressive what you have there, particularly if you're going to allow people to put a housing unit on top of their garage in addition to the main building. Wow. You know, if, like I say, you do the math, and some of these backyards are going to be 8 feet deep, you know, and so it doesn't leave much space for anybody or much, you know, sunlight or privacy for the neighbors.
I get it. Okay, that's helpful content. I really appreciate that, Alan. As usual, it's always nice to have somebody who's been in these chairs before to be able to sort of dig into some of those specifics. So thank you for that additional insight. And those are all my questions.
You're most welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So that concludes our second panel. Just wanted to thank you all again so much for taking part and sharing your thoughtful remarks. We're going to move, before we move to panel 3, we do have 6 additional speakers, I believe, that have signed up to speak. So I'm happy to move that Urban Planning Committee hear from the following additional speakers: E. Soles, J. Collier, C. Peters, J. Callian, M. Wilhelm, and K. Audrey Lowe. Barring no questions from committee members, I'll ask you to vote on hearing from those speakers. I'm a yes.
Thank you, Chair Stevenson. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. So I believe that they'll be added to panel 5. Okay. Thank you for those speakers. So next up, we're on to panel 3. So as before, I'll call your name. If you're online, if you can just indicate that you're present, and anyone in person, you can be seen to your seats. Thank you again to panel 2. Rob Smythe, Glenora.
Yes, here online.
Thank you. Keaton Hawkswell. Keaton, are you with us? Okay, we'll come back. Sean Sedgwick. Are you here in person? Online? Mauricio Ochoa? Okay, come back. Ronan Sones? They're coming down. Oh, there you all are. Hi, thank you. Jacqueline Soroka? There, great, thank you. Al McCulley? There, thank you. Upinder Sarkar? Dallas Morovec? Joe Miller? Great. Kim Edwards? Hi. Debbie Cronwit Martin? David Despin? There you are, David. Wilfred UB Fancy? Oh, you are there. And David Barry. David, are you joining us online? Okay, we'll come back to those who didn't check in. Great. Well, thank you all so much. We will start with Speaker Smythe. Over to you.
Yes, thank you very much. Members of committee and other members of city council in attendance today, thanks for this opportunity. For the purposes of my presentation, I'm wearing my Glenora Community League hat. That said, I and many others speaking today have been working hand in glove with the Residential Infill Working Group. You'll hear as part of this panel as well, and the Edmonton Neighborhoods United Group also. We met a number of times with Build Edmonton and community leagues to share our perspectives and align our recommendations as best we could. While we do support administration's recommendations, as you have heard and will continue to hear, these recommendations unfortunately do miss the mark. The key issues of building volume, and others will speak to this in detail, building scale and massing will only marginally be impacted by these proposed amendments. Recommendations put forward by the RIWG and Edmonton Neighborhoods United more effectively address this massing issue. No question, though, they will need more refinement and modeling by administration to determine exactly how they would work in practice and to draft further amendments to the bylaw. Critically important that this additional work be referred back to administration to collaboratively work with industry and community. This can and should be done quickly. We can't see this as a binary argument between rejecting all infill and allowing an unrestricted level of infill. Co-designing further possible amendments with industry and community should not be frightening. The volunteers I've had the opportunity to work with over the last number of months have developed a deep understanding of the realities our city is facing and are very professional in their approach. My second, somewhat more granular item today is about our policies on corner lots. The reports today do paint generally a positive image of developments on corner lots. We do take some exception to this part of the report. Corner lot projects in some neighborhoods have been approved for 10 or even 12 units, often approving 2 permits at 2 different times on the same site. Fortunately, in at least one case, we were able to appeal to the SDAB and were successful. It was costly, and this is not how neighbors should have to respond. Administration's suggestion, although not recommended, to amend site area per dwelling on corners is only very marginally helpful. The issue of development on corner lots also needs to be re-examined using some of the same thinking as mid-block as proposed by Residential Infill Working Group and Edmonton Neighborhoods United. Detailed metrics may vary somewhat, but 9 or 10 or more units being approved on corner lots should not be an option. Many see these as apartments or small apartments or lodging houses. My final message for committee today deals with the amendments to the district policy and district planning. One of the major and most important outcomes of city plan, district policy and plans in the zoning bylaw was to prioritize development in nodes and corridors. Unfortunately, we have not achieved this outcome. As the report today indicates, the majority of development is occurring within the interior of neighborhoods and outside nodes and corridors. This conclusion, combined with the reality that the current version of the district plans is to guide growth to the first city population horizon of 1.25 million, which we'll get to this year, means that the district plans need to be updated to guide growth to the 1.5 million population level. This cannot be done exclusively by administration. District context, the unique elements of each district needs to be brought into the plans so that development occurs in the right places for the next 250,000 people coming to our city. In particular, the 5 district plans that need to be prioritized, because this is where most of the infill growth is occurring, include Southeast, Scona, Central, North Central, and Jasper Place. Community level planning to update the district plans must be part of the work to direct infill to the right places. Zoning amendments alone or small revisions to the district policy cannot fix the issues that have emerged. Our recommendation is that we need a small focus group to work with admin of community and industry. Our planning framework needs to encourage a density in the right places, in the right buildings, at the right scale, at the right time. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Excuse me, thank you. Was Speaker Hawkswell able to join?
Hi, sorry, I just joined.
Oh, that's just fine. It's your time, 5 minutes.
Hello, thank you. I would just like to acknowledge that I am currently at work and I'm just running away for a minute to be able to speak. And I would like to acknowledge that there are many people who are not able to join this meeting and give their opinion. I would like to also point out that I did door knock during the campaign, and it is very, very difficult to reach people in apartments. And often those voices are not heard as loudly as single family home owners. I would just like to bring up the point of the tree bylaw. One of my concerns is with if we prioritize trees in our mature neighborhoods, we will most likely lead to additional sprawl. And this will add many more environmental effects to the city, including congestion and loss of trees. I think that's something that's very important to consider over the long term. I live in a neighborhood that has a main arterial, and one of my primary concerns is with additional sprawl and traffic through my community. I've noticed very little negative impacts of more neighbors in my community. I have multiple apartment buildings, and that is not the main issue. It is the main arterials where people are simply using my community as a pass through. I also think it is important to look at the big picture for rents. I know we have talked about certain communities with high rent, but those are people that were looking to pay rent. As they move out of less desirable neighborhoods and less desirable apartments, that will open up better housing for people who cannot afford the extreme high rents. I would just hope that in the end, we look at the big picture and we do not rush to large conclusions to limit the housing affordability in Edmonton. We are making very big shifts towards the stated goals of the city of mode shifts, which will only happen if we densify. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our third speaker is Speaker Sedgwick from IDEA.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Councillors. I am Sean Sedgwick, the Executive Director of the Infill Development Association in Edmonton, or IDEA. We represent a broad coalition of professionals dedicated to the long-term health of Edmonton's neighborhoods. As we discuss the proposed changes today, it is vital to ground our conversation in the why of our current policy. Edmonton is a North American leader in managing growth. Last year, 65,000 people moved to our city. Our zoning framework isn't the cause of this growth, but it is our primary tool for managing it responsibly. Mature neighborhoods across Edmonton are currently 30% below their 1970s population peaks. Infill is not overwhelming these areas, it's a restorative process. By bringing residents back, we are providing the critical mass taxpayers needed to sustain existing schools, community centers, and local businesses that have seen decades of decline. Furthermore, the fiscal argument is undeniable. Since 2015, Infill has generated $263 million in property tax uplift. Every multi-unit building in a mature area contributes to paying down the $1.4 billion maintenance liability created by suburban expansion. We aren't just building houses, we are building Edmonton's financial resilience. We often hear that the current RS zone is described as a radical experiment, but in reality, it is the careful, cumulative result of a collaborative 15-year journey. This was not a single jump in 2024 when zoning bylaw 20,001 was adopted, but a series of deliberate, evidence-led calibrations. In 2016, we started by decreasing setbacks for row housing, acknowledging that standard lots could accommodate more than just single-family homes. The next year, Council made garden suites a permitted use citywide, moving away from the discretionary conflict of the past. In 2018, Council allowed secondary suites in semi-detached and row housing and removed the location criteria that had restricted semi-detached homes to corner lots. This opened the interior of our blocks to more diverse housing forms for the first time. In 2019, the RF3 zone was amended. Council reduced site area requirements for row housing and removed location criteria for multi-unit housing. This effectively signaled that the middle belonged everywhere in our mature neighborhoods. In 2021, Council allowed for multiple suites per principal dwelling, a garden suite and a secondary suite, which meant most RF3 zoned lots could accommodate more than the current 8-unit limit. The RS zone simply consolidated these decade-long efforts into one predictable framework. Merging the RF1, RF2, and RF3 zones was Action 19 in the 2018 infill roadmap. It's been on the books for 7 years. To reverse this now would be to undo a decade of evidence-based policy work before the ink is even dry on the latest refinements. We recognize that Council has faced pressure regarding neighborhood feel. However, it is important to distinguish between unit count and physical massing. The July 2025 design amendments, which introduced new rules for building length, setbacks, and articulation, were specifically designed to solve the massing concerns residents have raised. Because of the timeline of permit approvals, few, if any, have been completed under these July rules yet. We believe it's premature to cut units before we have the data to see if administration's design-led solutions actually worked. Let's allow these 2025 rules to manifest in the real world. If, after this period, there's evidence that the number of units rather than the building's footprint is causing tangible issues, we would welcome a data-driven revisit. However, if such a reduction is eventually proposed, it should not apply to sites near nodes, corridors, or transit routes. These are the engines of the city plan, and we have to protect their capacity to handle the growth Edmonton is experiencing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Speaker Ochoa.
Yes, I'm here.
Over
Good
to you.
afternoon. My name is Mauricio Ochoa, and I'm the president of IDEA and the president of LCX Development. I speak to you today as a builder who navigates the math of housing every day. We all share the goal of seeing more families in our mature neighborhoods. However, reducing the unit cap from 8 to 6 doesn't make buildings smaller. It simply makes the remaining units more expensive. The 8-unit model, typically 4 primary units and 4 secondary suites, is the most effective tool we have for attainability. The rental income from a secondary suite acts as a vital mortgage helper for a family. When you spread land and construction costs over 8 units, the price per door drops. If you restrict that same site to 6 units, those fixed costs are spread over fewer doors. This can be forced builders to pivot to luxury 2-bedroom configurations to make the project viable, effectively pricing out the very families we are trying to attract back to neighborhood interiors. There is a misconception that a move from 8 units to 6 is a minor adjustment. In the current economic climate, with high interest rates and land values in mature neighborhoods at historic heights, it is actually the difference between 8 units and 0 units. Land is the most significant fixed cost in infill. To make a project viable, that cost must be amortized over enough units to make the end product affordable to a buyer or renter. On a standard 50-foot lot in a mature area, the math simply fails at 6 units. The project becomes unfinishable. The land stays underutilized, and the neighborhood continues its population decline. We aren't just losing 2 units, we are losing the entire project and the reinvestment that comes with it. Beyond the math, we have to consider the physical reality of building in old neighborhoods. We often encounter unforeseen site constraints, a protected mature tree, a poorly placed utility pole, or an unexpected grading issue. An 8-unit threshold provides a critical regulatory buffer. These constraints can easily force a design change that loses a unit. In an 8-unit framework, a project that drops to 7 is still a success. In a 6-unit framework, losing even 1 unit due to a site constraints immediately pushes the project into the red. By keeping the cap at 8, you give us the flexibility to work around the neighborhood's existing character, like its trees. rather than being forced to choose between a tree and a viable project. There is a perception that our neighborhoods are being flooded with multiplexes. The data tells a different story. In 2025, only 0.39% of RS zone properties were redeveloped into multiplexes. We are seeing a measured incremental evolution. By maintaining the 8-unit maximum, we provide the stability that lenders and builders need to continue delivering on the Edmonton blueprint. Constant changes to policy and regulations increase the risk profile of infill, which ultimately leads to higher costs for renters and home buyers, or projects that never get off the ground. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Speaker Sones.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Urban Planning Committee and members of Council. My name is Raynon Sones. I'm a planning consultant with Clarity, as some of you know, but today speaking as a member of the IDEA board. While my colleagues have focused more on the RS zone, I want to address the proposed changes to the district policy that would restrict the RSM zone to nodes and corridors. To understand why this matters, we need to be clear about why the RSM zone exists. It was designed as a bridge, a standard planning tool to manage transition in scale between low-density housing and larger apartment forms. So by restricting the zone exclusively to nodes and corridors, we do create a transitionary gap. We're effectively saying that small to medium-scale housing, 3 to 4 stories, belongs nowhere within the interior of our neighborhoods, which is not historically the case. This undermines the transition logic that is embedded into the city plan. If density is only allowed at the edges, we lose the ability to create gradual, sensitive changes in scale that support a mix of housing types in places where families actually want to live. Beyond the technical zoning mechanics, I want to speak briefly to process. One of the strengths of the zoning bylaw renewal was the depth of engagement and transparency that underpinned it. By contrast, the district policy changes before you today have moved forward without an opportunity for meaningful public or technical stress testing. This creates a few risks. First, without feedback from those building and living in these neighborhoods, we risk passing rules that work on paper but fail on typical Edmonton lots. Secondly, predictability is the foundation of a successful housing strategy. When major structural changes occur without collaborative dialogue, it creates a sense of policy by surprise, for residents trying to understand what to expect, and for builders trying to decide where it's safe to invest. If the RS zone is tightened through unit reductions, and the RSM zone is restricted to corridors, the combined effect is the creation of a regulatory dead zone. Every neighborhood has opportunity sites, larger parcels, irregular lots, sites near schools or parks, where the RSM zone currently provides a predictable standard pathway for well-designed infill projects. Removing that tool won't stop development on those sites. It will push projects back towards direct control zoning, which is a step backwards from the goals of the zoning bylaw renewal. It means more site-specific negotiations for both administration and council, more public hearings for modest buildings, and more administrative time spent managing exceptions rather than policy. To be clear, IDEA is not opposed to refinement where it's warranted, and we fully see that change is a normal part of good planning. Our concern is more with the speed and breadth of the changes being proposed before the recent reforms that Sean referenced have had time to even be evaluated in real projects. And we remain fully committed to working collaboratively with council, administration, and communities to identify evidence-led adjustments that improve outcomes without undermining predictability. So in closing, we urge council to give the July 2025 RS amendments more time to work, to preserve the RSM zone as a standard citywide transition tool, and to focus on measured, evidence-based refinement rather than broad geographic restrictions that remove established planning tools. Thanks very much. Happy to take questions after.
Thank you. Next, we have Speaker Soroka. Over to you.
I have a presentation along with this. Good morning, Chair and members of the Urban Planning Committee. Thank you for this opportunity to be here today. We come here today in support of thoughtful growth, working to ensure neighborhood voices are constructively included in policy discussions before Council. Next slide, please. Our presentation follows a simple structure: impacts, evidence, and solutions. First, neighborhood impacts, what residents are experiencing on the ground as infill accelerates across mature communities. Second, evidence, the data, survey results, and examples that show these impacts are consistent and systemic. And third, practical solutions, reasonable, workable adjustments that support growth while reducing the harm to neighborhood livability. We recognize this committee's support in increasing housing options. Today, we're focusing on how we can strengthen community confidence without reducing housing supply. Next slide. First and foremost, let us introduce ourselves. We are Edmonton Neighborhoods United. Perhaps you recognize these Your Voice for Responsible Infill lawn signs across the city, which are located around 2,000 resident homes. Edmonton Neighborhoods United began in February 2025 as a small group of 6 residents from 4 neighborhoods responding to rapid, poorly scaled infill under Bylaw 2001 and a growing sense of reduced agency in decisions affecting their neighborhoods. Next slide, please. After our first meeting, interest grew and residents joined seeking clarity and solutions. In under 8 months, ENU expanded and is approaching inclusion of almost 60 neighborhoods across 9 wards. Our network includes residents and professionals, janitors, teachers, nurses, tradespeople, planners, architects, and lawyers, renters and owners alike. Our website has created over 53,000 visits in less than 8 months, and 93% of that is organically from Edmonton. ENU remains resident-led and nonpartisan with a growing and credible collective voice. Next slide. Residents consistently sought clarity on what had happened, when decisions were made, and how the new zoning applied to their own properties. For many, those questions arose only after demolition had already begun on their neighborhood. Key areas of confusion included the removal of the mature neighborhood overlay, what rezoning meant in practice, and whether any notice to neighboring properties was actually required. Planning information was not accessible in the way residents had previously expected from the City of Edmonton. Technical bylaw language, limited plain language communication, and unclear enforcement pathways increased stress and left many feeling unable to meaningfully engage or influence outcomes. Many residents shared that their calls and emails did not receive meaningful responses, reinforcing the importance of ensuring that all constituents feel represented. Next slide, please. Bylaw 2001 introduced a significant change to neighborhoods' livability through a one-size-fits-all zoning approach applied across very different contexts, including mid-block, corner, and arterial sites. This shift occurred even as Edmonton ranked first in Canada for planning efficiency and development, supported by the Canadian Home Builders Association in 2024 benchmarking study, indicating that infill was already meeting targets with strong architectural stewardship. Simple implementation appeals and complaints have increased, not due to opposition to growth, but because outcomes have become oftenly misaligned with neighborhood context and sound planning practice. As recently reported by the Globe and Mail, Edmonton has slipped in national livability rankings, prompting questions about whether this pace and form of infill are affecting how the city is experiencing it as a place to live. Next slide, please. ENU began focusing on helping residents understand the bylaw changes. Volunteers hosted information sessions, went door to door, distributing materials to reach residents who were not online or already engaged. We quickly reached thousands of residents unfamiliar with the city plan or zoning bylaw, not because of lack of interest, but because planning information was technical, fragmented, and difficult to access. ENU became a central hub for residents seeking clarity. That role quickly expanded to supporting actionable steps, including permit appeals and, in some neighborhoods, consideration of restrictive covenants as a very last tool. Ultimately, our efforts were focused on helping residents understand and mitigate the impacts of a bylaw that had already been adopted. Next slide, please.
Good afternoon, Chairman.
Sorry, thank you. Speaker McCulley, over to you.
Thank you. My name is Al McCulley. I reside in Aspen Gardens neighborhood. My presentation addresses what ENU has heard during ongoing meetings with our many neighborhood leaders and committees. Throughout, our focus has remained consistent, listening to residents and accurately reflecting what we hear. Many of these concerns will be familiar from emails and public hearings, so we won't repeat them. Instead, we'll confirm those impacts through survey data and lived experiences. Some councillors have toured recent infill developments to see these changes firsthand. For those who haven't, the following summarizes the impacts residents are describing. Next slide, please. To ground this discussion in evidence, ENU has just conducted a resident survey across multiple neighborhoods, 7 months after the July 2025 zoning amendments were approved. The results are strikingly consistent. The top concerns are building height, lot coverage, loss of privacy, shadowing, and neighborhood character, all pointing to a single underlying issue: scale and massing. Residents are not opposing residential densification or infill in principle. They are responding to buildings that exceed the physical and visual capacity of residential streets, impacts that are experienced daily, difficult to reverse, and disproportionately borne by adjacent properties and in certain neighborhoods. The consistency of these responses across neighborhoods signals a systemic planning issue, not isolated resistance, and points clearly to where targeted policy adjustments would have the greatest impact. Next slide. These impacts also show up in very practical ways, both for the city and its residents in their everyday lives. Increased density on constrained lots has created challenges with solid waste collection and intensified pressure on curbside space, directly affecting city services and bylaw enforcement. The loss of mature trees and permeable land reduces stormwater absorption, increases heat retention, and works against the city's climate and urban tree canopy goals. Some residents have also experienced basement flooding due to increased surface water runoff and improper lot grading. Next slide, please. These images show additional on-the-ground impacts residents are experiencing, overshadowing, loss of privacy, safety concerns, and parking constraints, particularly during winter. On-street parking congestion has shifted from an occasional inconvenience to a daily pressure, affecting access, safety, and the basic functioning of residential streets. Increased density on constrained sites also places growing strain on local power and service infrastructure. Reduced sightlines, increased traffic and service activity, and narrowed travel lanes create safety issues, especially for children, seniors, and families, and complicates access for fire, EMS, waste collection, snow removal, and road maintenance. These are long-term operational impacts that challenge the city to manage, while residents have to endure the consequences day to day. Next slide. Increased height and building scale can result in overshadowing and a loss of privacy, directly affecting residents' reasonable enjoyment and use of their property. Reduced separation, elevated sightlines, and proximity to upper-story windows can erode privacy in homes, yards, and outdoor living spaces. Overshadowing further limits access to sunlight, reducing usability of solar panels, gardens, green spaces, and outdoor areas that contribute to neighborhood livability. Together, these impacts undermine compatibility with surrounding parcels, a core consideration in land use decision-making under the Municipal Government Act. These issues may seem minor individually, but together they create a cumulative effect that significantly alters daily life in neighborhoods, particularly on residential streets designed for lower intensity uses. Neighborhood vitality erodes, not suddenly, but gradually, and that has long-term implications for community well-being. Next slide, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Speaker Sarkar.
Hello, my name is Apinder, and I am a resident of Grosvenor. I would like to begin by adding my personal additions to points made by prior speakers. As you can see, I am not white. Previous speakers have made reference to advocating for racialized women. However, I prefer to speak for myself. I am an East Indian woman, a homeowner, living in a central neighborhood. I hope today that I can share my own perspective that has historically not generally been represented at council and committee meetings. I also recognize that I come from a place of privilege. I was able to take a day off work today in order to attend this meeting. Furthermore, I feel that my educational background as a registered nurse can also speak to the previous discussion point of equity. If we are to speak of equity, then let us please discuss how the current housing forms under the current zoning bylaws truly allows for equitable homes for all. How do current multiplexes accommodate people with disabilities, particularly physical disability? How do current multiplexes cater to aging in place? How do these support seniors with mobility needs? If the intent is to build an Edmonton for everyone, why are not all needs being considered? Now, to continue this presentation, ENU recognizes the need for more housing and financially viable development. But when regulations allow maximum height and volume by default, development predictably pushes these limits, a function of the rules, not the builders. Housing supply and neighborhood livability are not opposing goals. In practice, they succeed or fail together. Residents are not reacting to density, but to scale. When buildings exceed neighborhood context, the impacts are consistent. Reduced light and privacy, infrastructure strain, and declining confidence in the planning system. Next slide, please. Extended building lengths increase horizontal massing, creating continuous wall-like forms along streets and adjacent properties. This reduces visual permeability, affects privacy, and makes development feel disproportionate to surrounding homes, diminishing residents' reasonable enjoyment of their property. Good planning has always been about balance, supporting growth while respecting the scale, function, and limits of existing neighborhoods. That balance is currently missing, particularly on mid-block residential streets, where height and massing have the greatest impact. Next slide. In urban planning, transition refers to how new development steps in height, mass, and form to fit its surrounding context. Height contributes directly to how massing is perceived and has real impacts on privacy, sightlines, and access to light. When transition is handled well, increased density can feel natural, organic, and integrated. When it isn't, when buildings jump abruptly from 1 or 2 stories to 3 or 4 with no setbacks or modulation, the result is visually jarring, imposing, and out of scale with the street. Under the previous bylaw, 4 to 6 units on family-scale lots supported by the mature neighborhood overlay enabled significant infill with community buy-in. Edmonton was widely recognized for this balanced, context-driven approach to growth. Next slide, please. ENU's preferred mid-block option is 4 units, which best reduces massing and livability impacts. We recognize this may be difficult to advance, given that the previous bylaw permitted up to 6 units. However, this was under much tighter envelope and massing controls. As a practical alternative, ENU supports 4 units as of right, with up to 2 discretionary units in a separate secondary building where appropriate. Next slide. These July 2025 amendments were well intended, but in practice resulted in only a marginal reduction to building length and side setbacks. This had minimal effect on massing, which has been a primary concern for residents. A typical aplex was shortened by just 2.7 meters, while still extending 11 meters into the rear yard. From a resident perspective, that change does not meaningfully reduce massing, shadowing, or overlook. This highlights why unit counts or length limits alone are insufficient. Without form-based controls, isolated adjustments to height, length, or unit caps will not meaningfully change outcomes on the ground. If the goal is to reduce mid-block impacts, tools such as setbacks, site coverage limits, and principal building caps must work together, not in isolation. Next slide, please. As you can see, the changes made last July made little impact to the length of the building. To reiterate, while this change was well intended, it has had little impact on actual massing. Per the third or the bottom diagram here, splitting or dividing building mass into 2 can make a large building feel smaller and more integrated into the existing neighborhood scale. Next slide and next speaker, please.
Thank you. Next up is Speaker Moravec.
Hello, my name is Dallas. I'm from Woodvale in Mail Woods, and I just want to thank the Urban Planning Committee for this opportunity to speak on behalf of Edmonton Neighborhoods United. Edmonton's housing delivery is a positive outcome, and it shows the system is working at a strong pace in terms of speed and volume. However, speed alone does not guarantee long-term affordability or stability. Edmontonians we speak to feel the pace is too fast and there's little consultation with community. When similar housing forms are delivered rapidly and repeatedly in the same neighborhood context, particularly mid-block locations, there's a risk of localized oversupply and increased vacancy pressure even in a growing city. That kind of imbalance does not support residents, neighborhoods, or the long-term housing market. This is why form, location, and pacing matter. Thoughtful context, sensitive infill supports livability, market viability, and long-term resilience. Housing targets matter, but durable housing supply depends on how homes are delivered, not just how many. Next slide, please. Administration's own data confirms what residents have been saying all along. In just 2 years, mid-block 7 to 8 unit multi-housing is now the dominant form of development in the RS zones, with approvals jumping from 4 to over 200. Many of these permits are landing at the Subdivision Development Appeal Board. Mapping confirms these impacts are not evenly distributed. A small number of mature neighborhoods are absorbing a disproportionate share of development, while others see little to none. Our data shows height, length, site coverage, a repetitive massing drive, the real impacts on mid-block lots. Citywide averages mask neighborhood-level overload, which is why targeted amendments are needed now. We are seeing homeowners go to extreme measures with restricted covenants and investor groups buying their neighbors' homes. At this point, it is important to be very clear about what our residents are and are not for. And we hope we made it clear we are pro-housing choice and pro-responsible growth. Residents we speak to are asking for scaled transitions that actually work. They're asking for predictability, so homeowners, builders, and the city all know what to expect before a permit is issued. And above all, they're asking for respect for existing neighborhood context, development that fits within the street and community it's built in rather than dominating it. Next slide, please. These expectations align with long-standing urban planning principles, where community has the opportunity to be involved in the planning process. These principles not only encourage growth, they also guide it. Next slide, please. ENU is recommending 6 targeted practical amendments that would significantly improve the on-the-ground outcomes in established neighborhoods. First, we recommend that the allowed site coverage should be distributed across 2 buildings. Large building footprints drive massing impacts regardless of unit count, and separating forms significantly improves neighborhood fit. Second, we recommend to reduce maximum height from 10.5 meters to 9.5 meters. Third, we're asking for stronger massing controls such as upper story setbacks and clearer building envelope requirements. Fourth, we recommend capping principal buildings at 4 units with limited additional units permitted in backyard dwellings. This supports gentle density while reducing visual overwhelm. Fifth, we support increasing site area per dwelling to 90 square meters. And 6, we are asking for site area dwellings to 90 square meters for corner lots.
Thank you. And we are going to pause here for a break, and we will come back at 3:47. Thank you. have ask if everyone can wrap up their conversations. Staff and members of the public. Thank you. All right. Over to Speaker Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. My name is Joe Miller. I'm a resident of Grosvenor.
Sorry, we'll just pause your time for a moment. Sorry, just in the gallery. Thank you. Thanks. Back to you. Apologies for the interruption.
We feel that our recommendations work, assuming you recall our recommendations from 15 minutes ago. They work because they address and they balance four realities. They encourage continued housing growth by supporting density, but they support density in forms and variety that better align with residential streets, with infrastructure. They create a gentler, a smarter density. They deliver predictability with clear expectations around scale, transition, and engagement. Thus reducing conflict, appeals, and enforcement issues, and saving time and resources for everyone. They protect livability by ensuring that new development fits the neighborhood context rather than overwhelming that context. Lastly, our recommendations align with the goals of the city plan: livability, compatibility, and long-term resilience, as opposed to simple focus on housing unit numbers. Growth and good outcomes rise together when development is well-scaled, well-sited, and well-communicated. It is more supported, more sustainable, and more successful. Next slide, please. ENU will continue supporting residents by increasing planning literacy and helping communities to engage constructively in the planning process and the democratic process. We see value in serving as a bridge, translating lived experience and neighborhood-level impacts into clear, data-informed insights that can be useful to council and to administration. By pairing resident education with on-the-ground experience and evidence, ENU aims to support planning outcomes and help rebuild public confidence in the planning system to the benefit of the city as a whole. Next slide, please. Edmonton can grow. Edmonton will grow. Edmonton must grow. And Edmonton can do this without losing the character, livability, and trust that make neighborhoods work. We appreciate the opportunity to share our perspective and to continuing the conversation. Going forward, whatever the committee should decide today, ENU will continue to grow. We would welcome the opportunity to work more formally and in partnership with council, with administration, and with industry. ENU can contribute neighborhood insight early. We can support effective public engagement, and we can help to identify issues before they escalate. We need to stop talking past one another. We can get the affected and interested parties together, and we can find solutions. We'd like to think that's possible. Thank you today for your attention, and we look forward to your questions.
Thank you. Next we have Speaker Edwards.
We have a presentation, thanks.
Get that pulled up.
Good afternoon, Mayor Knack and council members. My name is Kim Edwards, and I would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. There'll be two of us representing Edmonton Neighborhoods United, speaking to you today on the amendments to District Policy Section 252, Urban Mix. We want to thank the administration for the comprehensive analysis they have undertaken for these reports and the proposed amendments. Next slide. The urban mix policies have been a major concern for residents from day one. These policies have led to larger scale developments at the edges of nodes and corridors, including on collector roads that bisect our mature neighborhoods. when the existing criteria were met. This has allowed significantly larger scale developments to extend well into neighborhoods. Upzonings have been improved using the current policies as a rationale. The move away from rigid reliance on narrowly defined set of criteria will assist in placing the right scale in the right places. Next slide, please. We support the retention of policies 2521 and 2522, both of which work towards mitigating the impacts of non-residential development on adjacent residential properties. We're also realistic. With no requirement for on-site parking, it is to be expected that parking for commercial developments will extend into the neighborhoods. While the intent is to encourage restaurants, coffee shops, and stores within walking distance, it is inevitable that parking may creep into neighborhoods. We believe that as Edmonton grows, parking will return repeatedly as an issue that you'll be asked to address. Next slide, please. We largely support the replacement and revisions to policy 2523 to 2526, but require some clarity on policy 2525. The amendments for 2524 and 2525 are substantive and address the majority of our concerns that have been raised within our neighborhoods. Proposed policy 2524 states, support low-rise development in locations outside of a node and corridor areas at sites that are along arterial roadways, where at least one of the following criteria are met. A site is within 400 meters of a mass transit station, or a site is on a corner site. Next slide, please. Diluting the development potential of mass transit station areas through indiscriminate infill strategies undermines widely accepted transit-oriented development principles. Undertaking stationary plan studies at specific sites is the best way to fully leverage our significant transit investments. We've heard today from presenters a common theme around transit-oriented development, that is that we need TOD guidelines and policy. There are several ways to achieve this. 1, new TOD guidelines. 2, working within specific district plans to identify desirable sites, and or 3, ARPs to bring nuance to planning these TOD sites. Next slide, please. To be sure, there may be some neighborhoods where the combination of district nodes and corridors combined with increased development along arterial roadways may mean that the huge areas of existing neighborhoods will redevelop with higher density. One of the issues with a policy-driven approach is that it creates blind spots where local needs require exceptions. One of the common sayings on systematic policy is that it excels at creating the average but fails to create the exceptional. We believe that there are a number of areas in our city that are exceptional, and that the unintended consequence of the policy-driven approach is that we will lose these areas. I will now transfer the presentation to Debbie Cronowit-Martin. Thank you.
Thank you. So yes, our next speaker, Cronowit-Martin. Just if you can turn your microphone on.
Yes.
There we go.
I'll
Thanks.
need my slide, please.
Next.
Thank you. Thank you. Proposed policy 2525 is shown on the screen. If 2525 is intended to support policy 2524 in locating RSM and RMH 16 zones within nodes and corridors and along arterial roads, the contextual factors are good tools to guide decisions. As a standalone policy, it allows interpretations that conflict with 2524. 2525 references consideration for additional scale. Technically, it could include any higher scale. The proposed developed policy does not limit locations to nodes and corridors and arterial roadways. It could be argued that the contextual factors support additional scale in locations outside those specified in 2524. For example, location in or proximity to a node or corridor area. Would this allow additional scale to extend outside nodes and corridors into neighborhoods? Proximity to and frequency of transit service. Will this allow additional scale near transit service stops that are not mass transit sites, perhaps along the collector roads again? Proximity to parks or open space. Well, parks and open spaces are located throughout neighborhoods. Active transportation networks are frequently along collector roads. Scale and uses permitted on adjacent sites. Could this be interpreted as the reinstatement of criteria E under the current 2527? Proposed policy 2524 provides clarity. The intent of 2524 is to limit increases to scale development to within the policy's defined parameters. It stops larger scale developments from extending into neighborhoods. As a standalone policy, 2525 leaves room for multiple interpretations in regards to both its intent and application. We ask that policy 2525 be revised slightly to clarify that it does not supersede policy 2524. Slide, please. The rationale for 2525 is to support better public engagement on land for development applications. Is this my right slide? Okay, next slide, please. We support this and gladly will work with the administration to improve public consultation. We have one question. We have been told by the administration that there is no level of public feedback that would change their recommendations regarding applications. We were told that they use public engagement to provide insights for their analysis and ensure it includes the range of factors required. But public engagement does not have a direct influence on their decisions to support or not support applications. They told us that they summarize feedback for council to make them aware of the public's concerns and allow council to decide how they wish to factor in public feedback and weigh it against the administration's analysis and recommendations. In other words, those brief summaries are no longer just feedback. They are the evidence that council must use to judge the risks and address the concerns of your constituents. We reference these comments to help you understand the loss of trust in the public engagement process. In a city with such deep bench of professional and technical talent in our neighborhoods, treating our expertise as a data point to be managed rather than a resource to be utilized is a massive missed opportunity. When public insight is denied a path to influence recommendations, engagement becomes a mere formality, a checkbox in a process. We hope that the proposed engagements will facilitate a reset by all parties and restore the foundational role of a citizen to meaningful influence in decisions that shape our city. Slide, please. We leave you with a few ideas to consider. While technically efficient, policy-driven district planning does not recognize the differences between neighborhoods, nor does it allow area-specific challenges and needs to be met. Edmonton is not Calgary, but Calgary is a natural reference point. The City of Calgary has maintained their area redevelopment plans and has a program to develop new ARPs. These plans recognize the geographic, environmental, and historic character of neighborhoods and address their current and emerging needs. Canadians proudly recognize the cultural mosaic that makes our country great. Our city is a mosaic of neighborhoods with different histories, buildings, styles, traditions, and character. It's time to celebrate that in a mosaic and not try to turn this into a melting pot. We ask that you direct and fund the administration to develop area structure plans as a precision tool to help neighborhoods facing unique challenges and opportunities. Not all neighborhoods need ARPs, but some do. Thank you to your administration for proposing significant changes to district policy and to this committee.
Sorry, I'll be stopping you there. Thank you very much for your presentation. Next up, Speaker Despin.
Good afternoon, Council, and thank you for this opportunity to voice my input on this matter. Generally, I support the bylaw amendment as proposed. I think it's reasonable outside the corridor to have some kind of moderation and in the scale and density target that's more amenable to the character and context of a community. I think it's important to note that today that some people express some concerns about 90 square meter unit size as being injurious to the affordability aspect of the mid-block infill. And I think that it actually gives better choice for growing families, because that means a 12.5% relatively larger unit that might accommodate an extra bedroom or something that would be more supportive and conducive to family style accommodation. I uphold the idea of an 80 square meter per unit on the corner sites, because this is in keeping with the historic criteria that was under the old RF3 for 8 units. And I think it's important to maintain that going forward. The idea that, the metrics of the last few years, that over 65% of the infill, particularly row housing type, outside the node and corridor has been overly emphasized by the development community, and I think this reins it in and brings the focus more into a transit-oriented style type policy. So that being said, I would think that, especially among the student contributors today, that affordability, that maybe these nodes could be expanded from the 400 to the 600 meter from a transit center, so that land base for development density targets be increased rather than just a blanket policy as a whole. And that would be in keeping with district planning policy. As a resident of 40 years within my community, I have a garden, I have a corner lot. I'm within that 200 meter of a transit center. I support mature trees. I'm an avid gardener. I've been active in my community. I spearheaded a drive to build a green space redevelopment for drainage project with EPCOR, and which is ongoing. It's coming into fruition and completion this year. I think that Calgary, as note, doesn't have a tree bylaw. And competitively speaking with the development that's going in Calgary in their direction, I don't think we really needed a bylaw, but I do think that it's important to preserve the tree canopy in the fact of climate change is an ongoing concern, and that efforts should be also included into public lands and preserving and mitigating fire risk within a river valley and ravine system. So I think that if we want to preserve the tree canopy, we have to look at our own public lands first before putting the onus on private land. A bylaw would only exacerbate the costs for the development. I would, if I was a selfish, profit-driven person solely looking to clear-cut my land, I would incur all the penalties for removing my trees and everything, and I'd just build it into my price in the end product. And I think that the result would be just further exacerbating the inaffordability for people to get into accommodation of infill. That being said, overall, I think I'm ambivalent to the tree policy idea, but I think it has to be taken with a grain of salt. And that is all I'm going to say today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Speaker UB Fancy.
Thank you. My name is Wilfred UB Fancy, and I'm the VP External at the Students Association of MacEwan University. I'm also a student who lives in the McKernan neighborhood in an infill fourplex, and I have personal experience with the effects of zoning in this neighborhood. When this bylaw was updated in 2023, students spoke in favor of the change, and as such, I am here today to speak against the proposed amendments. The updates to zoning in key neighborhoods implemented previously are integral to a forward-thinking approach to student needs. As post-secondary institutions in Edmonton, including MacEwan, project increased student populations over the coming years, students will need safe and affordable housing for the duration of their studies. During the current affordability crisis students are facing, affordable housing is all the more necessary for students' well-being. Updating zoning is absolutely necessary, and the walking back of previous improvements is concerning. Reducing the maximum number of units allowed will decrease the number of safe and affordable units added to Edmonton's housing supply, harming students in the process. Some key neighborhoods which were affected by Bylaw 20001 are especially integral to the student access. Affordable housing in areas with accessible transit is particularly necessary for students who commute to and from campus daily. International students, as well as those moving to Edmonton from rural areas, have a need for housing suited for the complex needs of students. By opening these key areas for more multi-unit housing, it has allowed more students to live in accessible, safe areas. While access to transit is a necessity for many students, the limiting of mid-block units does not reflect the diversity of needs for students and other young people, including the many students who drive. Reducing the number of units available to be developed mid-block will only slow down the desperately needed housing supply increase in Edmonton. As the number of students coming to Edmonton increases year over year, our community is faced with an urgent need to make more room for these students in safe and reasonably priced homes. As we hear at MacEwan that living costs are a major barrier to student success, and that up to 42% of off-campus renters have concerns about the safety of their neighborhood, we can see that the supply of units in safe and accessible neighborhoods is a major concern. Additionally, by deprioritizing unit development mid-block, we limit the options available to students moving to Edmonton, therefore driving up prices for other renters and community members. By maintaining the freedom established by the updated zoning bylaw, we can ensure our city remains affordable for everyone. In my personal experience, I've had to take up to 4 jobs at once to afford my day-to-day expenses, as many students do too. Upon moving to McKernan, I was able to utilize active transportation networks, the proximity to shopping areas for my grocery needs, and the benefits to my well-being as a student. As we allow more development in our neighborhoods, we can help more Edmontonians experience the same wealth of community and amenities enjoyed by current members. I also have friends who have had to take breaks in their studies due to lack of available housing in the city. Increasingly, I see more requests for roommates, and limited options force my fellow students into living situations that are not conducive to a student's well-being in any capacity. With limited options available in the proximity of our inner city, our city's growth is stifled. As a student representative, I strongly oppose the proposed amendments and hope that the Council will consider the needs of young people in Edmonton in reviewing this bylaw, because housing is for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last speaker on the panel is Speaker Barry. David Barry, have you been able to join us? Okay, I'm not seeing Barry there. I will go now to questions from committee colleagues and other councillors here today. Mayor Knack. Mayor Knack, we can't hear you. I'm not sure if you're there. We'll give you a moment. I'll go to Councillor Clark on committee.
Thank you. Yeah, I got a bunch of questions, but I'll start with Speaker Sedgwick Sean. Good to talk to you again, as always. I get your thought process that, you know, we need more time to kind of see these through, but I mean, the reality is we're here today and we got to deal with this, right? So, but I just want to clarify from an ideas standpoint, are you in favor of any of the recommended changes that admin is proposing for us today, or?
I think we were able to accept the changes to the massing. You know, that doesn't mean that all members are thrilled with it, but the thing that is most fundamentally disruptive to their security and their investments is the change in the unit count. Because it can make projects totally unfeasible, and it's not implausible that there is a project that was in the queue that has already had to be redesigned once for the first batch of recommendations that were brought forth at Urban Planning Committee, and that they could have to once again further redesign the project to accommodate the changes in unit cap. So it's the most impactful.
And did you have a stance on the tree protection policy at all, or did you guys?
I think we would be open to further engagement on that. I don't have a specific recommendation right now, but there's definitely conversations we'd be open to having.
And then my next question is just kind of what I tackled a little bit before with some different groups. You know, if these recommendations are asking us to kind of prioritize, promote nodes and corridors in transit, right? I'm just trying to kind of balance between, can we do that and then still have the current bylaw for mid-block and can we have both going at the same time? And like, would that make sense, or would we need kind of a further incentive to really get priority or to get nodes and corridors and transit going?
I mean, in general, I think that we are more supportive of carrots than we are sticks. But I think it's important to note that in many Canadian cities where housing has become considerably more unaffordable than Edmonton, the approach essentially has been to push people into towers or single-family homes. We've seen the outcome of that strategy, and it leads to housing being unaffordable.
And then last question for you, Sean, just so if we took these recommendations, we put them through, what would that do for investment in the city from a development standpoint?
I've heard from a number of builders that the projects just don't work out. If it's a reduction to 6 units, especially with different funding tools that have been offered by the CMHC, it makes the pro forma not work. When you have to cut out 2 of the units, you're spreading the land cost over fewer dwelling units, and then it means it gets built into the price. If it's not sustainable as a project, you can't get financing, and it could mean the difference between 0 units and 8, not 6 and 8.
So do you think the investment would go to another municipality, or just wouldn't occur, or it would just get more expensive and hurt affordability?
I think all of the above, depending on the builder and depending on what kind of an investor they are.
Speaker Soanes, you were so one of the things kind of brought up in your speaking was just about the traditional, like the kind of dead zone, right? If we're making these changes from RS and RSM, and I guess just me thinking about that, like we're not getting rid of 8 to 10 to 12 units on a corner lot, but so from your perspective, that's not a traditional, that's not what you're talking about. I just want a little more context on that.
Yeah, no, not exactly what I'm talking about. So there are a variety of different lot shapes, irregular shapes. Like I looked at a lot pre-new zoning bylaw that was 1,800 square meters that under the old bylaw could have fit 30 plus units on it. We came to the RS zone, that was restricted to 8. Now we're taking that back to something like 6. So the avenue that we've had in those circumstances where RS doesn't necessarily work for some of those lots is to try zoning like the RSM. And right now what we have is a situation where it's not clear what exactly the factors that would determine when a site is outside of a node or corridor, what would determine whether it's viable for an upzoning still to RSM.
Thank you. Sorry, I'll just have to stop you there. Mayor Knack, are you available now?
Yes, sorry.
No, that's all
I'm
right.
Thank
Hello.
you. Thanks, everyone on this panel. I have a couple questions for the folks from Edmonton's Neighborhoods United. Maybe to start with guest Moravec, Dallas. Let's just get a sense. I know, and you obviously started this organization, sort of got it off the ground, and you're representing sort of the broader citywide piece. I was hoping to get a better sense of, like, just for you, like what you're finding locally in your neighborhood. So I think you mentioned Woodvale, and I think that is captured under the Greenview / Hillview area. So when I'm looking at the city's presentation that they had earlier this morning, I think your neighborhood would have been one of the ones that has had 1 to 4 permits issued. I'm not sure how many of those have been built. So I just wanted to understand from you, like, what are you seeing on the ground in your neighborhood right now with the changes that have been made with however many of those builds have occurred?
Yeah, we're not seeing a huge amount in my specific neighborhood. Where we got started with Edmonton Neighborhoods United was right next door. There's an adjacent property that's slated for 10-plex. We took that to the Development Appeal Board. It got revoked, but through that process, we went door knocking through, I think, 900 or 1,000 different residents in Greenview. And there was a large portion of those people who were against the excessive densification of that property. They just feel like it was out of a context in the neighborhood. So there's another fourplex or sixplex, I think, that was built right next to the School of Greenview on a bus road. It doesn't seem to be a lot of pushback on that one, sort of on a transit-oriented roadway. So in our community, we're not seeing a huge amount of permits being applied for. And the funny thing is, what we're going for today wouldn't even stop the 10plex that's being, permitted as of right now. So this is more of a service for the whole entire city that we're kind of, advocating for.
Well, I appreciate that. And so maybe that's the piece to understand, because I think, I went going through the recommendations and we've heard a mix of opinions today and have heard a mix of opinions over the last couple of years on this, and trying to find the right refinements to make. That's how I've been trying to approach this discussion. I feel that there is still a need to make refinements. I'm not looking to sort of go to I think, we've had some today say, well, remove the cap. I think, and respectfully to those folks, that's not on my radar. I don't think that's a reasonable suggestion. But similarly, I've heard suggestions of going back to 2, which I I would argue even 4, I think is not reasonable based off what the city has allowed for a number of years. So I'm trying to find the right series of refinements to do. And this is why I wanted to ask the question about, like, what are you seeing in your specific neighborhood? But I'm hearing not a lot of change so far. The one that has been built was by a school, not really creating an impact. There's a concern about the potential one that could have been built, but it's not been built, so we don't have any on the ground data in your neighborhood about specific impacts yet. Is that correct?
Maybe not in my specific neighborhood. And yeah, I welcome the question. Thank you for it.
Yeah.
Really, how I address that question best is, prior to the zoning bylaw, the 40% site coverage was made up of 2 dwellings. So that was 28% and 12%. And then it got changed to 45% site coverage, but that was allowed in 1 building.
Correct. Yeah.
And that's what we're speaking to today, is that long, massive building that's creating, this massing effect and out of scale and out of transition to the neighboring properties. So if you're looking for those refinements, that's what we're saying in our recommendations, is to either split up the building so it's 2 dwelling units. However you do that, you can still do it on the 45% if that's what the city and administration is recommending. But previously, if you were to do 6 units on one site, that would have been either a subdivision of that lot. So you have 2 skinny homes, you put a basement suite, and then you have a garage suite, and there was your 6. Or you put a side-by-side duplex, basement suites. You see where I'm going with this. So it's that one large building that's really the problem.
Mm-hmm. And I'm going to be out of time. I want to come back to just sort of the new building length. So I'll come back to you when my time is, when I can reset, but to get a sense of the length of the new build versus the length of a narrow, skinny home, and wanting to get your take on that as shown in the presentation. But I'm going to be out of time now, so I'll come back around. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take a few quick questions, and just while we're with you, Speaker Moravec, just on your slides, you spoke about the localized oversupply and then rising vacancies leading to weaker outcomes. Just wondering if you could elaborate on those 2 points a bit further in terms of the risks that they're posing. Just wanting to get a bit more detail on the slides you shared. You mentioned a risk of localized oversupply and then rising vacancy pressures.
Yes.
Risking weaker outcomes. Just wondering if you could elaborate on those 2 points a bit further.
Yeah, as it stands right now, there's 30 eightplexes on the market for resale. So clearly it's been overbuilt. There's a lot of projects that are underway right now that are not finished being built, and a lot of vacant land.
So again, what are the risks? I mean, I appreciate that's a risk for the individual builder or owner, that they're maybe losing money, but what are the community risks you see with that?
Well, I mean, the fact that investment is going to slow down. We've already seen that population has slowed down quite drastically. I think the City of Edmonton put a report out 1% in the next few years. So we're seeing that boom of people really flatten. And the risk of oversupply, when we're taking out what the demand is in the market, which is single-family homes generally, speaking for a lot of people looking for housing, and then replacing it with essentially condos. We have an oversupply of condos already on the market.
And typically, I guess I'm just trying to think of that system's impact, because I think typically when we have an oversupply, what that typically means is that folks aren't able to get a premium on those, that prices typically go down. So would that not potentially provide lower cost housing?
Well, not necessarily. I mean, are we talking about home ownership or are we talking about rental? Because there's two different markets that we can look at here. And maybe, yeah, on the rental side, obviously more supply could equal that those rates go down a little bit. But again, when we're in a boom and bust economy, I mean, housing market has always followed oil trends. And when oil starts to slip, we start to see the real estate market slip. And then we leave ourselves with a lot of property on the market, which isn't good for the economy. So are you asking specifically about rental or
I think again both. So even when, you know, there's a lot of, let's say, single detached product on the market, that does typically tend to favor buyers, right, in terms of more affordable prices?
But right now we don't have an oversupply of single family homes. We have a shortage of single family homes. And so the eightplexes that we're specifically talking about today, the mid-block eightplexes, you're coming in and tearing down a perfectly good single family home. That's generally a starter home, which takes it off of the homeowner market. And then you're replacing it with, generally speaking, a rental property.
Okay.
So there could be an oversupply of rental, which, yeah, might be, to your point, bringing down that market rent. But again, there's two markets out there in the city. There's the rental market, and then there's the home ownership market.
Yeah, well, thank you for that. I think, you know, I'll have some questions for our city staff just around some of the recent economic reporting we've had in terms of there being single detached on the market, but appreciate those reflections. I'm going to shift now to Speaker Sedgwick, and I think I heard you answer this question, but just wanted to make sure that I fully understood. I think when we're talking about that shift from 8 to 6, I think what I heard you say, it's not necessarily a question of going from 8 to 6, but potentially from 8 to 0. Is that?
That's correct, yeah. From numerous IDEA members, it's been shared with me that essentially the pro forma just works with 8 and doesn't with 6. It's the reason that it's become the most popular development form that you're seeing with row houses is it's because it's the one that works fiscally. Okay, and then again, if a potential way to make 6 work is to make, you know, potentially higher cost for the individual units. Well, that's right, because the land price, the fixed cost, is being split amongst fewer units, and because of that, I mean, you know, the cost to the developer is still the same, and that's going to mean you're going to change your strategy for finishings. You're going to change your strategy for expectations because you now have to charge more for the unit, and they'll be larger as well. Okay, thank you. Next, Councillor Jans.
Sure. If I can go to guest zones, you've been at council before advocating for clients trying to get apartment towers built. I've heard, and I asked somebody a similar question this morning, I've heard one of the reasons right now is that it's just not profitable to build an apartment tower, and therefore banks won't lend you money, and if you can't get money in a bank in CMHC or whatever, you just can't build. Is that sort of your experience as well, or am I getting anecdotes from my ward?
No, that's very well put. I think, generally speaking, our zoning for example, tower-type development is very permissive throughout many of our nodes and corridors. We've gone through the priority growth area exercise. That doesn't mean that a lot of towers have started being built. There's a lot more to that puzzle, and right now concrete and steel is incredibly expensive development. You will only see very incremental growth in that. Right now what you're seeing is a lot of 6-story wood frame type development, and so coming down to this level, this kind of small scale development is really what's been driving a lot of the supply that is allowing our housing market to remain stable.
Yeah, and maybe guest Cedric, if you want to jump in as well, but I mean, personally, I think we should have a target of a 5% vacancy rate in Edmonton. That gives leverage to renters. If you don't like your landlord, you got another option. If your rent's too high, you can move. If your landlord won't fix your toilet, you can move. I remember in 2019 when I was seeking a rental, there was it was a competitive market. I could say to my landlord, I would like $100 off per month, and they said, "Will you sign 2 years?" And I said, "Great." Do you think the city, I'm bewildered by some of the other voices saying that if we have too much supply, that's a problem. I guess it might be for if your business is trying to build new builds, but am I misunderstanding the supply and demand thing here?
No, that's my understanding as well, and I think it's also important that it's noted most of these projects are the asset is being retained by the developer, and the suites are being rented. Which there's no incentive then for a builder to recklessly build where there's no demand for housing. It doesn't make any sense for them. They can't pay back their loan.
And there's 38 if it's true, there's 38 plexes for sale. I'm surprised it's not higher because they're being built by people who are building them for the purpose of selling them. It's just like there's how many tens of thousands of cars for sale at dealerships around the city.
That's right.
So what happens if an eightplex is empty? That's a risk to the owner, right? The city's not somehow on the hook here.
No, absolutely not. That is a risk to the owner. Moreover, lenders will typically fully underwrite a project themselves before they agree to lend that project to whoever that may be.
Sorry, could you plain language that? So if I'm a homeowner and I'm trying to sell my home and move and I can't sell it, I'm still paying the mortgage or I'm still eating the property tax or whatever. Is that different?
No, it's not different at all. I mean, you'd still be paying for all of your property taxes, any sort of carrying costs, I'll call it, that you have for that land. You may be paying more than anything interest payments on that loan that you have, and that's one of the largest risks, and one of the reasons that any developer is going to now. I can't speak for the whole development industry, but generally speaking, developers are very careful with their numbers and whatnot, and for that exact reason, because you can default on a construction loan the same way you can on a home.
And then the banks would absorb them and sell them at foreclosures or something,
Exactly.
right? And then somebody else gets to buy a property at a much more reasonable point, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Another problem I've seen is we have 6 students renting a single family home because that's all there is. But if they could get, in theory, one eightplex could offer 24 sleeping bedrooms that would then have 4 homes off on the market. Is my math wrong there?
No, it's not wrong, and I think that's a reality of how some of these things end up operating, especially in the university areas. It's just there is a lack of supply at the end of the day relative to the amount of student demand right now, and so students are crying for housing, and when there is that 4-plex unit, that's perhaps how it can be used.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you very much to all speakers for making the time today. Rhiannon, I'm going to stay with you. I don't disagree with your point about the RSM being that bridge transition zone, but in a lot of the rezoning that we have been seeing, it takes a lot of effort, many hours, lots of speakers, and you're adding one extra unit on top of what is allowed within the RS. Feels pretty weak as a transition. I guess thoughts on that, is it worth it?
Yeah, so it's actually a great question, and one that I'll take my idea hat off for a second and talk personally with my experiences with dealing with the new zoning bylaw. What we did was we consolidated a number of zones into the RS zone. We consolidated a few zones into RSM type zoning, and therein what we had to do is we had to set things like height, like site coverage, to each of those buckets. And we used to have for better or for worse, we used to have more options in there between RF1, 2, 3, 4, and so we had different heights, setbacks, etc. that related, that could at times allow for sort of that easier transition, easier jump. And so what we, my understanding is the city really worked towards less zones with the goal of having less administrative time spent, less council time spent. But at the same time, we have to recognize the fact that we also end up with an issue of there's a bit of a jump now, right? And that jump could potentially get larger now. And I think, as I said before, this leads to other issues that we may have to deal with here. So, for example, if we need to now make an amendment to a district plan to include a site in the Noder corridor, that reminds me quite a bit of back in the day. We had the ARPs, we were amending those regularly. It created a lot of that tension that council was up against, and a lot of that tension that administration was having to deal with. So we risk kind of getting back into that kind of bureaucratic administrative challenge that we were in before.
Okay, appreciate that. And then wondering if either of you, because this will probably be asked to administration either way, but are you, since July, are you aware of a lot of the permits approved that conform to those changes that have come to fruition?
So I can speak to that a little bit. I mean,
because you talked about it hasn't been given the time to
yeah,
to
so
play out.
just the timeline is a challenge, right? Like you got to consider that since that time, permits or drawings have had to be changed. You're talking about a few months. You're talking about maybe going back to the bank, rearranging all your pro formas, lending. Some of these sites had to be sold because they wouldn't work anymore. And so we're in a position now where I don't personally know of any that have been built under the new regulations yet. Certainly some have received approvals, of course, but
it just hasn't really come to fruition with people moved in. And of course, we'll direct that to administration. I want to go to Al, since you started with your presentation on the survey, which I am interested. Was that done this month?
Yes, the survey was done this month. I think there were something like 1,400 responses.
Okay, and then it was it through your email list with Neighborhood United, or was it published through social media or mailed out?
It was through the former Edmonton Neighborhoods United.
Sorry, it's through your mailing?
The website.
Okay, through the website, great. And you said the sample is 1,400-ish.
The response has been 1,400.
I kind of took your presentation as it was in response to some of the impact following the July changes. Is that, or is that more just generally infill-related impact?
Sorry? It was both. If you look at the chart, I guess the indicators perhaps people have felt have not changed.
Okay. Because you're also hearing that some of these changes haven't really come to fruition yet. So I was kind of assuming that they're responding to some of the situations prior, which is ultimately what led to some of those changes in July.
Again, I suggest that's both.
Okay. Okay, great. Thanks for that clarification. We'll leave it there.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. I'll probably direct this to either Speaker Sedgwick or Speaker Sowens. It's a question about the relationship between the 8-unit cap and design outcomes that we're currently seeing. And the question that I kind of keep coming back to is, is the 8-unit cap actually driving better design outcomes, or is it, in some cases, encouraging lot subdivisions? If someone has a larger consolidated lot, and then we see sort of the two or three aplex, multiplexes going up side by side, when if there was more flexibility, we could see better designed projects. I think about the lost opportunity of courtyard housing, for example, where you can have a central courtyard with developments around that. I guess I'm looking for some thoughts on that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a specifically fixed unit cap does on its own provide some restrictions on the kind of development form that you can see. I think what's really important to note is that the built form of the buildings themselves, whether it's 6 or 8 units, it's not different. So when speakers from Edmonton Neighborhoods United have voiced that they feel these changes are not going to materially impact the design. That's true, because the massing regulations are what will do that, and they've already been implemented. We just haven't actually seen the outcome of those yet. And most people's concerns are about the way that the building fits into the neighborhood character, are about design issues, and administration already provided some thoughtful recommendations to try to address those challenges. And it was also mentioned too that people are not responding to density, they're responding to massing, and well, we actually agree. I don't think it's the density that is the problem, and therefore changing the unit count will not do anything.
Okay, and just on that point, because my next question was actually going to be to speaker number 8, I think it is, Pinder. I believe you shared that sentiment as well, as that folks aren't necessarily reacting to the density, but they're reacting to like the scale and the massing of buildings. So it kind of follows on to Councillor Tang's questioning just about the timing, recognizing that some of those changes to massing, building length, like the facade and orientation of buildings have recently been made, but we haven't actually seen them materialize because of the construction cycles and permitting timelines. I guess I'm looking for some more thoughts on that, around taking that evidence-based approach. How do we reflect on the changes that we've made to see if we're making meaningful change based on the concerns we've heard from community?
Yeah, Councillor, I think with like all due respect, we don't need to wait for the building to actually be constructed to show that the 2.7 meter reduction, whether it was actually meaningful or not, I think that speaks for itself. As we've said, the biggest issue is the massing. So that reduction in building length doesn't change that issue. When we look at some of those infills where it is one large building, it's a continuous wall, and that is the piece that really impacts people's experiences with sunlight and privacy and all the other aforementioned issues. So that's why we're really advocating for, if we're going to continue with the allotted site coverage, if we're going to recommend or agree with the recommendations that administration has put forward, then let's keep the unit count, whether it's 6, and divide it into 2 buildings.
Oops, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Yeah, I'm going to pick up on that thread because I think we're getting somewhere here, folks. Massing is a problem across everyone, all the speakers here. So I guess just to Speaker Sedgwick and Sonas for idea, what do you think about the ENU? One of the things that they put about having the 2 different buildings, and even if the unit count doesn't change, that would maybe solve that massing problem. Just kind of like your take on that.
I think right now, one of the things I want to stress is the way that these changes and these required design adjustments are very much negatively affecting builders because they're being put in a position of not being able to trust the regulatory environment here, and that is going to be very bad for investment in the city. So I think there are a number of different development forms that can work and shapes, and we are very much open to further engagement on how we can best accommodate things to adjust for the massing issues, but we want to be engaged on it, and we want to have more discussion because these changes were not something that we had a lot of time to work with builders and to seek their feedback on, and I think we would need that before we would be able to support anything like what you mentioned there.
Okay, for me, yeah, it's just more clarity and certainty when we go through this than what's ahead. Just a question, and I'll stay with you guys on this, and because we haven't really brought up yet about restricted covenants and what's going on there, and that's turning into more and more and more of those. That's obviously a reaction. We got surveys, whether it's ENU or the city survey or a survey I put out with Councillor Palmer in my ward, and it's kind of all saying, you know, changes and there's some trust issues that citizens are feeling, right? And they're going to this option, whether it's right or wrong. How do you, like, I guess if we don't make any of these changes at all, and that pushes people more down that road, it's only going to hurt infill development, right? It's going to have more restrictions. You can fight it and get through it, but it's going to make it tough. And I just kind of want a little bit of your lens on that issue.
I mean, I think the odds that we would see widespread adoption of restrictive covenants to the point that it would significantly impact the ability to build housing. I would be surprised if that happened. It's not a super easy process to try to blanket an entire neighborhood with a covenant. And so but I mean that is an option available. And I mean similarly, if you want to control what happens on the lot next to yours, I mean then that should be your lot too.
I'll jump in on that as well. So it's a complicated question, right? And I feel for people who feel the need to do that. At the end of the day, it's an encumbrance on your own property title, right? And so at the end of the day, a builder is going to review a title before they buy a parcel and ensure there's nothing that would restrict them from doing that. So yes, that would probably create some issues with supply of available land, but at the same time, there's a variety of things that are needed, a variety of dominoes that need to fall for any development project to fall into place. And there are many other covenants and easements and EPCOR issues and all sorts of things that builders are falling into when they jump into these projects. That would just be sort of another one. Now, the other thing from a land value perspective would be what does that do to the valuation of your home? I'm not sure of the answer of that, but I think we need to be aware that somebody who's looking to add that to their covenant is probably not typically going to be selling their home at a price that a tear down for an infill will go for. And somebody who's looking to sell their home to an infill builder won't be putting a restrictive covenant on it in the first place. So a couple things to keep in mind.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Knack.
Thank you very much. Clerks, can you bring up slide 23 of the admin presentation? And I'm probably going to go back to guest Moravec, because what I want to tackle, and this again goes back to I hear the need. I'm trying to figure out what's going to satisfy. I mean, we're never going to satisfy everyone. I get it. That's not our goal. But I want to make sure that we're sort of tackling the right problem. Because for example, looking at the slide, when I saw this on the admin presentation, I thought it was fairly helpful for me, which is that when I look at that building length difference, you're right. I think from the old to the new, I would suggest those two aren't super drastically different. But then when I look at the one on the left side, which is the narrow single lot, single detached home, that's also very comparable. And so I'm wondering the question of considering a narrow home can be what it already is on that actual picture. That is the real impact of a narrow lot home. And if that was beside a bungalow, that feels like it has a similar scale of impact on massing. Would you agree?
So that slide you're referring to, when was that from, that build?
Yeah, it should be on the screen if you.
So that's 2025 changes. So we're still, so that was a drop in the bucket in terms of significant changes to building length. And we're still seeing applications today, and you're probably going to hear from a panel speaker later today about a very similar building that's being built. It's a lot split, and there's two very long buildings going next door to him. So when we look at the changes from 2025, it really doesn't get to the root of the problem. And that's what we're trying to emphasize here, is it's that long building wall. So we need to see that building broken up into two different dwellings.
Yeah. I guess what I'm curious about is if you look at that image that's on the screen right now, it should be on the board. if you take the narrow single detached home, the far left of the 5 lots, that narrow single detached home has a very similar building length to what could be a single unit in the RS zone on a 50-foot lot. And so that version of the narrow lot has been allowed for quite some time. And so I guess what I'm trying to figure out is that in my mind, what I'm worried about is the change that you've just suggested there would still allow for that narrow single detached home, which produces a very similar massing impact. And therefore is the problem beyond the RS zone and even to deal with what's been allowed for the last decade.
No, because in the last decade, it was a 40% site coverage with 28% in the primary and 12% on the secondary. So
agreed, but I'm just looking at that image, like that image is on the screen, right? Like if folks, because I'm looking at the left 2 lots, one of which is a visualization of what a new home using the new length could be, and then immediately to the left is a skinny home that protrudes very similarly in length.
And when was that single family home built?
Those would have been done anytime within probably the last 10 years since we started allowing skinny homes.
No,
and so what I'm worried
about, homes were not allowed to have that size of site coverage on one primary dwelling. They had to be broken up. It was a 40% site coverage split between 28% and 12%. So
correct.
Whenever that home was built, it had to have been after the point of when that site coverage changed into what the primary dwelling was allowed to be.
I'll double check with the min. My understanding is it's not, and so that's actually something that's been permitted for the last decade. So let's, for the moment, assume that is the case, and I'll check with admin to see if I misunderstood, because I've seen a lot of skinny homes in my neck of the woods built in the last sort of 7-8 years. But let's assume that has been permitted for the last decade. Would that then still also be something you'd want to address? I just want to make sure I'm understanding the right problem to solve.
Yeah, because single family homes are still part of the problem, because it's that, whether it's 1 unit, like we've been saying all along, or 8 units.
Yeah, so it would be an issue. Okay.
And I think what we need to do here, Mayor Knack, respectfully, is look at something that modeling that needs to be done. Like prior to the new zoning bylaw, the mature neighborhood overlay had control mechanisms that had modeling in place. And with the zoning bylaw, I'm not sure that there was any proper modeling done to actually see the volume of the size of buildings. And all of the SDAB appeals right now are looking at the length of the building into the backyard.
Thank you.
That's helpful. I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. So that concludes questions to speakers of this panel. I know we've got 10 minutes left in our agenda. I do want to make best use of the time that we have possible. Clerks, I understand that the first 11 speakers on panel 4 wish to be heard tomorrow, so I'm going to recommend that we start with the 4 other speakers. We'll only be able to hear from a maximum 2 of you, and we won't have time for questions, but I'll ask these folks to return their seats. I'll invite down Speaker Paul Martin, if you're here in person, Eric Gormley. Are you online?
Yes.
Okay. Ben Magelnick. Ben, are you there? And Robert Chevalier.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, thank you. So I'm sorry, do we have Speaker Martin, Paul Martin? Sorry, I can't hear, but our clerks can connect.
Thank you, Chair Stevenson. Speaker Martin would like to speak tomorrow.
Oh, okay, thank you. Not a problem. Speaker Gormley, let's go to you then. You have 5 minutes.
Let's get checked. Oh, hi. Yeah, sorry, I was caught off a little bit guard here. Yeah, good afternoon, City Council. I know it's been a long day for you. The main municipalities that make up the lower mainland of BC each has a bylaw that protects both private and public trees. Yeah, so my talk is going to be about trees, and I'm going to reference the lower mainland of Vancouver. And most of the bylaws have been in place for a decade or more. The City of Richmond says the purpose of the tree protection bylaw is to protect Richmond's urban forest by restricting tree removal from private lands and ensuring replacement trees are provided when trees are required to be removed. Municipalities spell out conditions for when a tree can be removed. In Vancouver, a tree can be removed when it is located within the building envelope, the tree is dead, dying, or hazardous, the tree is interfering with utility wires, or the roots of the tree are directly blocking sewer or drainage systems. In addition, Vancouver and all other municipalities also define a protected tree by diameter at chest height. Vancouver, Langley, Maple Ridge, Coquitlam, Delta, and Richmond protect trees 20 centimeters in diameter and larger. It's 20 centimeters in Burnaby if it's a redevelopment of a property, but Burnaby provides flexibility to the homeowner by doubling that number to 40 centimeters if the homeowner simply wants to make changes to his or her property for whatever reason. For Surrey, a protected tree is 30 centimeters or higher. Victoria is 30 centimeters in diameter. Protected trees in West and North Vancouver are trees 75 centimeters in diameter. So they're all big trees that they're trying to protect. In every municipality, replacement trees, whatever their size, are also protected by the bylaw. Surrey, the redevelopment capital of the world, with 60% of Edmonton's population and with the tree bylaw since 2006, employs 15 people.
I found this on the web for the redevelopment capital of the world with 60.
Sorry, we had Surrey came on board there. Okay, so Surrey, it employs 15 people in the planning and development department to oversee trees on private land and provide landscaping compliance. A landscape architect and 2 techs work with developers of larger projects and high-rise buildings. There's 2 environmental techs. This is Surrey. 2 environmental techs, they deal with private land containing wetlands or streams. There's 5 arborists who inspect trees on smaller properties and redevelopments of smaller properties, and 3 super clerks who handle phone inquiries, permitting, and making appointments. Permit fees for tree removal offset expenses. In general, municipalities work with developers and homeowners to come up with better outcomes for trees. Finally, none of these cities allows someone to buy a piece of land and then clear-cut trees. Edmonton still allows this. In the lower mainland, a tree removal permit is not issued until a property owner has submitted and completed development application showing where the buildings are located and has received notice that the city has approved the application. As a Metro Vancouver planner says, we are really starting to see trees being viewed as essential forms of city infrastructure. So hopefully the City Council will instruct administration to come back with a proposal for a private tree bylaw. Thanks very much.
Thank you. We'll go next to Speaker Chevalier. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Just give me a second here. I'm going to print off my little summary.
Yeah, and thank you to both of our speakers for the quick pivot. I know you weren't expecting to come up right away, so appreciate it.
Yeah, so thanks for giving me this opportunity to speak today. My name is Rob Chevalier, and my wife and I lived in Laurier Heights. We have been here for over 30 years. We're both born and raised in Edmonton and love the neighborhood. We're in favor of the proposed change regarding reducing 8 units to 6 mid-block. However, we feel it doesn't go far enough. We agree with the position of the ENU as they presented earlier today. 4 units for a more balanced approach, 4 units maximum on a lot. However, as learned today, maybe more important than the number of units is the items such as lot coverage, scale, massing, and transition to keep the neighborhood still, to preserve neighborhood character. Now, my wife and I, we have no problems with infill because we live in an infill house. In 2011, we demolished a single-family dwelling and built a single-family dwelling. I got interested in this issue as a result of a community town hall in our Laurier Heights community in August of last year. And that was very well attended. The hall capacity was exceeded with many people needing to just be outside the hall and listen on speakers. There we learned that the changes to the bylaw from what was the mature neighborhood overlay to what the current bylaw is, it's led to neighborhoods taking the extreme defensive position of placing restrictive covenants. The Community League, after that town hall, issued an email saying that they decided not to facilitate the placing of restrictive covenants for the community. And as a result, neighbors form groups on a block-to-block basis to place restrictive covenants on their properties in Laurier Heights. We have since talked to many neighbors in that regard. So our views are basically not just me and my wife, it's many, many neighbors, dozens, if not over 100 people. The densification in mature neighborhoods has become too extreme, we feel. Just to give you a couple of examples, in Crestwood, one particular picture was used by the ENU earlier today in their overshadowing example. You had a former 2-story house, which was fairly sizable, over 2,000 square feet, I believe, completely dwarfed by an 8-plex on either side. And so that's, a result of the current bylaws the way they are. Another example is, again, in Crestwood, there is a big lot that was subdivided with an 8-plex being placed on each subdivided lot. In other words, 16 units in a corner crescent. So one can only imagine once that's finished, the parking situation and the garbage bin situation in that situation, in that scenario. So this is much more than just the incremental change that the city has talked about with these bylaws. And I just learned last week of an extreme financial consequence in the Laurier neighborhood. Here's a neighbor who, once he learned that his neighbor on the corner lot, once he learned that house had been sold and the house demolished, he immediately put his house up for sale, could not sell it, even after reducing the price by $100,000. So that is a major extreme financial consequence of what we feel is poor urban planning. So a more balanced approach would be something like the ENU recommends, 4 dwellings per lot. We've also talked to a realtor who lives in another community that are placing restrictive covenants. He feels 4 dwellings is a reasonable compromise or happy medium.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks very much. So
for your time.
that takes us to the end of our day. Just want to thank all of our speakers today, for those who had a chance to speak, for those who are still waiting. Really appreciate the thoughtful discussion and patience with the process. So we'll be back. We're just on recess now until 9:30 tomorrow morning. We'll be starting at the top of panel 4 And then finishing, so to the speakers, to Speaker Gormley and Speaker Chevalier, if you're able to join us again tomorrow, please do. There may be some questions of you from my council colleagues. And when we're finished with panel 4, we'll then move to panel 5 before we then move to questions of our administration. So thank you again to everyone for your input and cooperation. And we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.